G'day, mate 40 here. So one of the quickest ways that you can blow up your life is to go online and say edgy things. And why do so many people blow up their lives online? Why so many of us are desperate to create an alternative reality online is because that the offline world has proven to be such a disappointment. It's a large reason why so many men use pornography or so many women retreat into romance or fantasy novels because reality has proven to be disappointing. I'm noticing a change that's just blown my mind over the past year, how many women are turning to AI chatbots for emotional solace and even eroticism because they find their husband, their boyfriend, their relationships with men so disappointing. And I only just got into AI chatbots in the past 2 months, and it's just blown my mind what excellent therapists they are, what generally good advice they give, and how they can dramatically improve your work output. And there are going to be millions of jobs created by AI. So AI is going to destroy millions of jobs, but it's going to create millions of jobs because AI will always require humans to verify and to assess and to direct. And as I become more and more competent with AI, I subscribe to 3 types of AI chatbots right now. Grok, where I think I'm spending about $35 a month. ChatGPT, where I'm spending about $20 a month. And Gemini, Google Gemini, where I'm spending about $5 a month. And they're good at different things. And I had to translate about 30 minutes of audio, largely in Chinese, the other day, and into an English language transcript. And I cast around that there are various models. Eventually, I got 30 minutes of largely Chinese language audio transcribed into English for 70 cents. And when you become competent at AI, right, you learn to conduct it. You learn to treat it as an instrument, just like a great musician takes great care of his instrument. And not just anyone can pick up a great violin and create beautiful music. And so there's just going to be such an enormous market for playing the instrument of AI, because you can just feed a bunch of documents into AI and ask it a question, and sometimes the response will be amazing, fantastic. It will digest 5,000 documents and summarize them better than a human being can, but often there will be major problems. You may ask AI, give me a response in this type of format, and then it takes information from the suggested format that you gave it and then hallucinate and include that information in its analysis as though it's real. So I agree with this analysis on the All In podcast a couple of months ago, that if you're looking for a job, right, sell yourself as someone who is comfortable and familiar with AI, because you learn to manipulate the tremendous orchestra of AI chatbots, and you're going to just be so far ahead of the game. And there will always be a need, a dramatic need, millions of jobs worth of need for people to orchestrate, trust, verify, direct the use of AI. So this is not a big personality-based show in that I've been streaming almost daily since January 2018, but I don't delve that much into the personality of Donald Trump. And that's because I see structures as being more important than personalities. And those who are inclined to a personality view of the news, all right, their analysis just frequently comes up short. And there's a big problem for people like myself who are constantly giving commentary on the news, is that are we just doing it to build up this fraudulent sense of self because we need the attention? Are we just doing it for ego, or are we trying to add something? And if you're just surfing the discourse and coming out with hot, edgy takes like a Richard Spencer or most pundits, Nick Fuentes, the analysis just shows itself to be so fraudulent. I remember when Elon Musk took over Twitter and Richard Spencer said that it's not going to amount to anything because he had seen some videos about how Elon Musk was a fraudster. And this is a major problem with analysis, I notice, that just because someone has a component of fraudster or a component of liar or a component of exploiter or a component of bully to their personality, that does not sum up their totality. And people get stuck in this trap of thinking that individuals have some grand moral character, and we don't. The most we can say is that people have character with regard to certain situations. So you'll find accountants who are upstanding in their accounting work, but may be completely perfidious in their love life. And other people may be upstanding in their love life and incompetent at their work and duplicitous in certain types of social interactions. And so about 3 weeks ago, there were all these commentators jumping on board the TACO acronym for Donald Trump. Trump always chickens out. And obviously that didn't ring true, right? Trump bombed Iran, incredibly gutsy move. And he was willing to see the threat of tariffs and to see Wall Street go down, down, down to make the threat of tariffs incredibly real. He stood behind his tariffs much longer than almost any commentator thought he would. Then he bombed Iran, and then he accomplished the passage of his big, beautiful bill. Another commentary on Donald Trump is that he's inconsequential, that he's just some slop politician, that his words and deeds just a whole bunch of sound of fury, but don't amount to anything. You cannot say that Donald Trump is not a consequential politician, particularly after this passage of the big, beautiful bill. And my favorite aspect of this big, beautiful bill is how it provides more incentives towards dignity and creates more disincentives towards a lack of dignity. So, for one, much of the funding for this big, beautiful bill will come on the backs of illegal migrants. Right? We're going to be taxing remittances abroad 1%. I wish we taxed them 5%, but 1% is better than nothing. Right? We are going to cut back on social welfare spending for illegals in this country substantially. We're going to cut back on social welfare spending, particularly health care spending for able-bodied Americans substantially. We are going to retain the Trump tax cuts of 2017 and extend them to incentivize people to get tips to work, right? Incentivizing people to work instead of just going on disability and welfare is probably the most morally uplifting thing that you can do for somebody. Allow them to have a life of dignity by finding a sector of reality where they can contribute, where they are needed, and where their remuneration will largely depend upon their ability to meet the needs of other people. For a normal person working 40 hours a week, your success at that job primarily depends on your ability to internalize the priorities of your superiors and to enact them, and to do it without posing a major liability for your employer, right? The number one reason people get fired is because they pose a liability for their employer. So for 40 hours a week, you have to put other people's needs ahead of your own. Then if you have a family, right, that's another 30 hours a week where you have to put your family's priorities ahead of your own. And then for a normal person with kids, that perhaps allows for 10, 20 hours a week where you might be have to put yourself first. I love the thesis of one economist in a paper. He argued a few decades ago that the average person is about 95% selfish. And I think that 95% is a pretty good barometer. And if you're substantially less selfish than that, right, it's likely that you're not sufficiently looking out for your own welfare. And if you're substantially more selfish than that, it is likely that you are undermining your own welfare by not taking into adequate consideration for others, their needs. All right, you'll get along better if you just spend a little bit more time thinking about the experience of other people and how you affect them. Right, after the hammer, post-war opportunities and risks for U.S. policy in the Middle East.
To respond to covert Israeli targeted killing operations with their own direct aerial attacks on Israel will go down as one of the turning points in Middle East regional military history. Opening the...
Right, we have changed the incentives in the Middle East. Right, the incentives were largely to ally with Iran and its terror proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Assad regime. And now, thanks to the military excellence of Israel, right, the incentives have completely changed in the Middle East towards a more productive alliance.
Floodgates for a way of war in which Iran is at a distinct disadvantage. I mean, their system is different than ours, of course, but just...
So I have not weighed in here with strong opinions on whether the Bibi Netanyahu-led strikes on Iran were the right thing to do, whether the Trump bombings of Iranian nuclear facilities were the right thing to do. But as of right now, we have Iranian officials saying that Iran would not attack the United States. Right now, Iran has been substantially weakened. The terror network led by Iran has been substantially weakened. On the face of it, if you're pro-American or just pro-productivity and prosperity, just pro-advanced economies, how would you not rejoice at the humiliation of Iran, which has the blood of well over 1,000 dead Americans on its hands from the number of Americans that are killed in Beirut and in Iraq and in the terror that is supported and funded and directed all over the world? How would you not rejoice at this redrawn change Middle East?
Imagine what happened to the guy in Tehran who wrote the memo, quote, "The time has come to end decades of proxy warfare and instead launch missiles and drones directly on the lesser Satan. The result has been decimation of Iran's air defense, leaving its adversaries free to attack multiple military and political sites as will, culminating in the massive attack on Iran's nuclear facilities, into which Iran has invested more than 30 years of effort." Now, this has normalized direct interstate attacks. And this was a strategic blunder by Iran of immense proportions. All this said, when the supreme leader thinks of the fate of Saddam, of Gaddafi and bin Laden, or more recently, the fate of Assad, Nasrallah.
How do you know you're living in reality? I was talking to someone who's enjoying nothing but success right now in his professional life. And he feels like he walks into a room and he is usually the smartest, most competent person in the room. And I told him, you're in reality as long as you're not getting humiliated, right? You get humiliated when you lose touch with reality, when you lose touch with your own relative importance. And given your skills, given your accomplishments, you may be seeing things absolutely accurately. You may well be the smartest, most competent person in the room in these various domains. We all have domains where we're excellent, and we have domains where we're weak, and we have domains where we're mediocre. And if you are consistently walking into domains where you're excellent, right, you're likely to thrive. And if you recognize that there are other domains where you're not going to be excellent, then you'll stay in reality. As long as you're not getting humiliated by overestimating your own importance, right, then you are accurately living in reality.
Yeah, and Sinwar.
And Iran got out of touch with reality. And it got humiliated.
And he sees himself still very much alive. As the supreme leader of the still very much alive Islamic Republic, he must have some sense of satisfaction that we, the Satans, did not destroy him, did not utterly defeat him. Now, maybe he's on borrowed time, like Saddam Hussein between 91 and 2003. Does he think of it that way? I don't know. It's clear to me that the motivation to stay alive, to fight another day, seems to have been at the heart of his very limited response to the U.S. strikes just a few days ago. So point one is interstate conflict in the Middle East with Iran.
Right, the wider world is such an incredibly complicated place with far more variables than we can possibly understand. This strike on Iran by the United States and by Bibi Netanyahu and Israel, it bewildered me, just all the possibilities and repercussions. But right now, there does seem to be some clarity.
Iran and the United States as key actors is now been normalized. Two, we now have new red lines for U.S. military action against Iran itself. One of the tensions in U.S.-Israel strategic relations for years was that it was assumed that the Israeli red line or the threshold for military action was lower than America's red line or its threshold for military action against Iran. By ordering U.S. attacks on Iran's military facilities, Trump erased that gap. We now own the policy of prevention against Iran's nuclear facilities. And this has...
So after the attack on Iran's nuclear facilities, after the support that America gave Israel in its war on Iran, after the passage of the big, beautiful bill, right? How could anyone seriously argue that Donald Trump is not an important figure, that he's not a substantial actor in the world, right? On the face of it, he looks obviously like the most important actor in the world right now. He has changed the cultural conversation. Christopher Caldwell made this point. The most important thing about Trump's executive orders is how they changed the cultural conversation. We have shifted away from a culture of DEI and affirmative action and people proudly putting their pronouns in their social media profiles, right? And there's been a profound shift away from that. We now have the University of Pennsylvania apologizing for permitting a man to compete in women's swimming, right? We have the restoration of biological reality, right? The most important war going on right now may be the war over categorizing and defining reality. And there are a few parts of reality that are more important than the biological reality that men are men and women are women, and that people's biology should translate to their quote-unquote gender, which is supposedly something that's selected by society. But there are substantial differences between men and women. There are substantial differences in gifts between the Irish and the English and the French and the Germans and the Nigerians and the Aborigines and the Kiwis and the Japanese and Chinese. Different people have different gifts, and it's become a little less taboo to admit that basic fact of reality that, say, the Iranians and the Ashkenazi Jews ruling Israel tend to have different gifts, that the Germans and the Spanish and the Greeks tend to have different gifts, that some peoples tend to be much more organized, tend to be much more likely to say, I will accept my punishment, right? The anecdotal impression that many law enforcement officers say they have of the different groups that they interact with, that Asians tend to say, I will accept my punishment, I did wrong, I will accept my punishment. And then there's another group that just, hey, you're being racist, man, and goes on the offensive when that group is caught out doing something that's wrong.
Huge implications, not least for America's presence in the region, which becomes even more important militarily than it was before these attacks. If we're serious with ourselves, the bar for action has lowered considerably. Here, what do I mean? I mean that two things can both be true at the same time. The US and Israel did do massive damage to Iran's nuclear.
And I am receiving some scathing criticism in the Kick stream right now. So I'm going out live on 6 different platforms. And here's some of the analysis that you're not important. You're right. I am not important. Shut up, propagandist. Okay, what is the propaganda that I'm pushing? My mother has a penis. My mother's dead, bro. You're talking to 0 viewers. Yes, I am not a success. No one cares about your paid for opinion, you bender. Who's paying for my opinion? So many people on the distant right think that Peter Thiel is subsidizing me. I've never had any interactions with Peter Thiel and never received any money from Peter Thiel. Your opinion means nothing, gay boy. You're a walking semen sample. You're not important, neither is your opinion. You think you're some political commentator is cute. You're just repeating other people's talking points. That's not analysis, pussy boy. Wow. Tough but fair. Tough but fair. And so people who do what I do, right, we're looking for that unique selling proposition. And the easiest way to get to it is to just surf the discourse and look for some edgy contrary opinion. The harder, more meritorious way to go is to do the work of reading books, reading academic papers, and digesting them, and then applying the insights that you get from them to the world around you.
Facilities. And should Iran choose to break out to a crude device, it could most likely do this in a very short period of time. And that's without factoring in the external wild card of North Korean, Pakistani, or other assistance. For 30 years, Iran pursued a policy of go big, go slow, go open, hiding in broad daylight, building thousands of centrifuges, amassing huge quantities of enriched uranium. Now, there's a reasonable chance it changes tack, takes advantage of the cover of obliterated facilities, and instead goes small, goes fast, and goes secret. And with
So there's been tremendous attention paid since Trump's bombing of the Iranian nuclear facilities on Iranian sleeper cells in the United States. And it makes me reflect, what's the best way to have a safe, cohesive society? One important consideration is how seriously do you take violent crime and how severely do you punish it? Right? We essentially get to choose how much violent crime we have by choosing the amount of punishment that we dole out to people who commit violent crime. So on average, right, your average person who's convicted of a violent crime felony has committed that same crime more than a dozen times before he's gotten caught. And if we just put these people away for a long time, we can substantially drive down our crime rates. Also, we can create incentives where people who work hard and follow the law are rewarded, and people who try to suck off the public teat and otherwise act in an antisocial manner are punished. And Trump's big, beautiful bill is doing this. All right, we're going to have massive funds put towards building the wall. So Trump's built over 10 miles of new wall since taking office in his second term. He now has the funds to build hundreds of miles of new wall. In his first term, he built over 50 miles of new wall and rebuilt over 30 miles of wall that was dilapidated. So he essentially created an additional 80 strong miles of border wall. And he has completely crushed illegal immigration into this country, something that was thought to be impossible. And when you look at the low numbers of illegal immigrants getting into this country since Donald Trump took office in his second term, as well as in his last year of his first term, right? Trump has accomplished the impossible. It's impossible to say that he does not matter. And by crushing illegal immigration, by deporting people who come into this country to try to better their lives, and instead you deport them to places like El Salvador or South Sudan, right? You are substantially redirecting incentives. So people no longer think, oh, I'm going to just sneak into the United States. That will enable me to have a better life. Well, Supreme Court yesterday allowed Trump to deport 8 migrants to South Sudan, right? These were not migrants who came from South Sudan. So putting the word out there that you come into this country illegally, that we might deport you to brutal conditions in El Salvador or South Sudan, may not be the most humanitarian sounding thing, but it substantially reduces incentives for people to come to this country illegally, right? Why would you come to this country illegally thinking that you're going to create for yourself a better life? And instead, you start worrying, maybe I'll be deported to South Sudan, right? Who wants to end up in South Sudan? But now the Trump administration has the authority, with the blessing of the United States Supreme Court, to send men from other parts of the world to the war-torn nation of South Sudan. Right? This is massively reducing incentives for people to come into this country illegally.
I think we have more pride and more spirit in our country right now than we've had in 50 years. And together...
So if you like the United States of America, you love the United States of America, the odds are overwhelming that you're on the right politically. But Democrats seem overall to be ambivalent about the United States of America, if not downright hostile. So Trump seems to be on a glide path right now to leading America's celebration of its 250th anniversary since the Declaration of Independence, July 4, 1776. And the people who will be most enthusiastically celebrating America will be people who are not on the left, who are not part of America's elites. Now, we need elites. It was the Israeli Air Force that had the stunning success over Iran, and it was the Israeli Air Force that was most resistant to Bibi Netanyahu's plans to rejigger the Israeli judicial system. All right, it was the Israeli Air Force that was leading the opposition to Bibi Netanyahu prior to October 7, and now it's the Israeli Air Force that has led Israel to stunning success against Hezbollah and against Iran. So you need elites. I'm not automatically anti-elite or pro-populist. I think in some areas populist are right, some areas the elite are right. And so there are plenty of areas where people who are well-educated, elite, on the left, provide valuable services. And we see that with the high functioning of the Israeli Air Force. But those people who are most nationalist, most patriotic, most willing to sacrifice for their country, they are overwhelmingly going to be on the right.
We're going to ensure that America's 250th anniversary is the single greatest year in the history of our country.
It is a very special Independence Day for President Trump as he celebrates passage of his big, beautiful bill. Welcome to a brand new hour of Fox News Live. I'm Mike Emanuel in D.C. Julie, great to be working with you.
Yeah, and happy 4th of July to all of you at home, getting ready to fire up your barbecue grills.
Wow, she used to be so hot. I mean, sadly, no longer a 9. So who feels pride in the United States of America? Who feels pride in, say, the Jewish state of Israel? It's overwhelmingly going to be people on the right, and they're also going to be the people who will be most likely to reproduce and most likely to sacrifice for their country and most likely to work together to build up and to protect their country. So I love how the big, beautiful bill just kind of resets priorities, right? So we're going to be spending less money subsidizing illegal behavior and sponging behavior. And instead, we're going to use much more money protecting the United States, deporting people who are in the country illegally. And for every one person that we deport, right, about 100 people will self-deport. So we have good reason to believe that over 1 million people in this country illegally have self-deported since Donald Trump took office in January of 2025. So the best way to have a safe community in a safe country is to create a high-trust, cohesive society. It's not through armed guards, right? If we were able to have trust in our fellow citizens, if we were able to work cohesively with each other, we would be much more alert to danger and much more likely to take steps to protect each other. Right now, in large swaths of America, we can't have nice public goods. We can't have nice things because we have all these groups that will just suck the life out of them and destroy them, right? We have segments of our society that commit an awful lot of litter, an awful lot of crime, that suck in far more public welfare spending than they contribute in tax dollars, right? There are countries like Australia and European countries that have all these wonderful public goods like socialized medicine and nice public restrooms, right, that we simply can't have in many parts of America because we have groups that destroy nice things. And so by locking up the most destructive, anti-cohesive, parasitical people who are destroying the quality of life in this country, and by removing them from this country, we are going to make substantial progress, right, to building a higher trust America, or at least reducing the destruction of social trust and social cohesion. Seymour Hersh, days before Trump bombed Iran, successfully and accurately predicted that Trump was going to bomb Iran. He called it the weekend that it was going to happen. And now he's got a post on Substack. Was it obliteration? He makes the point that the U.S. attack on Iran may not have wiped out Iran's nuclear ambitions, but it set them back years. Right? This was a substantial destruction of Iran's nuclear program. And Seymour Hersh is a man on the left. Right? He's the journalist in the 1960s who broke the story about the My Lai massacre by American armed forces in Vietnam. And he notes that the mainstream media have focused on, the American Air Force raids in Iran, June 22nd. They didn't accomplish much. They didn't really accomplish their primary goal, total destruction of Iran's nuclear weapons capacity. So this either or, either it's total destruction or it's nothing, is not a sophisticated way of understanding reality, right? The more sophisticated your analysis of the outside world and of your inside world, right, the more effective you're going to be in life. So we have our elite media overwhelmingly jumping on the bandwagon that this American bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities did not accomplish much. But Seymour Hersh's sources say this was an incredible success. And whatever centrifuges that may have survived this bunker buster attack, they're not going to be able to enrich more uranium because the Isfahan facility will not allow it. So no enrichment, no Iranian bomb. The American Air Force got everything on the hit list. The Israeli Air Force got everything on its hit list. Right? Even if Iran rebuilds some centrifuges, it will still need Isfahan to refine the uranium. There is no conversion capability without it. So why not tell the public about the success of the raid and the fact that Iran no longer has a potential nuclear weapon? Right? The people in charge know this. But many people who are leaking about this raid, telling the public that hates Donald Trump what they think it wants to hear. these strikes on Iran's nuclear program will set the program back years. But for those who are just addicted to hating Donald Trump, all right, they are just going to focus on those parts of the evidence that minimize how substantial these strikes have been. So Israel is a much stronger force in the Middle East. Bibi Netanyahu is a much stronger figure in the Middle East. The Israeli Air Force shown its formidable powers. And the U.S. mission, it's Seymour Hersh, has been overwhelmingly successful.
With just small amounts, very quickly you could turn that into weaponized level of enriched uranium. This was an important issue before Israel attacked. Now it's an urgent issue. It's important that the Trump administration appreciate this. And lastly, in terms of sort of big picture implications, we're in a new era of U.S.-Israel cooperation, the outcome of which is still uncertain. I mean, we long ago passed the moment when America provided Israel with the means to defend itself by itself. That age was gone years ago. The impressive coalition that was formed last year under CENTCOM's leadership that countered Iran's missile and drone attacks only confirmed the new reality that was years in the making. But the rules stood firm that Israel's offensive actions were done by itself, for itself. That has now changed too. And then it was followed by one of the most bizarre tirades of an American president in modern history, lumping our ally and our adversary in the same expletive-filled breath. What are the new ground rules for this new era of U.S.-Israel military and strategic cooperation?
So Iran has shown itself to be a paper tiger. And when your regime is crumbling, right, it's much more likely that people in charge will turn on each other. And here's a reporter from the Times of London.
We're hearing inside reports of IRGC members turning on each other and accusing each other of being the mole. They have enacted executions. They have sent people to the Elvin prison.
Gabrielle Weiniger is the Times' Israel correspondent and is with me now. Gabrielle, I thought we'd discuss come after, of course, Israel, the US and Iran were engaged in attacks against each other over the last few weeks. You published an exclusive story about the extent of Israel's spying network in Iran and about how that enabled the strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. What was it that you discovered?
So I was shown documents that were shown to the US and the UK intelligence communities to kind of show what Israel knew and what they were targeting. And, you know, there's been a lot of talk about Fordo and America's B-2 bombers and the destruction or the level of destruction on Fordo. But what the documents showed was that the network and the nuclear and ballistic missile ecosystem of Iran was much, much, much more widespread across the country. And what we found out was that Israel has had boots on the ground and visited every single nuclear and ballistic missile site and factory and workshop over the period since around 2010. So the Iranian nuclear threat kind of emerged in the early 2000s. So Israel has been on the ground for a very long time, researching this, infiltrating this. Of course, this is the Mossad, but it's also other Israeli army intelligence arms who have been recruiting Iranian spies from within different organizations. They've been sending Israelis in, and there's been talk about the Jewish community in Iran and how involved some of those people might be in the spying network. And we also found out, and this is probably no surprise because Donald Trump also said it, that Israelis, or the Mossad, let's say, went into Fordo after the strikes to assess the damage. So they are still very much on the ground. They're still very much monitoring what's going on and paying very close attention to what Iran's next move is in terms of their nuclear and their ballistic threat, which, you know, the ballistic threat isn't really spoken about as much, but that is a huge problem for Israel. And we saw the damage that the Iranian missiles and the hypersonic missiles can do. Just one missile penetrating Israel's quite iron-tight defense system can cause a huge amount of damage, death, and destruction. So Israel is also has been and will continue to keep an eye on what they're planning to do and how they're planning to expand, if at all, those operations.
So there was a question in the chat: how much are the Zionists paying me? The Zionists don't have to pay me anything, and I don't think they do pay me. I'm a convert to Orthodox Judaism, my friend. I am a convert to Zionism. I am a nationalist, so I'm all about America first. But I want Israel to put Israel first. I want Australia to put Australia first. I want the Japanese to put Japan first. So you don't need to subsidize me to be in favor of nationalism, and Zionism is simply Jewish nationalism.
But what you've described there is a rather remarkable operation in its scope in terms of the espionage involved. And you say these spies provided invaluable information about the Natanz nuclear facility, for example, which was then hit by Israeli and US strikes. So what kind of information was provided about that site by the spies?
Give me 1 second, I'm just going to pull it up. Okay, so what we saw from Natanz is the overlying network that's overground, and then of course the underground buildings. So they targeted every single component that makes up how to enrich uranium. For example, they targeted the piping, the feeding, the solidification of uranium. The entire electrical grid was shut down, an R&D building, the transformer station, and crucially the generator structure which backs up the electric grid. So once those centrifuges stop spinning, they won't be able to enrich uranium anymore. And they also have to keep it very cool. Iran's very hot. It's underground, very, very deep underground, say 92 meters deep beneath this mountain. They also hit these ventilation and cooling ducts. So they kind of infiltrated, attacked, and destroyed all of these facilities in order to wreak widespread destruction on any ability for Iran to test nuclear weapons, to enrich materials and chemicals, and basically to set back their nuclear program as much as possible.
So that was almost like the attack that happened, but that was, you're, I guess, saying, and the documents are saying that was made possible by the information about that site and about the other sites that was gleaned and gathered by the operation of spies over the years.
That's right. So all of those components I just mentioned were things that Israel researched and mapped out through satellite images and through boots on the ground, which is really the crucial part there, to inform of how they're making these things, how they're making their products, what components they're using, where certain things are made. For example, the fiberglass that you need to manufacture a drone, where are those made? They're made in civilian factories. So Israeli spies would infiltrate those factories, or at least visit them to find out where they are, getting exact coordinates. That's another document that we saw. We saw a list of, I think it was 7 different nuclear sites and dozens of civilian and military ballistic missile sites that showed where.
So I think there are very strong arguments against what Donald Trump did in bombing the Iranian nuclear program. I think there are very strong arguments against what Bibi Netanyahu did in bombing Iran. But the idea that on the face of it, this was not a massive victory for Israel in the 12-day war, just seems to be a denial of reality. That Iran's most capable leaders have, by and large, been assassinated. And it has no air defenses, that Israeli planes could circle over Iran and just bomb away at will, right? This would be a situation where your hatred of the Jewish state just completely blinds you to reality. So Hamas achieved a stunning success from its point of view on October 7. After that, Israel steadily assassinated its way through Hamas's top leadership. But to deny the profound rejiggering of the Middle East balance of power that's occurred since this Israeli 12-day war on Iran seems to be out of touch with reality. Israel completely failed in Iran. Well, no one else seems to be making that case very successfully. The pro-Israel side strikes me over the past few months to be much more articulate than the anti-Israel side right now. And it hasn't always been that way. But when you listen to the Douglas McGregors and and Tucker Carlson's analysis of how if the United States bombs Iran, it's going to cost thousands of American lives, it doesn't seem to be nearly as coherent or as ideologically effective as what the pro-Israel side is putting out. And I'm thinking about people like Yoram Hazony, who wrote a powerful and widely respected book on nationalism that came out in 2018. He lives in Israel, and many of the most influential thinkers now in the Israeli right
The Iran
Israeli.
strikes and the Trump doctrine. Donald Trump isn't a neocon or an isolationist, he's a nationalist. By Yoram Hazony. On June 21st, the U.S. launched a meticulously planned strike on Iran's nuclear weapons program. Ahead of the attack,
So Yoram Hazony is an Israeli. He's Israel first, but he's also spent a substantial portion of his life in America. And much of the pro-Israel Zionist crowd in the commentariat have become much more sophisticated in their talking points, and they make the argument that America needs to be America first, and they point out the obvious fact that America and Israel have some different interests. They have some interests in common, but they also have some differing interests. And so their analysis and their point of view just seems much more coherent and believable because they recognize the reality of different states with different interests.
Skeptics warned that by bombing Iran, President Donald Trump would be starting another forever war. But a ceasefire followed less than 48 hours later.
So I didn't have strong opinions on whether or not the American strike on Iran was a good idea, but I did have a very strong opinion that the prism through which most of the isolationists or anti-Iran bombing talking heads were using, that this will get us into another forever war, seemed to me quite limited. That the American invasion of 2003 of Iraq and America's occupation of Afghanistan and Iraq, all right, that this was the prism through which to understand the possible American bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities seemed to be incredibly limited. It's this human tendency to always try to fight the current war through the prism of the last war. And it's not necessarily the most accurate prism, right? There may be far more accurate ways to look at it. Perhaps is more similar to the Israeli strike on Iraq's nuclear reactor in 1981 that was successful, and Israel's strike on the Syrian nuclear reactor in 2007 that was similarly successful.
The United States reportedly used some 75 munitions on targets in Iran before declaring the country's nuclear weapons program devastated and the central aim of the campaign against Iran achieved. Both before and after the strike, the public debate over President Trump's decision has been largely conducted as though he had to choose between two competing foreign policy frameworks.
Right, he's exactly right. The Tucker Carlson don't bomb Iran crowd was looking at this bombing as inextricably tied to a forever war. And that's certainly not the only possibility, right? Iranian officials are already saying that Iran has no plans right now to strike the United States.
A liberal internationalist, or neoconservative towards policy, whose advocates press the administration to overthrow authoritarian regimes.
So the main problem with the liberal internationalist foreign policy is it looks at people primarily as individuals, while people are much more profoundly understood as members of tribes, of extended families, of nations. All right, we inherit our hero system, our worldview, our notion of what's right and wrong and meaningful and heroic from our community. And it takes many years to look after children and to protect children and to guide children, right? People don't just pop out of the room and start looking after themselves. And so Hillary Clinton was right. It takes a village. And so the main problem with classical liberalism and the liberal internationalist worldview is that its unit for analysis is the individual. And we're not primarily individuals. Almost everything we think comes from other people. We don't develop ideas all on our own. To the extent that we develop new and innovative ways of thinking, we develop them through interacting with others.
Regimes and rebuild them as liberal democracies. And an isolationist or pacifist policy, which assumes the U.S. has few genuine interests in Europe, the Middle East, or South Asia, and that the right thing to do is almost always to stay out of it.
We may be on the verge of a stunning peace in the Middle East, and usually the Middle East is a site of broken dreams, but if there can be some kind of massive realignment where Israel achieves a peace deal with Lebanon, with Syria, with more of the Sunni states, where the Sunni states such as Egypt and Saudi Arabia take over responsibility for policing Gaza, where Hamas puts down their arms and Hamas leaders leave the area. Wow, that might be absolutely incredible.
The trouble is that neither President Trump nor key figures in his administration, such as Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, or Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, seem inclined to accept the simplistic neocons versus isolationists binary that the media has been trying to impose on them. Republican voters are not sold on it.
So your spouse may not be the greatest woman or greatest man in the world, but you have so many advantages if you think of your spouse that way, right? If you look at your spouse through rose-colored glasses, that seems to be one of the characteristics of successful marriages. And there are many advantages to looking at your country through rose-colored glasses, right? A country is going to be stronger, more cohesive, and more trusting if its members, if its citizens have a positive perspective. And overwhelmingly, those people who love America are on the right. And those people who have negative feelings about America seem to be overwhelmingly on the left.
Either. As the Iran strikes demonstrate, President Trump is guided by an entirely different strategic vision, a nationalist foreign policy that neither the liberal mainstream media nor the alternative media on the right seem very interested in discussing. Perhaps the Iran strike has finally gotten their attention, and a more serious...
Okay, looking at the chat, Bob says, I'm sitting alone in an Indian restaurant, drinking beer and celebrating making progress in the separation from my ex. This is how winning feels like. So such a huge difference between solitude and feeling lonely, right? You can be with other people and feel lonely. So there's certainly a place for solitude. Different people need different levels of solitude. And creating a life together with someone and then splitting is incredibly painful and traumatic. So this is a safe place, Bob, for you to share your feelings. I remember the various women that were beautiful and charming and had so much going for them, but very quickly I noticed there were millstones around my neck. And after the elation and the honeymoon stage wears off, right, you realize that the other person is a burden to you. And there's one way that I can quickly ascertain whether a woman is going to be a millstone around my neck. That is, if she is inferior at reading social cues compared to me, then she's definitely going to be a millstone around my neck. Right? I talk a lot about the themes of social trust and social cohesion and dignity and humiliation because so much of my life has felt disconnected, lonely, and just bouncing from humiliation to humiliation.
Serious conversation about U.S. foreign policy will now be possible. In recent years, Trump-friendly writers and foreign policy thinkers have been working to describe and articulate what they understand to be a third distinct theory of foreign policy. Michael Anton, now director of the State Department's policy planning staff, named it the Trump Doctrine in an essay in Foreign Policy in 2019.
So Michael Anton is a big fan of Steve Sailer, right? Has great respect for the work of Steve Sailer. And I have great respect for Steve Sailer in that he does not surf the discourse, right? He usually only weighs in with a tweet or a blog post when he has something important to say. And so he's not surfing the discourse with the latest hot button Trump-related news on his blog. All right, if you want daily commentary on the news, right, there aren't many people who can do that with a value add. But the two closest persons that I think of who provide near daily commentary on the news right now who add value are Matthew Continetti, who's a National Review style conservative, but quite fair to dissident thinkers. And then Batya Ungasagon, who's on the left, but a MAGA supporter from the left with a PhD in English literature from Buckley. So those are two near daily commentators on the news who I find consistently add value. And then also, if you can wait a few days or a few weeks for some thoughtful commentary, my other favorite pundit and intellectual is Christopher Caldwell.
Elbridge Colby, now the Undersecretary of Defense.
So I've been following Elbridge Colby closely for years. John Mearsheimer recommended his book on Taiwan, and it was quite a thoughtful, challenging, not an easy read analysis of Taiwan. And he made this obvious point now that if Taiwan is not sufficiently dedicated to their own defense, why should the United States go out of its way to defend Taiwan? But if Taiwan is willing to invest more in its own defense, then there are some strong strategic reasons why the United States would want to defend Taiwan. And Colby is also a strong supporter of keeping America's eye on the ball, that the part of the world with the most importance for American strategic interests is Northeast Asia, that our greatest geostrategic rival is China. And it's Bridge Colby who tried to halt the movement of a lot of America's military deployment to the Middle East to support Israel. He's tried to halt the sending of many weapons to Ukraine because Colby, and he's absolutely correct here, sees China as our greatest rival, and the presence of the United States in Northeast Asia and protecting Taiwan, if Taiwan's willing to do the dirty work, is Bridge Colby. He says, look, we can't be everywhere. We can't just dissipate our assets everywhere, right? We have to have our priorities in order.
Where they were doing, where they were making all of these things. And that was really interesting to see the exact places and how widespread and how far-reaching and how, Iran's a huge country, like how dotted around all of these different factories and places were as they try and develop their program.
And I suppose after these attacks, it must be clear to Iran, if they didn't already know, the extent of the Israeli espionage operation in their country, which I'm guessing was always something that produced some degree of paranoia, but now must be colossal.
We're hearing inside reports of IRGC members turning on each other and accusing each other of being the mole. They have enacted executions. They have sent people to the Elvin prison where opposition activists are held and which Israel bombed. They have a huge amount of paranoia. Dozens and dozens, if not hundreds of arrests have been made, accusations wildly thrown about as they try and hunt down.
When you suffer defeat, when you get humiliated, it damages your morale and it diminishes your sense of strength and it diminishes your enthusiasm and it shifts you out of an attitude of gratitude. And the attitude of gratitude is usually the most effective way to go through life. So we may well have a spiraling out of control in Iran.
The Israeli spies. And yes, they have always been paranoid about it. But after seeing not just what we revealed in our documents, but also Israel's opening gambit on the first day of the war, which saw nuclear scientists targeted in their beds, senior IRGC officials meeting and being killed, all together, the launch of a until now unknown drone factory, which Israelis managed to smuggle in drones in order to launch them from within Iranian territory to attack Iranian sites. That is a huge level of infiltration from the ground to the top. And I think Iran's going to have quite a lot of trouble to kind of root that out.
And as you say, it paints a picture of an espionage operation that is going right to the top, to the Iran Revolutionary Guard, but is also kind of horizontally, if you will, geographically spread. It's astonishing. And these documents, what exact form were these documents in? And what was it, a report? What was it, papers of another form? What was it?
There was some Hebrew intelligence. It was faxed or let's call it faxed. It was sent to different intelligence sources in the US and the UK. And that was shared with me via a messaging app, which is used for journalists to communicate in an encrypted platform.
And Yoram Hazony has contributed a thoughtful essay here June 30th in the Free Press. So over 1 million subscribers, including myself, to the Free Press. Barry Weiss has been incredibly innovative and effective at creating this new platform.
For Policy, published his influential book on the subject, The Strategy of Denial, in 2021. David Goldman, now senior advisor on the State Department's policy.
Right, that's Elbridge Colby's book, The Strategy of Denial. And it's not isolationist and it's not liberal internationalist. It's much more realist. And it's about the most effective and efficient deployment of U.S. resources overseas in the furtherance of American interests. Now, I'm a little more pro-alliances than Donald Trump and MAGA. One way that the United States is much more powerful than China or Russia or Iran is that it has this whole series of alliances all around the world, right? Russia, China, Iran have very few allies, and Russia essentially did nothing to support Iran when Iran was being humiliated by Israel.
Planning staff likewise contributed a crucial book on countering China, You Will Be Assimilated, China's Plan to Sino-Form the World, in 2020. My own 2018 book, The Virtue of Nationalism, also addresses the question of what a nationalist foreign policy looks like. So, what is the Trump doctrine?
So I think the Trump doctrine is make America first, and sometimes that means negotiation, Sometimes that means conciliation. Sometimes that means retreat. So Trump is often mocked for chickening out, for backing down. But chickening out and backing down in the face of a reality that will humiliate and destroy you if you don't change course, to me, seems an excellent way to go. Right? Trump seems to listen to a very wide variety of people, and he is quite nimble on his feet, right? He moves at the speed of Trump, and there are weaknesses in his lack of thoughtful progression in his policies, but retreating in the face of the onrushing train of reality that is going to crush you if you don't change strikes me as a good thing.
As described by Anton and others of this school, it starts with a recognition that the post-Cold War liberal internationalist project had been a resounding failure. That policy, with its promise of a U.S.-led liberal empire backed by NATO, the EU, and other supranational institutions, has delivered neither peace nor stability. Instead, it produced a long series of reckless interventions in Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, and other countries that cost millions of lives and trillions of dollars, eroding the moral confidence of Western nations and leaving their international position far weaker than when they embarked on these actions. In place of liberal internationalist principles, the Trump doctrine is founded on the following premises. 1. Resources really are scarce. The heart of the nationalist critique of liberal internationalist foreign policy is that it implicitly assumed unlimited resources. Foreign wars and
Okay, let's check on my sound quality now. Has the sound quality improved?
externally induced regime change operations were pursued as though America could be everywhere. But in reality, America's ability to deploy troops and manufacture munitions, to fund foreign wars, and to devote presidential attention to.
And the chat says my mic has to go. Nothing wrong with my mic. It's an excellent $400 mic, but sometimes you have to plug and unplug. Right? I find that at least half of my sound problems, computer problems, go away when I simply plug and unplug.
To winning and ending them is severely limited. Given those limits, why should America accept primary responsibility for the security of regions more than wealthy enough to provide for their own defense? America's ability to deploy troops and manufacture munitions.
Okay, the chat says that my audio volume is consistently low. And one reason for that is that I start out with more energy and enthusiasm, and I see myself peaking, so I dial back my audio volume. But then it's very hard to maintain that same level of enthusiasm and projection as the show goes along. And so my voice projection steadily drops as I tire. And so that's when I need to up my volume control. Good points.
To fund foreign wars and to devote presidential attention to winning and ending them is severely limited. 2. China must be the focus of U.S. foreign policy. Nationalist writers have consistently been troubled by the liberal internationalists' willingness to regard almost every region of the world as strategically significant and every war as strategically necessary. The principal consequence of this.
Yeah, bro, you should be criticizing my mic when you simply mean to tell me that I need to up the volume, right? It's not the mic, it's the operator. Now, this is Yoram Hazony, right? Big Zionist, but he is recognizing that America and Israel have sometimes contrary interests and that America should put its own interests first ahead of Israel's.
This flattened understanding of foreign affairs is that for most of the last 35 years, the United States was preoccupied and distracted while America's great adversary, Communist China, was permitted to grow economically and militarily.
So I notice there's a talking point in the chat and in the world that Palestine will be free. And it's probably the strongest inchoate yearning by men is for freedom. But usually we're much happier when we're bound by obligations. So the greatest obstacle for the Palestinians is not the Jews, right? It's their own lack of human capital, their own lack of cohesion, their own inability so far to contribute to the world, right? When people without a strong opinion on the Arab-Israeli, Palestinian-Jew conflict, right, think about the Palestinians, and they try to conjure out, well, what do the Palestinians contribute to the world? The most likely answer is going to be terror, right? That is what the Palestinians are known for building. And I don't think that's inherent to Palestinians. I don't think Palestinians are inherently bad people, but they have responded to the situation that they are in by making their most newsworthy actions to be the promotion of terror. And so they led the way in hijacking, in terror attacks, and as long as your people are primarily known for the production of terror, you're not providing much incentive for people in a neutral political position around the world to support you, because what the heck is in it for them if your biggest export is terror?
To the point that it now poses a genuine and unprecedented threat to the United States. America must recalibrate foreign and domestic policies to address its Chinese rival or find itself overtaken. 3. Real allies must be regional powers, not protectorates. America has permitted and even encouraged its Cold War allies in Europe to dismantle their armed forces, military industries, and cultures of patriotism and military service. As a result, these allies became helpless protectorates and dependencies.
Right, so contrast the weak, dependent, low investment in military attitude of most of the European states with Israel, which, being a small, vulnerable country, has to take reality quite seriously and has strongly invested in its military and has fought back to protect itself. And by contrast, Europe just seems so puny and weak.
The United States must reverse this trend, helping build up regional powers that are capable of...
Right. Donald Trump has done more than any American president to encourage the European nations to start investing in their military, start building up their forces, to start looking out for their own interests. It does not appear that membership in NATO is any more aligned with American interests. And so if the Europeans don't start investing much more in their own defense, why should the United States keep subsidizing them?
Taking primary responsibility for their own security and that of their regions. In so doing, they would advance America's interests, but at a drastically lower cost to the United States. The Trump Doctrine is not, in other words, a compromise between the principled positions of the liberal...
And the most thoughtful commentator on the Trump Doctrine, if it's not Yoram Hazony, it's probably Christopher Caldwell. And this is a speech he gave about 2 months ago.
So let's talk about J.D. Vance. During the presidential campaign, Vance was really hugely important in the way that vice presidential candidates.
So many of my friends on the right have contempt for Donald Trump, but they are huge J.D. Vance fans. So I am excited about the future prospects of J.D. Vance.
Dates are not always. I think that his debate with Tim Walz was actually one of the turning points of the campaign. Traditionally, Americans expect their...
You know who has excellent audio on his podcast? Tucker Carlson, right? His audio quality is amazing.
Their presidential candidates to be able to sort of like lay out complex programs in a systematic way, in a kind of logical way.
So you learn so much from someone's tone of voice. And I'm in many 12-step programs. They've been a big part of my life for 14 years. And I feel like I can get a good read on somebody's level of recovery just from their voice, right? You hear defeat, frustration, anger, humiliation, at odds with reality in people's voice, or you can hear a certain sense of calm and clarity and a sense that someone has come to terms with reality and with their own role in their own problems just through the quality of their voice. There is a different way of speaking on the right and the left, right? There is the NPR tone of voice, right? There is the disembodied, pretending to be disinterested, left-wing Enlightenment perspective on life, that we all have the capability of deciding in our own heads what is right and wrong, what is the strategic thing to do, the buffered, enlightened, secular, left-wing humanist perspective on life, right? It typically expresses itself in an NPR, BBC style of speaking, while the populist tone of voice is what you hear on right-wing talk radio. It is much more excited, it's much more emotional. It does not revere reason nearly as much as the left-wing Enlightenment perspective. So the traditional, the right-wing, the religious, the nationalist identity recognizes or believes in a porous identity, that we're profoundly affected by other people and by what's going on around us. Therefore, our greatest threats are contamination by outsiders, contamination in general, lack of order, and tends to have much more skepticism about strangers, and believes that right and wrong, that standards exist outside of ourselves, and that the proper use of our intellect is to enable us to conform ourselves to standards that exist outside of us. So that's the traditional, the right wing, the religious, the nationalist, the tribalist perspective on life, which is quite different from the buffered Enlightenment, rationalist, left-wing approach, which you hear expressed in the NPR voice. Christopher Caldwell is quite interesting in that he usually employs the NPR voice, and he speaks to the NPR buffered identity in ways that it can understand. So he gets to publish in the New York Times, in the New Republic, and various left-wing outlets, while his own perspective, I think, would best be identified with the paleoconservative. So I'm not a big booster of any particular right-wing partisan identity. I identify as a member of the right in that I am highly skeptical about human nature. I don't believe that the individual is the building block of analysis for society. I believe it's the extended family, the tribe, the community, and the nation. I believe that right and wrong exist outside of ourselves. I believe in external standards to ourselves that we should revere as objective and strive towards them. But over the past few months, I've been recognizing that on almost every salient political issue for the last 60 years, the paleoconservatives have been right. So right now, if I had to identify with one partisan right-wing strain of thought, it would have to be paleoconservative.
And under ordinary circumstances, if a president can't do that, it's very hard to pick the right person for president. And this was a different kind of election, but Vance was really the only person in this election on either ticket who had that ability to, that sort of steel trap type sort of explanatory mind. So it's been interesting to see how the Trump administration has chosen to deploy that mind. And the very first assignment they gave him was to go to the Munich Security Conference in Europe, sit down with a bunch of leaders who thought of themselves as our old friends and people who could pretty much sort of like talk in an easygoing way with us, and read them the Riot Act. And
so elites in Europe and elites in the United Kingdom just so breathtakingly assured that they are so much wiser than Americans. Right? They have a great deal of contempt for Americans.
And he sure did. And you probably...
And they have contempt for American freedom of speech. American elites have contempt for American freedom of speech. American elites want far more restrictions on speech. European elites want far more restrictions on speech. Right? Ordinary Americans, right, quite like freedom of speech.
Remember it. Vance said, and I'll quote here, he said, "The threat that I worry the most about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it's the retreat of Europe from some of its most fundamental values." And specifically, he said that Europe had become hostile to free speech.
One of the things I detest about NPR interviewers like Terry Gross and most mainstream media interviewers, is they're always injecting their opinion and usually a left-wing framing for their questions, which are more statements than questions. As soon as you inject a certain moral framing, as soon as you start provoking your guest, right? As soon as you start trying to impose your morality on your guest, people will tend to clam up and become defensive, and you reduce the ability of them speaking freely. So I noticed that a lot of elite journalists have criticized my interviews of people in the dissident right for not challenging them. But by challenging them, they mean framing things through their particular left-wing moralistic perspective and putting people on the dissident right in a defensive crouch, which just shuts down their ability to speak freely.
He said it was hostile to free speech because it was hostile to democracy. And he said that you could measure its hostility to democracy by the fact that for 50 years, European voters had been clamoring for less immigration and had kept getting more. Now,
so what is populism? Right. One definition is that it is rejection of automatic elite rule. Now, even populists, when they get sick, want the best doctor. Populists do not want the most popular person to fly an airplane or to do air traffic control, right? They want excellence in those areas. So populists are not anti-elite in everything, right? Conservatives and talk radio listeners and conspiracy theorists still recognize that there are certain areas of life where they want excellence, but they recognize that there are elites and they have respect for those elites. But having respect for a great doctor, a great accountant, a great lawyer, on a practical level, is very different from ceding control of much of the political to elites who put themselves out there as disinterested.
Now, you know, Europeans are not used to being talked to this way. And Vance tried to soften it by saying, you know, we do have similar problems in the United States, but they were still taken aback. Now, the question that our Hillsdale hosts have invited me to answer today is whether, you know, whether J.D. Vance is right. Okay, and this is partly a simple question, and partly it partly hints at a much more complicated development. But let's deal with the simple part first. Is Europe undemocratic? Well, as Vance says, it is a lot like our situation. Europe is split between populists who tend to oppose immigration, to be upset about deindustrialization, and elitists who tend to believe that the judiciary and the bureaucracy, the regulatory state, should have a larger role in running society. An example is the main anti-immigration party in Germany right now is the Alternative for Germany. They've risen to become the country's second largest party. You have a social democratic party there that's one of the oldest parties in the West. It's been one of the top two parties in Germany since the middle of the 19th century, and the Alternative for Germany has blown the doors off them. They are now the party of the German working class. Government authorities accuse the AfD of extremism, and they've threatened them with a ban. They were barred from the Munich Security Conference, and
So what makes an extremist, right? One thing that makes an extremist, someone who does not accept elite rule and does not make peace with elites reducing freedom of speech and does not accept the growing elite movement towards reducing the realm of the political so that elites are given the power to decide questions such as immigration and freedom of speech and who's going to wield the power, right? So in Israel, there is a major struggle because the Israeli judicial system wants to rule much of Israeli political life. And when judges rule, that means the people are not ruling, right? The parliament is probably the clearest expression of the popular will as shown through elections, but the Israeli judicial system, along with much of the American judicial system, does not want the people to decide a whole range of questions, right? Instead, they want their own judges, their own elites to rule. Charles Lipson is a retired political science professor. He writes a regular column, and he's got a short one here on the major global impacts from Israel's short, decisive war against Iran. Just ran 12 days. Israel dominated a country 10 times its size in population, and 20 times its size in area. Donald Trump dropped 14 bombs, humiliated Iran, and deterred a Chinese attack on Taiwan. Right? So will the Ayatollah regime survive its defeat and humiliation? Right? Even a totalitarian regime in Iran cannot hide from reality. It cannot hide its own troubles in opportunity costs. Right? It has lost trillions of dollars in building up its nuclear program that is now in shambles. Right? The regime has been humiliated. Right? The Iranians know how much this Ayatollah regime has cost them. Israelis were able to strike Iranian targets at will. Israel chose not to take out Iran's military leadership, but it could anytime it wants. It could take out Iran's religious leadership. Right? Can this totalitarian regime stay in power? All right, Iran's grand strategy to smother Israel and to kick the United States out of the Middle East, like its military infrastructure, lies in very expensive ruins. Now, Trump stopped Israel before it could finish two tasks. Right? The IDF wanted to destroy the remainder of Iran's stockpile of missiles and launchers. So Iran still has some significant weapons to threaten Israel and the Gulf states. And Israel was tempted to dismantle the regime's formidable apparatus of internal repression and diminish Iran's internal security forces. Now, even if the mullahs do survive in power in Iran, their humiliation will have far-reaching effects throughout the Persian Gulf and the world. Right? You will have less incentive for nuclear proliferation. Right? The Saudis will not need to rush to their own nuclear weapons. Egypt will not need to rush to its own nuclear weapons. Israel is saved for now from the looming threat of a second Holocaust. Israel is stronger. America is stronger. The Sunni states are stronger. Tehran's hegemonic ambitions are crushed. And we may have these wide-ranging peace deals. Bad news for China. Right? China was allied with Iran. Russia was allied with Iran. So Trump demonstrating willingness to use military force, it reinforces American deterrence in Taiwan. So that makes Beijing's goal of seizing Taiwan much riskier. Right? This has probably put off a Chinese attack on Taiwan due to the demonstrated power of American deterrence. And Russia keeps losing its Middle Eastern allies, such as Syria and now Iran. So Vladimir Putin's entire Middle East project appears to lie in ruins.
For that reason, Vance went out and met them. And he was much criticized for that. And actually, there are reasons that you could criticize him for that. A politician on a state visit is a guest of the government, not of the opposition. And so the protocol is questionable. Still, it's a troubling sign when a party's rise leads not to the prospect.
So usually following the protocol is the best way to go. You want airline pilots to follow protocols. You want your surgeon to follow protocols, right? Usually people perform more effectively and efficiently and make fewer mistakes when they follow protocols rather than when they just innovate and try to do their own thing. Sometimes, however, right, it's better to innovate.
Of its taking office, but to the prospect of its being banned from public life. And there's been a lot of that going around lately. You know, the candidates who get this treatment tend to have a common anti-establishment profile. There is, of course, our president with his 34 felonies. There is Marine Le Pen, who only about 3 weeks ago, this is in France, she's the lead.
All right, what would a war look like over Taiwan?
The help of a team of think tank experts, we look into the future to see what might happen if the Chinese attacked their island neighbor. This is the battle where the world's two biggest superpowers clash, sparking an intense and bloody conflict that many fear would trigger a third world war if it ever happened in real life. We're going to get to the battle in just a moment, but first, let's take a look at why China would want to attack Taiwan in the first place. This is the Indo-Pacific. China is here, Japan is here, and just 100 nautical miles off the Chinese coast is Taiwan. It is located in the middle of a string of islands known collectively as the First Island Chain. The chain runs from Vietnam and Malaysia in the south all the way up past the Philippines to Japan in the north. The first island chain separates China from the wider Pacific and gives great geopolitical power to whomever controls it. That's because incredibly valuable trading routes run through these waters. By some estimates, they carry $7 trillion worth of goods every year. That includes 40% of the world's oil and almost 80% of China's own.
All right, this is a thoughtful 30-minute video that I'll link in this video description about what a war over Taiwan would look like.
Leader of the National Rally Party. Only 3 weeks ago, she was banned from the upcoming presidential election, in which she is the front runner in a financial scandal in which there is no allegation that anyone enriched himself. It's a financial scandal that took place between 2004 and 2016, during most of which time she wasn't even the head of the party. And it has to do with an irregularity in the method they used for paying interns in the European Parliament. For that, she's going to be banned. But I would say that at the time Vance arrived in Europe, there was a new and even more troubling case of this electoral interference of the sort that Vance would call backsliding on democracy. And that was last November. Romania held an election. Now in Romania, Romania is one of, more than any other Eastern European country, Romania is a place where the same...
So they called off the Iranian election a few months ago because it looked like the populists were going to win. And then they sufficiently funded the opposition to populism so that the mainstream elites were able to squeak through with a victory. But much of this elite talk about preserving democracy means reversing majority rule, denying majority rule, and even putting off elections. So I just added a subscription to The Spectator so I could read this Christopher Caldwell column, why everyone is talking about Bill Belichick. Right? Jordan Hudson's relationship with a 5 decades older boyfriend would be of no interest to the public were the boyfriend not a genius. Man, just as I'm pulling up the article, where's my subscription, bro? I signed in. Oh, trying to do a high quality show. Bloody hell! Now they want me to log in again.
Political establishment has remained in power since the Cold War, and the people are very impatient with it now. And there was a populist candidate named Calin Georgescu who started attacking this elite, both parties, both the center-right and the center-left part of it. He started questioning Romania's support for the war in Ukraine, and he started producing very exciting TikTok videos. And we laugh, but that's politics today. In the first round, not only did he win, but the 2 main establishment parties were eliminated altogether. And so it was clear that the establishment was done, no matter who won, but it looked like Georgia.
So Bill Belichick with the New England Patriots won 6 Super Bowls with Tom Brady as his quarterback, and he recently published a book, The Art of Winning. So I usually leave an audiobook running all night, and it's usually something that is congenial, but not too challenging, not too exciting. So as I move in and out of sleep, right, I get something that distracts me from thinking about myself. Right, my mind is a dangerous neighborhood that I don't want to enter alone. And so one of the books that I've been listening to over the past couple of weeks is The Score Takes Care of Itself. And this is a book by Bill Walsh, who won 3 Super Bowls. And he talks about his own philosophy of management. And I used to cover the San Francisco 49ers and Bill Walsh for 3 seasons between 1985 and 1988 when I was working for K-High Cahill Radio in the Auburn, Sacramento area. And now Bill Belichick's out with the book, The Art of Winning. And so for Bill Belichick, the core of excellence is process, is protocols, because process and protocols help you minimize mistakes, right? And so his teams tend to have fewer turnovers, tend to fumble less, tend to give up fewer interceptions, tend to be about the least penalized, and about the most white teams in the NFL. So all sorts of white players that not taken seriously by other teams right, Bill Belichick brings on because he sees them as being good team players, willing to sacrifice and consistent, and less liable to just freelance and make stupid mistakes. So why are Bill Belichick's players so seldomly self-destructive? And you can't address their lapses during games, but you can humiliate people during practice, and you can condition people during practice, and you can use collective punishment, right? And you can scream and yell and penalize people who make dumb mistakes during practice. And we need a more cohesive, collective society. Remember 40 years ago, older people had much less inhibition about disciplining other people's kids. And this produced a more coherent, more trusting, more successful society. So Bill Belichick's success has less to do with inspiration, much more to do with installing protocols, procedures, and strategies. Well, even less than strategy than management, right? He was not a big giver of pep talks. He was a big giver of installing good habits that can be carried into any situation, right? He was all about process and protocols, right? Getting to the big moment is the process that is most likely to win the day, right? The score takes care of itself if you follow the protocol, follow the process. So that's why practice is highly consequential, right? The most effective bosses, right, take note and create incentives for people to stay on top of what they're doing and reduce stupid mistakes and provide rewards for people who commit to a process and to a protocol. Belichick would order his players to stay off Snapface. That was his name for every social media network. And so Bill Belichick's athletes were much less likely to be mesmerized and distracted by social media and to say stupid things that would reduce morale within the organization and incentivize hatred by your opponents. You win in politics and culture and religion by providing more and more incentives for people to align with you and reward people for aligning with you, and provide fewer incentives to your opponents to destroy you. So if Donald Trump fires up his opponents far more than he fires up his own team, he's going to be defeated more than he wins. And I think that's what happened during Donald Trump's first term. He fired up his opposition more effectively and more intensely than he fired up his own team. To the extent that Trump has been much more successful in the second term, it's because he has assembled a team and a coalition that he manages to inspire and energize and fire up. And this MAGA coalition has proved to be, on the whole, more effective so far than the opposition. So Bill Belichick has mastered, perhaps better than anyone else, what makes human beings excel and what makes human beings want to excel. And we live in a neoconservative, neoliberal, right? Neoliberal does not mean a variation of left-wing thought. Neoliberalism's primary meaning is capitalist. And so we live in a society that has substantial elements of capitalism, substantial elements of socialism, some elements of dictatorship, right? Some elements of oligarchy, but there is a substantial part of our life that is shaped by capitalism. And in our competitive nation, right, there are a few guides perhaps better at steering us towards excellence than Bill Belichick.
Georgescu is going to win. 2 days before the second round, the date of the second round, after voting had already begun, and when polls showed Georgescu winning in the polls, the Romanian authorities canceled the election on national security grounds, saying that the TikTok campaign he was running was simply too good and couldn't have been done without Russian help. And so they said they had to protect the country from Vladimir Putin and Russian disinformation. There was not one bit of concrete proof offered, and indeed the president of Romania said such proof is very, very hard to find, impossible to find was the word he used. So voters would have to...
The American elites were shocked when Donald Trump won the 2016 election, right? Almost no political expert predicted that Donald Trump would win that election. And so they looked around for explanations, and they didn't seek explanations primarily on the basis of what is true, right? They sought explanations primarily on the basis of what would make them feel good. And so they came to the conclusion that it was Russian interference in the election and social media manipulation that gave Trump the victory. And so by being at war with reality, right, they, on the one hand, they created more social cohesion among themselves. They created more emotional comfort among themselves, right? Often it gives you energy to believe false things, right? They were able to keep up their own morale, but they were at war with reality. And so because of their war with reality, Donald Trump was able to come back and win in 2024, because Donald Trump did not win in 2016 because of Russian interference. Russian interference was negligible in real-world effect for the 2016 election. Social media manipulation played very little role in Donald Trump's 2016 election. Right? Instead, right, Donald Trump met the moment, and the moment reflects that for most Americans, they experience themselves going backwards in economic terms. That free trade and the current political economic order has been great for the highly educated, right? But not so good for your average American. And so Trump tapped into very real dissatisfaction with the elites, right? If the elites were more effective at creating an economy and a society where a large portion of our citizenry could work and find dignity and provide for their families, then people would be more at ease with the elite having power. But given that your average American, to the extent he thinks in these terms, is increasingly dissatisfied with elite rule, because elite rule has meant a maximum of free trade and has meant that people at the bottom who do not work hard, right, get rewarded, and people at the top get rewarded, but your average American has felt screwed by our current system. And Trump tapped into this dissatisfaction, right? He's been meeting the real needs of real people. As people experience inflation, right, it's much higher than the official statistics. As people experience underemployment and unemployment, it's much higher than the official statistics. So sometimes government pronouncements are a pretty close approximation of reality. But with regard to deaths from pneumonia and flu, right, the official figures are a vast exaggeration of reality. With regard to inflation, official figures have been a vast understatement of the reality of inflation for your average American. And with regard to unemployment and underemployment, official government figures have vastly understated the problem.
This is peak Trump. From Iran to the Supreme Court, the president is on a roll. How long will his winning streak last? By Matthew Continetti.
So you're looking for a daily commentator on the news? I think it's Matthew Continetti who is doing the best job in 2025. I listen to the Commentary Magazine podcast almost every day, even though I don't agree with its normie conservative, often neocon perspective. It wants much more intervention in Ukraine than I would want. But the people who speak on there are often very smart and often have some sharp insights. And I just fast forward through the tiresome invocations of American intervention all over the world.
Donald Trump keeps racking up wins. Since June 21st, when B-2 bombers struck Iran's nuclear facilities, the president has enjoyed a run of foreign policy victories, legal triumphs, trade wins, and domestic achievements. The positive headlines haven't let up. Now Trump's looking to crown this.
So Continetti writes a regular column for the Free Press.
This streak by signing his big, beautiful tax and spending bill into law on July 4th. He couldn't ask for better timing.
So the news offers closer and more distant approximations of reality. And one of the more distant approximations of reality that the news has delivered over the past few months is all the setbacks and obstacles to Trump's passage of the big, beautiful bill. But realistically, it was always going to pass. But the media was so seeking humiliation for Donald Trump, it would always play up the humiliation and the setbacks, when a more disinterested perspective would recognize that Donald Trump was going to get the passage of his big, beautiful bill. And a large part of the reason he was going to get passage is the highly effective work of the House Majority Leader, Mike Johnson. Right? I like this guy. He gives off a good vibe. He is incredibly underrated. And what he has accomplished with such a tiny majority in the House of Representatives is amazing. And Matthew Continetti keeps nailing it. He said on the Commentary podcast about a month ago that the most important book right now for understanding our current situation is the 2018 book by Christopher Caldwell, The Age of Entitlement. And here is Matthew Continetti on the Commentary Magazine podcast on Friday.
Elon Musk. Mike Johnson has a claim to be the greatest Republican Speaker of the House in the last century. He's only been in the position.
So I like his way of speaking. This guy is just so incredibly fair. He's a normie conservative, but he's fair to the dissident Christopher Caldwell, Steve Saylor wing, the paleocon wing, and he has some sharp insights. And like Mike Johnson, he has, for me, a very pleasant personality.
For 2 years, not even 2 years, but his ability to jump over these hurdles and remain calm during the perils of Pauline congressional coverage that we receive from our political media, and convince this rowdy Republican conference in the House with the narrowest, historically narrow majorities to get these bills across the finish line with no change, by the way. If the House, as we fully expect, passes the bill today, as we're recording this podcast, or soon after, it will be the Senate bill. It will be no change from the Senate bill. That is an incredible accomplishment. I cannot think. Now remember, there were 40 years where there was no Republican Speaker of the House from 1954 to 19.
And then for years we had Dennis Hastert, right, a kiddie fiddler, right, former wrestling coach who's now in prison for fiddling with kids, right? How did he rise to power? Perhaps because people pulling the strings saw him as easy to manipulate.
1994. But then you think of the speakers since 1994. Newt Gingrich is a brilliant political operative, not the most effective speaker. He was turned out in a couple of years. Dennis Hastert, as we often say, he's in prison for child molestation. You had, after that, Boehner. Boehner, I think people found him, appealing in some ways, humorous, but he clearly hated his job. Paul Ryan hated his job. Kevin McCarthy was the first speaker in history to be turned out the window by his own conference. And here you have this guy, Mike Johnson, who no one had even heard of prior to the fall of 2023. And yet he is doing an extraordinary job. So I just wanted to say that. No. I think it's Trump's victory for sure, but this is also Mike Johnson's victory.
I want to say one other thing about Mike Johnson and then move on, because I feel it's important to say this on this podcast to our audience. When there was the rally on the Mall for Israel after October 7th, 300,000 Americans turned out. I was going to say 300,000 Jews, but I don't know if they were all Jews. Huge rally to support Israel. And it was Mike Johnson's first public appearance in a role in which he was not simply being the Speaker of the House in that sense. He wasn't just talking about legislation or what he was going to do or being calm, being his preternaturally calm self on talk shows and stuff like that. And he gave a beautiful, calm, Zionist speech that was heartening and thrilling to hear. We didn't know anything about where he would come down on these matters or how he might sound. I mean, obviously he was going to nominally speak supportive words, but to say that I, from that moment onward, have wished him nothing but well, and I'm not talking in this case about how he would do in getting things passed so that it would help Trump or help the Republican Party or anything like that. I mean, as a matter of soul and spirit, he was the first major American politician of unknown origin who came out and said, "This is where we stand. This is where America stands with this our suffering people here in the United States and with this suffering nation."
That didn't used to be as exceptional as it is, and I agree with you. He is a type of American man who, and there are female versions of this too, but there is a kind of man who gives public service. I'm thinking of who's the Delta Force guy, who's the internet meme, this very unassuming looking military guy who was actually a cold-blooded, effective strategist and killer. And so Mike Johnson sort of seems very unassuming, and he just goes about his work. He is not a grandstander. He doesn't engage in the moral grandstanding that a lot of people on both sides of the aisle do, to the detriment of our politics. And in that sense, he's exactly the kind of person we should praise, regardless of whether we agree with him on the details of how he does his job, because he is doing what I think the role calls for. And it's been a while since we've had someone in public life do that so effectively.
And to use Yuval Levin's formative concept, right? He is somebody who has been molded into leadership by the position that he holds in Congress and by his experience in Congress. He is not using Congress as a platform to make himself famous. He does not seek credit. He is not seeking Matt saying he is the greatest speaker in 100 years. That is not that's not part of his agenda. His agenda is, I've got this incredibly difficult challenge and we have this incredibly difficult set of circumstances. I am going to sit here as calmly as possible and try to see the path forward. And I will use any means aside from gangsterism. Now, he's got the gangster in the Oval Office behind him to help him. You know, he's got Tony Soprano behind him.
It's a big help too.
He was making calls till 1 a.m. last night.
And he's not the one who has to be the disciplinarian, but Paul Ryan didn't figure that out with Trump, right? And Kevin McCarthy didn't. Kevin McCarthy wasn't in the majority.
McCarthy didn't know.
Yeah,
McCarthy is kind of like Gingrich. He was excellent at operations. He understood how we get a majority. He did it twice. You know, it's remarkable political mind.
Yeah.
But when it actually comes to being the speaker, it's an very difficult job. And Johnson just seemed to have this preternatural ability. And I agree completely. Having Trump in the White House has been critical to this. But let's not forget, Johnson got some difficult legislation passed, including the foreign aid bill, when Trump was not in office.
Right.
You know, I have to say, you know, when we talk about Johnson's virtues and abilities, because I'll never forget this. When he first became speaker, the press assault and the characterization, they got it it was such a failed attack, right? The idea that he was a nut.
Christian nationalist.
Right. Christian nationalism is a response to a desperate situation where America is becoming steadily less and less Christian, more and more anti-Christian. And so there are some Christians who want to retain their Christianity and a Christian community and a nation that is shaped to some degree by Christianity. And so to protect themselves, right, they have to go to seemingly much more extreme ends than, say, Christians in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, or 80s. I like Aaron Wren's description that up until about 1992, America was overall a pro-Christian nation. From 1992 to about 2016, 2015, it was neutral with regard to Christianity. And since the Obergefell decision in particular, the United States has become increasingly post-Christian and anti-Christian. And only in a post-Christian America would you have the emergence of a Donald Trump.
He was a religious fanatic.
Tried to raise questions about his family life. It's just very typical drive-by.
Yep.
Yeah, and it didn't. And it not only. And that's the thing is, he seems imperturbable. No human being is imperturbable, but he has managed in some fashion to construct this public. I don't think he's necessarily constructing persona. People.
No, he knows who he is, and he's behaving like a grown man. It's just rare to see that in national politics right now. It's good.
Well, and he also does have a deep religious faith.
Yes, he does.
Which I think plays a part.
He's a steadying presence when he's in. Yes.
Okay. So now that we've had our
sorry for that digression.
Now that we.
All right, Kip is back. Kip posts, how has Bibi Netanyahu successfully dodged charges since 2019, both in and out of Israel? The ICC can't get him to appear, and Bibi's facing internal Israeli charges of corruption, and these charges are over such tiny, tiny things. All right, accepting cigars and some minor gifts. Essentially, it's the use of lawfare by Israeli political and judicial elites to try to drum Bibi Netanyahu out of office. And with regard to the ICC charges, right, the prosecutor who brought them was facing charges of his own for sexual misconduct, and by bringing charges against Bibi Netanyahu for genocide, right, he hoped to detract attention away from his own misconduct. And this notion that people can escape the consequences of their own group's actions is absurd, right? Once Gaza attacked Israel on October 7, Gazans were going to have to pay the price for attacking Israel. Almost no nation state maintains sufficient military force to deter an invasion, right? You could have thousands of drug cartel members launch an assault on San Diego, on the southern American border, and they could get away with slaughtering thousands of Americans. Why don't groups mount these type of invasions as Hamas mounted on October 7, 2023? Because they know that the blowback will be so severe. And the blowback against Gazans is pretty much what you would expect if this type of invasion occurred anywhere. Right? You invade another country without warning and slaughter hundreds of its citizens, right? There's going to be very nasty blowback, and it might even mean that tens of thousands of your people are going to die because of your unexpected assault on a neighbor, your invasion that kills hundreds of the enemy. Now the enemy is going to take a huge toll out of you, subjugate you, because you can no longer be trusted to live in peace next door to them. So virtually no nation state maintains sufficient military forces at their border to protect against a Hamas-style October 7, 2023 attack. So initially, for probably over a year, I felt humiliated and embarrassed that the Jewish state was not adequately protecting itself against this Hamas invasion. And then I realized no nation state maintains sufficient military forces to protect itself against such invasions. The main deterrence to such invasions is the threat of reprisal. Now Gazans have to pay the reality tax. And if cartel members, right, launch an invasion of southern United States, right, cartel members, not just cartel members, their family, their friends, and their communities would get slaughtered. Because in war, it's not just the guilty who suffer, right? The rain falls on the just and the unjust, and bombs fall on the just and the unjust. And even though the classical liberal perspective is that we're all just individuals, right? The way reality works is that primarily we are members of collectives. So if you're black, right, you are going to encounter other groups, members of other groups, not primarily as individuals, unless you get to know them, but as members of an out group, right? You're going to encounter Mexican Americans, Japanese Americans, white Americans, Jewish Americans as members of an out group. If you're a white evangelical Christian, right, you're going to encounter Jews primarily, and Muslims primarily, and blacks primarily, and Latinos primarily as members of an out group, right? The world works in collective ways. And the world recognizes that we collectively reap the rewards and pay the price of the good deeds and the bad deeds that members of our group commit. Cable news has a particularly strong impact on viewers, especially with regard to Israel. Well, I think the news business is primarily about meeting the emotional needs of its subscribers. I don't think that the news is changing minds. Now, there have been no major news pundits in the United States mainstream media, of which I'm aware, who are opposed to the existence of a Jewish state. So pundits in American news media have overwhelmingly been much more pro-Israeli than pro-Palestinian. Once these boomers who watch cable news go, right, Israel will go the way of the dodo, just like white South Africa. No amount of propaganda trips to the Holy Lands will repair sentiment here in America. So I don't think that it is just propaganda that creates Israeli support. First of all, the amount of support for Israel in the United States is vastly overstated because Americans primarily care about America, just as Canadians primarily care about Canada and Australians primarily care about Australia. The pro-Israel lobby is very effective. It's very well organized. It is quite judicious in the way it exercises power, and so it's been highly effective. Now, members of the Democratic Party coalition have been increasingly anti-Israel. As long as the Jewish state is as effective as it has been since October 7, right, it's going to maximize its chances for survival. Trump is on a glide path.
The celebration of the 250 years of the American experiment. They don't like the American experiment. They think it's failed. They think we're the bad guys. Elie Mystal of The Nation.
So there are many different types of nationalism. John Podhoretz likes to articulate the notion that America is primarily an idea, that nationalism should be civic nationalism. And you can recognize that America is primarily a nation state composed of people, and that America is not primarily an idea, and not get all bent out of shape at those who regard it as an idea. America is primarily a people, or primarily a nation state, primarily an extended family. It also contains some values and some ideas, right? There is a racial component to nationalism. There is a civic component to nationalism. There's sometimes a religious component to nationalism. There's often an ideological component to nationalism. So recognizing that nationalism is a coat of many colors, I think helps one avoid getting all bent out of shape by those who give differing priorities to different aspects of your nation state's particular brand of nationalism. So if you're secular and you don't like hearing about how America's a Christian nation, right, you can make peace and perhaps be more effective if you recognize that there are tens of millions of your fellow Americans who see the United States as a Christian nation, and that religiosity inflects one part of their nationalist identity. So nationalism, it has a racial component, right? The more genetically similar you are, the stronger the likelihood that you'll sacrifice for each other, that you'll have cohesion and social trust, right? The more civically invested people are, right, the more likely they will be to be cohesive and to build a trusting and strong society. The more you have in common religiously, the more you have in common, period, genetically, culturally, religiously, civically, the more you have in common with your fellow citizens, the stronger the trust and the more effective your nation state. So nationalism has many aspects, from the religious to the ideological to the racial and the civic. And John Podhoretz here putting his emphasis on America as an idea, putting his emphasis on nationalism is primarily a matter of civic nationalism, right? It's not how I experience and understand nationalism, but I recognize it's a component. He gives this component much more weight than I do.
Made this, viral video the other day in which he said America's the bad guy on the planet Earth. Like, you know what? That could be worth $100 million to the Republican Party handled correctly. And think about our new hero or anti-hero of the moment, Zoran Mamdani. He doesn't like capitalism. He doesn't like America. He doesn't like democratic countries. He's a socialist. He wants government to control everything. I mean, it's like a kind of potential political ideological bonanza in which the right can reintroduce itself to America in a funny way, I would say.
I think the left is.
My love of the United States took a huge hit with the Obergefell ruling, right? More than any other development in American political and cultural life, the Obergefell ruling seemed to violate my hero system. And it was an assault that wasn't primarily intellectual and cognitive. It just viscerally upset me and repelled me because it's at war with my traditional Torah-based understanding of marriage. So I'll admit, my love of America took a huge hit with the Obergefell ruling, creating the legality of same-sex marriage in every state.
Is going to double down on that,
now,
as we go into it.
Just because I'm not down with same-sex marriage, right, does not mean that.
Doran, but I think the main
that I want to be hostile to homosexuals. All right, so you may have some negative views of same-sex marriage, but if you are open to reality, you may recognize that the most helpful, the most empathic people in your block or in your social circle or at work or in your stamp club are gay, right? You may be all up with your nationalist identity, your racial identity, your political identity, but you may find that the people you enjoy the most are from an out-group, right? There was an incredibly complicated place, right? There have been a lot of communities of which I've been a member where many of my favorite people in that community were gay, or they were black, or they were members of some other out-group. So just because you are not down with certain parts of the woke agenda, right, shouldn't blind you to the possibilities for genuine comradeship, allyship, recognition that different groups have different gifts, right? Gays have particular gifts. Blacks have particular gifts. Israelis have particular gifts. Arabs have particular gifts. And just because your in-group may have some problems with an out-group shouldn't blind you in the reality of your own life and your own neighborhood and your own workspace, right, to the benefits of, right, certain individuals in the out-group with whom you get to have a great relationship.
Diplomatic talks with Iran. He continues to.
So what was amazing about Bibi Netanyahu's fight back against Israel's enemies since October 7 is he's been doing it under the pressure of all these corruption charges from within the Israeli judicial system and international opprobrium. So one of my favorite sources of information on Israel comes from this podcast between Gadi Taub, Israeli, and Michael Doran of the Hudson Institute, an American.
To insist that their nuclear program was obliterated. That's his word. Gadi, the Israeli Supreme Court conducted hearings to determine whether Prime Minister Netanyahu has the authority to name the replacement for former Shin Bet head Ronen Bar. That is, of course, General Zinni.
Right. It's amazing that the Israeli Prime Minister and the Israeli cabinet and the Israeli parliament, right, they can't select, right, the head of the most vital security agencies, that the Israeli judges want to abrogate for themselves these rights.
The press is against it. The Supreme Court deferred the discussion to a later time, and I know you're going to have a lot to say about that. On Tuesday, President Trump announced on Truth Social that Israel had agreed to a ceasefire in Gaza. He warned that if Hamas does not accept the deal, quote, it will not get better, it will only get worse. That's how I pronounce Trump tweets when they're all in all caps. Those are the main issues, I think. Gadi, over to you.
Yeah, so very interesting stuff is going on before to the Supreme Court and what is going on with the deep state in Israel. Just to mention that I just came back from a Channel 14 panel discussion, and Netanyahu visited Nahal Oz. Now the left has been screaming ever since the atrocities of October 7 that why is Netanyahu not going to Nahal Oz where a lot of this stuff happened? And the reason is Netanyahu didn't go because he understood this, he would be ambushed there by these exact same people who are calling on him to visit there and saying that he is Mar Hafkara, the Mr. Negligence or Mr. Neglect, and by the word neglect they mean neglecting the hostages in the Hamas tunnels. So as you know, Mike, the leading voice in the committee of the families of the hostages was Einav Tzangauker, who was the mother of Matan Tzangauker, the hostage, who has been the forefront of and some of the demanding entrance to Knesset committees, ambushing politicians. She was very loud, and her pain became.
So Israelis overall would have supported Bibi's war on Iran at a level of about 90%.
A symbol, as you know, I've been saying here, that manipulators have been pushing the families of hostages to the forefront, despite the fact that those manipulators understood full well that this will make it harder to get the hostages, not easier, because their aim was to topple the government, and never in the history of Israel has.
Right, hatred can blind you, and so many of Bibi's opponents and Donald Trump's opponents become so blinded by their hatred that they allow their emotions to blind their thinking, and so they're willing to undercut the welfare of their own nation state if they can just go after someone they hate.
Have we seen anything so disgustingly cynical? And people kept saying, what are they doing to her? They're making her the symbol of this. And she had very extreme rhetoric against Netanyahu and his family and all that. I don't know his family, but at least Netanyahu and the government. And people said, what are you doing to her? Her son will become the greatest asset of Hamas. And so Netanyahu went to Nahal Oz, and there he met Einav Tzangauker. And we sat there in the panel, our jaws dropped as we saw Sarah Netanyahu hugging Einav Tzangauker. And Netanyahu speaking to them. We couldn't hear what they were saying. This was just a visual, but that was a very.
And it was stunning how Democrats weren't applauding Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu destroying Iran's nuclear regime and terror regime, right? You have to be so blinded by hatred for Bibi and Trump to not see the American benefits to taking out the Iranian terror regime.
Convened the committee before considering his conflicts of interest. The president.
Right, this is the Chief Justice of the Israeli Supreme Court,
we would call it Chief Justice, has basically appointed himself. As you remember, he could only be appointed by a committee convened by the Minister of Justice, who refused to convene the committee before considering his conflicts of interest, the candidate for the Supreme Court president. And the court ordered the committee to convene without the minister and appointed our Chief Justice illegally, basically. And ever since, they've been trampling over the law just with...
So you have the same thing going on in Israel and in America, where you have the elites who don't want to give up power, and they want so much of political life essentially to be decided by left-wing elites, particularly judges. And you need the rule of law, but the rule of law is not the same as the rule of judges. And so you have the head of the Israeli Supreme Court that wants to decide Israeli military strategy and who gets to run various essential government security agencies.
With no even the appearance of moderation, and nothing can appoint him. And so the Supreme Court decided that this is no longer so. So explicitly,
right? The Israeli Supreme Court has decided that the Israeli cabinet cannot select this particular minister for security.
Against the law. They made a new interpretation by which they said that it's not right, that there's no competition for this job, and there should be one.
So the Israeli Internal Security Agency is Shabak, and the Israeli External Intelligence Agency is Mossad. Just like the CIA is supposed to deal with intelligence matters overseas, and the FBI with law enforcement domestically.
So they don't interpret the law, they rewrite it. So they are very extreme, and now they're dealing with a very sensitive issue. And the sensitive issue is a head of Shabak in the midst of a war. The prime minister...
Right, Bibi Netanyahu is fighting a war for Israel's survival, while the Israeli judicial elite is trying to prevent him from selecting the people that he trusts to operate his war.
Needs a head of Shabak. He cannot work with Ronen Bar, who's been undermining him. And Ronen Bar, as you remember, preemptively began the Qatar Gate investigation, which is an sham.
So Israel's judges, right, they severely reduced Israel's ability to defend itself. They restrict the ability of Israel's armed forces to fire on Palestinians who are mounting an invasion. One reason that Israel was so inept in its response to the Hamas October 7 attack is that Israeli laws, right, Israel's attorney general, who is not selected by the prime minister and the cabinet, right? She's a lefty, a peacenik, and she so severely reduced Israel's ability to defend itself that Israeli forces could not fire on the Hamas invaders at the key early stages, where Israeli helicopters could not just open fire on an army attacking southern Israel.
Investigation, I think, against some of Netanyahu's aides. And so what happened is the law clearly says that the cabinet can appoint the head of Shabak, and everybody understands the prime minister needs a man he would trust as head of Shabak. But now the Supreme Court would have none of this, and they decided to intervene in this. Now, there have been, if you looked at Israeli social media, you would see people were for a Jewish...
So Israel's fighting a war to the death with Hamas, and the Israeli Supreme Court and various Israeli judges are listening to complaints from the enemy, from Palestinians, from Gazans, about how Israel is fighting its war of survival.
Adjudication in the Supreme Court, and there are all these complaints from Palestinians and human rights NGOs. So during the time of the war, there was a lull in the court proceedings because it was an emergency. So they postponed some of the debates. So they postponed the head of the Shabak debate, but not these complaints from human rights organizations. So
American elites and Israeli elites, in particular legal elites, are overwhelmingly on the left. So the people may vote for right-wing governments, but the judiciary, particularly in Israel, is overwhelmingly on the left.
So that was itself controversial. But the chief of the Supreme Court found a new way to impose his extreme agenda. And
okay, Kip is back in the chat. And here's what Kip says. For a group that only constitutes about 1/500th of the world's population, you sure do focus almost exclusively on Jewish opinions. Did you also drown yourself exclusively in Seventh-day Adventist thinkers in your previous life? Guess what? All of us tend to drown in our own community. And that's the normal, natural, and healthy way to live for most people most of the time. Life is nuanced, bro. Persuasion is a gift of your new group worth keeping in mind. Yeah, but the idea that you can persuade people through elegant rhetoric to act against their own interests is false, right? We did not evolve to be gullible. When it comes to our own vital interests, you can't use fancy words to persuade people. Now, when it comes to genius level IQ, right, you may very well find that a majority of geniuses in the United States are Ashkenazi Jews. So Jews may be 2% or less of the American population, but when it comes to genius level IQ, it's certainly not less than 40%. And so Jews exercise an influence in the United States and around the world that is disproportionate to their numbers. When I was Seventh-day Adventist, I was filled with Seventh-day Adventist concerns. And I think that's normal. You tend to look at the world through the hero system that you receive from your community, from your tribe. And this is Christopher Caldwell, The Price of Comfort, How We Traded Freedom for the Free Stuff in the West. So you get a lot of cheap goods with free trade, but it comes at the price of social trust and social cohesion and the possibility of expanding human dignity by allowing people who do not have genius levels of IQ to earn an honorable living.
What I've seen in our own conservative movement over the last 10, 20 years is that we've become reluctant to take aim at the entitlement state, but have become more vehement in our responses to the symptoms of the entitlement state, including the immigration crisis, but with a greater unwillingness to go to the root cause. So that's my own diagnosis, and if I may even say self-critique of the conservative movement. But I'll use that to maybe open up and give you a chance to not only talk about your book, but to be able to get into some of the topics we had teed up for today.
Well, that's very interesting. I think there's some corroboration for that viewpoint in the way American immigration differs from European.
There is enormous hatred for Indians, I notice, among many parts of the distant right, and I think it's self-defeating. Right, it's certainly not something you should publicly express. Now, you may have a whole bunch of negative interactions with any outgroup, from Indians to blacks to Jews to gays, whatever. But it's certainly going to socially hurt you if you freely express it. And if you think, oh, Vivek Ramaswamy, he's of Indian origin, therefore I hate him, doesn't seem to be a highly adaptive way to go through life. Right? Recognize the intelligence and the gifts that he brings to the table. At the same time, you may not want America to be ruled by a Brahmin elite, but there should be some sophistication in your reaction to outgroups, certainly in your public pronouncements.
We have our problems with immigration, but there are certain problems that Europe has that we don't have. Europeans tend to tell pollsters that they consider migrants lazy or antisocial, and I think that even in the United States, when we have a very difficult situation.
And Kip says in the chat, hatred can blind you, so can Israeli propaganda, bro. I heard you utter the words Gazan invaders earlier. Wow. So what would you call the thousands of Gazans who poured into Israel and raped, tortured, and murdered hundreds of Israelis, right? If you wouldn't call them invaders, what would you call them? Freedom fighters? So it depends on your hero system. From a pro-Gazan, pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel, anti-Jewish perspective, they're freedom fighters. From a pro-Israel, pro-Jewish perspective, they are terrorists. So it depends on your hero system. Kip says, mark my words, within a few years, neocon types will change their tune and say, it looks like we didn't finish the deal. We got to go back to Iran. This is how the endless con works. Bro, people were saying on the conservative side of the spectrum that there should never have been a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. So that's already happened. That happened on the day that Donald Trump unilaterally declared a ceasefire. Right? There are plenty of people who think that Israel should finish the job and obliterate the Iranian political and mullah regime. And there are other people who say that that right now Israel should go back, or that inevitably America and Israel will have to go back to bombing Iran. So if Iran keeps pursuing a missile program and a nuclear program, then yes, Israel and the United States will go back to bombing it. If you listen to the Enforcer YouTube channel, they talk about how Israel and the United States will have to go back to bombing. So it's not years from now, right? These are comments that were made the very day of Donald Trump's announcement of a ceasefire. And I don't have a strong opinion. I don't have any opinion on whether or not Israel and America should resume bombing Iran.
With migrants in certain places like Springfield, Ohio, that is not the critique. And part of the reason is that, just as you say, we have a nanny state that is less well developed than Europe does, or to the extent that it is well developed, foreigners, including newly arrived immigrants, have less access to it than they do in Europe. So in Europe, every newcomer has a kind of a cushion that allows him, or has traditionally had a cushion, that allows him to just sort of follow his instinct where he wants it to go. And one of the reasons, for instance, that so many immigrants get into radical Islam is that they're sort of subsidized to do it. I remember seeing
So we should rejigger our welfare system and our social welfare spending in our society and our culture to incentivize people to work hard and behave in a pro-social direction, rather than subsidizing people to become terrorists and leeches. So one thing I object to this Christopher Caldwell interview is how much Vivek interjects his own opinion. Right? The more you interject your own opinion, the more it tends to reduce the quality of an interview. But I do love this explanation here by Christopher Caldwell on populism.
Movement that produces a political outcome that the mainstream media tends not to like.
Yeah.
I do think...
Right. Populism is that part of politics that the mainstream media does not like.
I do think that populism is primarily a democracy movement. It aims at
Right. Populism is sick of elite rule. It is sick of the attempted neutralization of political issues such as immigration and religion and race, and the placing of so much of politics in the hands of the so-called disinterested experts.
Obviously, we all in the West, we all live in democracies of some kind of another, okay? But I think that there's at the heart of populism is a qualitative a complaint about democracy, that where people say, yes, we vote, but once we vote, there are all sorts of tricks and ruses to take actual agency away from us. And so I think that populism in the United States and in Europe is about that in both places, but the ruses are a little bit different. Part of the argument of my Age of Entitlement book is that the civil rights state, the idea that what you vote is valid only so long as it doesn't interfere with some judge's idea of people's rights, that has done a lot to let's say, reduce the actual democratic content of democracy in America. I think in Europe, I think that the European Union, which is a different...
So Caldwell makes the great point in The Age of Entitlement that with the civil rights regime, we have replaced the American Constitution of individual freedom with a new constitution of intrusive government regulation of our most private decisions and increasing litigation over who we hire, who we want to rent to. I subscribe to Compact Magazine to read Christopher Caldwell, but there are many other pieces in there that I enjoy. And we have a retired professor here of computer science. Not retired. He says that admitting large numbers of foreign students depresses wages for holders of advanced STEM degrees, right? It discourages Americans from pursuing doctoral study in STEM areas. The influx of foreign students and workers has weakened the distinctive culture that helped power American innovation. So innovation does not tend to come from Northeast Asia, right? It tends to come from people of Northern European heritage. Right, so it was back in 1989 that we first got these dire warnings that America was facing a STEM labor shortage. Right, didn't materialize, but it was used to bring in more and more foreigners who increase the supply of engineers and computer scientists, and therefore reduce the possible wages for U.S. citizens. All right, lower wages for STEM degrees discourages Americans from pursuing degrees in these fields. Right. When you have foreigners coming here and getting doctorates in a STEM field, that costs American students money that they would otherwise earn by staying in an industry. Right, so allowing or even subsidizing foreigners to get PhDs in STEM fields in the United States, right, drives down the wages for Americans. It replaces much of the domestic doctoral student population with foreigners do not necessarily have American interests in mind, and it reduces innovation, because innovation does not tend to come from those of Northeast Asian descent nearly as much as those of Northern European descent. All right, there are vast differences between Chinese, American, and Japanese cultures. Right, Americans are more individualist and much more innovative. If you're a teacher, you know that the group who's most likely to ask, is this going to be on the test, and just simply focuses their study on what's going to be tested, right, will usually be Asian students. And those students who just study things for the love of study, right, are more likely to be of European origins. Right? China steals a tremendous amount of technology. Japan and Korea stole a great deal of their technology from America. Right, you hear a lot about DeepSeek, the Chinese AI firm, and it essentially just stole from American technology. Right? China does not tend to innovate. Japan does not tend to innovate. Right? Most Chinese graduates with engineering degrees, right, are not competent.
It's it's a transnational grouping of 27 European countries into a trading bloc that has performed the same function. Basically, you vote for something like, I want fewer immigrants in France, and you're told that you can't have it because the European Court of Justice, or the Court of Justice of the European Union, there are two of them, doesn't approve of it. So in a lot of progressives' minds, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 stands as kind of a second constitution. And the understandings of rights in it are often at variance with the first. And so I would say that, I mean, my own view of it is that the 1964 Civil Rights Act basically vindicates the claims of the 14th Amendment, which is sort of equal protection of the laws, at the expense of the First Amendment, which is freedom of association, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly. So that's one.
That's fascinating.
The 64 Civil.
So one of the things that happens when you grow older is you stop absurdly holding on to 1, 2, 3, 4 moral goods, and then start to recognize that certain outcomes such as freedom or social cohesion, that or these wonderful moral things that you may be excited about often exist in tension with each other. And so civil rights expanded some rights, but this expansion came at the cost of other rights.
Civil Rights Act through the broadening of the stuff that it covered. Now, sex was in the Civil Rights Act, but the way people began to enforce equality for women was, I think, that something that nobody had envisioned in 1964. And so you get an issue where you say a woman has the right, you have very few female executives in this corporation. A woman has a right to be there. It constitutes a hostile environment, something that came up in the 80s or 90s, for this man to hang a girly picture in his office because he's an executive. And so you have a woman's right to work in that in that corporation, compromising the man's right to express himself in the corporation, which, of course,
right, rights are in tension with each other.
In the same amount that ABC settled for in the George Stephanopoulos case, which was much more serious.
Because they're craven, gutless, and part of establishment media that has no legs to stand on because of their
Right, this is Mark Halperin talking with Emily Kaczynski.
professional failure. Ironically, this was not a professional failure. This is business as usual. CBS is correct when they say this is what happens. People might find it unfortunate, but the New York Times does it. The Free Beacon does it. You do an interview, and you run parts of the interview that aren't necessarily lined up with the exact question. I can understand why civilians, regular non-pros, would find that offensive, but it's what happens. It's how news magazine pieces get edited. Ironically, CBS, like the New York Times and everybody else, were part of the Hunter Biden cover-up, were part of the Joe Biden cover-up, so they have no leg to stand on. It'd be like a bunch of doctors killing a bunch of their patients through professional negligence. And then people say, well, doctor, can you help me with something? And the doctor's like, well, I can't help you because I'm professionally negligent, but I won't admit it. So I'm just gonna give you money to make it go away. It's just, there's so much irony. It's so horrible. If every news magazine producer who selectively and misleadingly edited an interview had to pay $15 million to the Donald Trump Presidential Library, it would look like the Taj Mahal or the Kremlin because they all do it. But again, the irony is they should be paying a lot of money and they should be admitting error for a lot of things they've done, but not for this. But they have no leg to stand on. And of course, Paramount and the leadership there wanted to make this go away. So they were willing to pay any price, not bear any burden, but pay any price to make it go away.
Right. They want their merger to go through, and they want to have a good working relationship with the Trump administration. And it occurs to me, having this conversation, Mark, actually, that you might be able to offer the audience some insight into how unfortunate the level of editorial control that is in the hands of so few people at a major corporation, like, for example, Paramount, CBS, is, because you have people who are looking at the cuts of those interviews that are going to go on a major show like Face the Nation or 60 Minutes, that actually, if they want to, can exercise pretty granular level control over what goes out. You know this better than I do. So maybe you could just offer us actually some insight into how that sausage gets made when a big interview like that hits the airwaves.
Well, first of all, they're crashing. And what you saw was the clip that was done by one show, not by 60 Minutes. The way it works is 60 Minutes does the interview. They've got the raw tapes. They've got the full interview. And another show or the promo department needs to slap something together really quickly. And they don't care about the editorial integrity of, does answer A match up with question A match up with answer B. So in this case.
So visceral hatred of elite organizations or the news media tends to blind people how many parts of an organization may not be in sync with each other, may in fact be competing or have different agendas. I read at least 2 of Dan Rather's memoirs that were co-written with, I think, Mickey Herskowitz, and Dan Rather related how often people would come up to him and say, oh, I trust you and I trust reporters, but it's the elites in New York who distort things. And Rather's argument was that reporters have enormous amount of freedom to tell their stories, even within the context of large organizations. So there are organizations that give writers and individual reporters enormous freedom. Then there are other organizations such as the New York Times or The Economist that tend to severely constrict the freedom of their reporters. So not all elite news organizations operate with allowing their reporters the same amount of freedom.
Case, I can say without fear of contradiction that the reason they did what they did was not as the lawsuit charges to help Kamala Harris. They did it because that's the way they make the sausage. They want the thing to be linear. They want it to be compact and good storytelling. Now, again, I'll say CBS News, like everybody else in the liberal media, does lots of things to hurt Donald Trump and help Kamala Harris during this campaign. This was not one of them. But they're so weak because they're so unable to defend their normal shoddy practices that do represent bias that they had to pay the money because, and this is the dirtiest little secret of all, they didn't want to go through discovery. Because if the Trump lawyers got a hold of all the communications done by CBS and 60 Minutes during this process.
So launching a lawsuit is not necessarily primarily about winning the lawsuit. It's about getting discovery so you can find out the inner workings of your opponent, or it's simply a PR move. So you just can't take the news and you can't take legal filings on face value.
Then there'd be trouble. Then there'd be trouble for CBS.
That was the same thing in my understanding, is that was very likely the same thing in the ABC case with George Stephanopoulos, which I think was much more of a significant challenge legally than this one was. I mean, he actually got a materially incorrect.
So I had friends who thought that I'd weigh in much more on the New York City mayor's race, where we have someone who seems quite anti-Israel, pro-socialist, even perhaps a communist, who is the most likely next mayor of New York. And a large part of me thinks, well, New Yorkers should get what they want. They should, this is what they want, then they should just experience it. On the other hand, right, the amount of destruction that it's possible to do is so enormous. It's so much easier to destroy than it is to construct, and the amount of damage that this bloke could do might well be completely breathtaking.
He broadcast materially incorrect statement about the president, and I think they were probably terrified of Discovery too, Mark.
100%. Can you imagine the texts and emails that George Stephanopoulos have sent in the context of that period to his friends Paul Begala and James Carville, who he's been communicating with for 40 years since they worked together in the Clinton campaign? Like,
Glib says that it was the Chinese who invented the printing press and gunpowder. Well, I don't know, but even if that's true, they didn't implement it, right? It was the Europeans who primarily implemented it. And so China had the largest military in the world and effectively the largest GDP in the world in the 19th century. But GDP and a large military do not equate with effectiveness. So Britain could send a few ships over to China and absolutely humiliate it. Like one British soldier might charge a position where there are dozens of Chinese soldiers in a redoubt where they are protected, right? You think they have all the advantages on their side, but because the Chinese were so incompetent, right? One British soldier could take a position where there are dozens of Chinese soldiers. So the British could send a few ships to China in the Opium Wars and completely humiliate China. So pure numbers and pure GDP do not necessarily equate with effectiveness.
that would be hideous. So yeah, that's part of the settlement. Part of the settlement was they want the merger to go through. Part of the settlement is they don't want Discovery, I'm sure. And part of it is, again, as deluded and in denial as they are about their actual transgressions, they know that they don't have a leg to stand on because they have been biased in so many other cases. I'll say again, ironically, this was not one of them.
This is such a good point. Let's put this Dave Iskoff, this is F5 post up on the screen. He picked up on this line in the New York Times story on the settlement that said Paramount's board was concerned that paying a higher amount to settle the case could increase the company's exposure to potential legal actions from shareholders accusing them of bribery. Mark, this is delicious. I'm sorry. I mean, it is such a, we have to be able to laugh at it because it's a very funny statement on how pathetic the media has become in this country. But yes, they have a pending merger in front of the Trump administration. Mark Zuckerberg recently started pouring a bunch of money into the Trump inaugural coffers after he beat Kamala Harris. He has a merger, or he has an FTC complaint ahead of the Trump administration. They're still going pedal to the metal on that FTC case. Andrew Ferguson and the Trump administration hasn't dropped it at all. And interestingly enough, something similar might happen with the Skydance merger. Their money might not even end up mattering.
Yeah. Look, I think one of the dogs that's not barking that's so interesting to me, and you see it in Silicon Valley too, you see it at the Washington Post, you see it at Harvard. There are some people protesting. A couple people did quit CBS, including the head of the news division and the head of 60 Minutes. But you're not seeing what I think you would have seen a year ago in something comparable. You're not seeing mass resignations. You're not seeing people quitting Facebook in mass numbers to protest. Mm-hmm. And so I think it's a sign that these leaders, I say leaders in air quotes, hopefully you could hear it in my voice because I don't want to move my hands. It's a sign that people like Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos and the people who run Paramount, they recognize that they are on the wrong side of current history with Donald Trump and MAGA and anti-woke. And something's going on with the employees at Facebook and the students at Harvard and the reporters at the Washington Post.
So here's a generalizable stereotype that I notice in real life. The higher somebody's IQ, the more likely they are to look for a win-win solution, and the more likely they are to stay out of pointless, destructive feuds. So less intelligent people tend to look at the world in a more surly fashion and to be much more addicted to feuds. But elites, by and large, look to settle feuds. And that's what Paramount has done with Donald Trump. And staying out of pointless feuds is an important practice to maximize your happiness and your effectiveness.
Either finally they're being stood up to in effect, and like most bullies, they're backing down when someone stands up to them, or they see the handwriting on the wall and recognize that they're on the wrong side of history on so many of these issues.
Right. And the business model, and again, this is a place where you'll have more insight than I do, but the business model is so quickly becoming outmoded in that with the breakup of monoculture into, this everyone's sort of clustered in a niche. And when monoculture goes away, you can't have the overhead that you have at CNN. You can't pay, for example, Anderson Cooper what you pay Anderson Cooper if the ratings are going to be that low because you're just appealing to a tiny slice of the public.
So Christopher Caldwell is one of my favorite thinkers. I subscribe to pretty much any publication that publishes his work and requires a subscription to read it. And he's often critical of Trump, and he is in the spring 2025 edition of the Claremont Review of Books. And he's talking here about Trump's trade policy and Liberation Day. Here's the headline, which essentially sums up Christopher Caldwell's perspective. Let's not do that again. President Trump's trade war could have ended badly. So I take great comfort in Trump often backing down on things when he recognizes that they're going badly. So Caldwell notes, in the first few months of 2025, Donald Trump played a game of Russian roulette with the American economy, and he survived. Although the president has never hidden his enthusiasm for tariffs, the way he went about implementing them on taking office sowed confusion. Yes, it did not inspire confidence the way that Trump administration acted on Liberation Day and afterwards. So targeting not just geostrategic competitors like China, but alienating our allies like Canada and Britain, like issuing all sorts of demands that economists found impossible to explain, reversing world-shaping policies from 1 hour to the next, and doing all of this on doubtful constitutional authority sent the stock markets into a tailspin. And it was just when the president had been enjoying a honeymoon, right? Donald Trump got off to a great start, right? But once he launched Liberation Day, right, his the stock market crashed, his public approval crashed, right? And looked like things were going in a very bad direction. And Trump seems to have underestimated the power that China held over the American economy, particularly with regard to quote unquote rare earths, which are not so much rare, but they require a type of processing that the world until now has been happy to just allow China to do. And now that we're trying to restart our own rare earth processing, it will likely take years. So Trump backed off his own created crisis. Now, I'm open to Trump having some good ideas with regard to raising tariffs, trying to reshore manufacturing, right? That Trump may have the right instincts, but it's verges on the impossible to defend the way that Trump went about Liberation Day and its aftermath. Since then, right, I've been reading all these books on manufacturing and industrial policy and the case for selective protection of various industries. So I'm not universally pro-free trade or anti-free trade or pro-protectionism, it depends on the situation, the circumstance, and the industry. I believe that we should not begin our economic considerations by bowing down to abstract economic models. Instead, we should rather look for economic policies that maximize the dignity and the emotional and social safety and welfare of Americans. Right? I don't believe that abstract economic models should automatically be something that we defer to.
And I think some of them, there's some reporting about this, and Jeff Bezos at the Washington Post, they want to broaden the audience again because there's more ad revenue in it. And yet, I don't know, Mark, if this allows them to really rebuild trust with the people that I don't know that they can repair that trust at this point, I guess is what I'm trying to say, when there's so much competition.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'd say from monoculture to Emily culture. Right, that's the transition we're in now. You know, Michael Jordan, the NBA player, he was a Democrat, but he didn't endorse Democratic politicians. And they asked him, why not? And he'd say, because Republicans buy sneakers too. Right. I've never understood these organizations whose premise is we're gonna reject trying to appeal to 50% of our potential consumers. One thing that 2A, where I work, tries to do is we say, we want everybody. We don't just want moderate, centrists, and independents, although that's a pretty big group. We want everybody. We want far left, far right. We want everybody in between. And I think that these organizations that have been masquerading as nonpartisan and fair, which have alienated half the country, really have a problem now because they're not going to go as far left as MSNBC. And so there's nothing in it for that group that just wants to hear liberal dogma, that doesn't want to watch these places. And they're not appealing to half the country. So they've created a business model that's ideologically untenable. And as you said, the cost structure is completely out of whack with the audience they can reach. So they've got to figure out what they want to be when they grow up. And they're
So I've become a big fan of Aaron Wrenn, who's a Protestant, not a clergyman, but he has balls and he has insights. And he has a terrific Substack and podcast. And here he interviews a professor from Notre Dame with a provocative book with a provocative title, right? Why Your Religion Went Obsolete.
That religion went obsolete. What do you mean by obsolete?
Yeah, I mean pretty much what the word normally means, and that is most people feel something that's obsolete. They feel it's no longer needed or useful because something else has replaced it in function or efficiency or value or interest or fashion. Most scholars and most people talk about religious, if things aren't going well for religion, they talk about religious decline. And that's fine, that's good. But decline tends to focus on organizational metrics like number of members in a congregation or a denomination, or the percentage of Americans who believe in God or pray regularly. In this book, I'm trying to get more at a cultural dimension that I think those are indicators of something bigger and deeper and more profound at a cultural level. And that is, I think, religion going obsolete. So I think the language of obsolescence captures something that the language of decline doesn't. I want to be clear, however, that when I say obsolete, I don't mean extinct. I don't mean nobody's doing it. Obviously, there's a minority of Americans who are practicing religion. I don't mean by obsolete, I don't mean that religion is not useful to people or functional. Or I also don't mean the thing that's replaced it is actually better than the thing that's obsolete. There are some things go obsolete that are actually better than the new thing. For example, music. Streaming music isn't as good a quality as vinyl records, right? But vinyl records are obsolete. So I'm not making a value judgment about, oh, religion's no good or anything like that. I'm really just saying at a macro cultural level, since the 90s, especially among...
What a thoughtful and provocative thesis. This sounds like a powerful book.
Post-boomers, Gen X, millennials, Gen Z, the culture has changed, and there's an emergence of what I call the millennial zeitgeist that in which traditional religion just doesn't work, doesn't make sense. It's not really thought that much of, has problems. I use the language, it's polluted. There's a cultural mismatch between the zeitgeist and traditional religion. Yeah, so that's what I mean as a general orientation.
The subtitle of your book is The Demise of Traditional Faith. And you talk a lot about traditional religion. What is a traditional religion?
Yeah, so what I mean by traditional is what most people call organized or institutionalized religion. It's what we mostly think of as the inherited main religions of the United States, mainstream religions. White Protestantism, evangelicalism, Black Protestantism, Catholicism. I add Mormonism to that. The bigger religions, the ones that have been around a longer period of time and that are more accepted in the mainstream. The reason I emphasize traditional religion is because there are alternative religions, what I call re-enchanted culture kind of religions, that are actually growing, that I think are helping to explain why traditional religion is in demise. So it's not all religions. Paganism is growing.
So the number one reason why religion has diminished in power is because people are finding greater effectiveness through other things. And so religion is diminishing in power even among the most religious, right? You may think of Orthodox Jews as being a super religious group, but compared to people from 200, 300, 500 years ago, even Orthodox Jews are more likely to attribute, say, earthquakes and the phenomena around them in naturalistic terms rather than as expressions of God's will. So people may come from a secular upbringing and convert to Orthodox Judaism, and they outwardly look to be super religious, but when they have a health problem, right, they're going to turn to a doctor. When they want to understand earthquakes or economic, political, natural issues all around them, they'll very likely embrace the perspectives of completely secular experts, and they will be quite unlikely to turn to a Talmudic medical practitioner when they have a health problem, right? They will turn to a doctor. And so more of life, they will explain in secular naturalistic terms, even though outwardly, right, by their dress and by their ritualistic practices, you'd say, oh, this is a super religious person. But as each year goes by, even the most religious are increasingly understanding the world around them in scientific and naturalistic terms.
Growing. New Age beliefs are growing. Spirituality is growing. Manifesting, crystals, alternative healing practices. This whole realm that I call a culture or re-enchantment.
And why do people love this type of spirituality? Right? Because it seems to convey many of the benefits of organized religion without imposing onerous requirements. Right? People love cheap grace.
Has a religious character or quasi-religious, and it's not in decline. It's the more traditional inherited religions.
There's a famous, we'll come back to that point because I think that's an important point. There's a kind of a famous website out there called WTF Happened in 1971. And it's just page after page of economic charts showing some terrible economic trend starting in 1971. So for your analysis, the year is 1991. What happened in 1991 that caused this?
For my 1991, I don't say is all the causes happened. My general story is that the roots of the religion's obsolescence are long-term. Most of them are indirect. There are things that have taken a long time to develop. But 1991, I argue, is...
So for most people who graduate from university, traditional faith, theological statements such as the Torah was written by God, the Bible came from God, or that Jesus was resurrected, many of these traditional theological claims become increasingly uncomfortable, because when people get more and more of a secular education, right, they tend to have less and less religious faith.
A hinge. It's where the door started to swing in an opposite direction. For one thing, it's where we noticed the very first beginning of the rise of non-religious Americans. So as long as we've been conducting surveys, about 6 or 7% of Americans say they're not.
And here's another great episode on the Aaron Wren show recently. This is from June 9th, Why Industrial Policy Matters, with author Ian Fletcher.
Being an author is what people hear when you speak is very much influenced by the political climate of the time. And my position on free trade, or I should say my position and my co-author's position, because the new book is written with a second gentleman named is Mark Festo, really hasn't changed. The first one would have seemed, the first book that is, would have seemed like a polemic against free trade because it came out in 2010 when free trade was pretty much beyond question. So you have this giant doctrine that I had to throw a few rocks at to make a point. But I'm not against trade. That was never the problem. Free trade and trade are not the same thing. So the new book very much is about how America can thrive in a world where you want the benefits of international trade, which are definitely very real.
I didn't realize how many of our innovations came from government subsidies, such as the internet. And compared to the innovations that we've received from government industrial policy, right, the innovations of the free market are less than impressive.
But you also acknowledge that there are costs of uncontrolled international trade, and the U.S. is not going to get the best outcome in terms of reaping the benefits without paying the costs under a laissez-faire, chips fall where they may policy.
Hence your call for industrial policy. First, what is industrial policy?
Well, industrial policy is what governments do in response to the fact that nations are in a state of rivalry to possess the most valuable industries in the world. It matters, as they say, whether a country makes potato chips or computer chips. And computer chips, which are what enables you to have high wages, high profits.
So a famous and influential economist, Herb Stein, said it made no difference if America exported poetry or computer chips or potato chips. Right? This is the more extreme free trade position.
And the material basis of national security doesn't just happen. There's a myth out there that if you just let the market do what it wants, that all the best industries will happen in the United States. Now, the market is a wonderful thing. It takes care of a great many economic tasks. And nothing I have to say, or my co-author in this book, is some kind of socialist or fascist scheme to get rid of free markets. Most of the time, the market gives you the right answer to a lot of things. However, it has its limits. This has always been recognized going back to Alexander Hamilton in American history. And
So I read the Ron Chernow biography of Alexander Hamilton, and it helped me to understand the case for more government intervention in the free market and more industrial policy than I was otherwise so predisposed.
One of those limits is you can't just throw your market open to the entire rest of the world and expect not to get played. It hurts their consumers. The U.S. doesn't just have an interest in having the cheapest possible consumption goods. We also have an interest in maintaining our productive base, because in the long run, any fool can see that you can't consume if you don't produce. And maybe you don't have to produce the exact same things as you consume, but it matters when you run down the country's productive base. And in particular, the assumption that you can just let anything happen in trade, that a laissez-faire model will give you good outcomes, that, as you said, if you're trading rival nations impose protectionist policies, you're still better off not imposing them on your own. All of that follows if you grant certain completely dogmatic assumptions.
Right. If you put these abstract free market, simplistic economic models of reality, and you just automatically give them priority. Kip says it isn't just the mainstream media, it's not just Hollywood. All of America's institutions are shot. They are merely a husk. They are merely a mirage of what we want and what we need. We are staring at a total overhaul of everything. Not sure that's even possible. A monetary system is the table leg most likely to give out first. Cheers to 40 for cheerleading the old system, though. He's sentimental like that. Well, if you are going to say that all our institutions suck, the wisest question is in comparison to whom, right? Which other nation state has decidedly more impressive institutions? Because in reality, in this planet, as each year goes by, America becomes more strong, more prosperous, more economically and militarily formidable compared to competing powers. Right? America is not declining vis-a-vis Russia and China and Germany and Japan. Right? America is getting stronger than its competitors. So given that, it seems to be a little hyperbolic to say, oh, all our institutions suck. Well, compared to whom? Right? Which country has the great institution?
The theory here is the famous theory of comparative advantage from David Ricardo in the early 19th century. And on its own terms, that's a great theory, but it rests on unsupportable assumptions like trade being balanced over the long term, like not having migration of capital and productive capacities from one country to another. So, as for example, China is building up its car industry. This results in the deconstruction of the car industry in the United States. That's something that Joe Biden recognized.
Christopher Caldwell has got this long, thoughtful essay, quite critical of Trump's trade policy. But here's an insight that you would not get in the New York Times. Trump is not pursuing a global trade policy so much as waging a domestic class war. Right? Trump is waging war on behalf of his voters, right? The working class. Right? Trump is the great parole whisperer. Right? He is able to effectively communicate to people with 90 IQs. Right? The United States drew many benefits from globalization in the decades after the Cold War, but those who most benefited were the most educated and the most already affluent. Right? The growth is not being shared. Right? There has been a steady downward redistribution of income over the past 50 years, right, from the least educated to the most educated. Large part this is due to our open borders, but also due to our pursuit of free trade. Right? So right now it's the haves of the global economy who want free trade and those with less who want more protection and more industrial policy.
When he imposed the 100% prohibitive tariff on Chinese electric cars, because if he hadn't done that, there is just not going to be an electric car industry in the United States. And given that cars are, over whatever time frame, going to become electric, that means there won't be an auto industry in the United States. There won't be an auto supply chain. And you got to ask yourself, is the United States a serious industrial power without an auto industry?
So one reason that America was able to rev up its production of weapons, of planes and tanks and ships after Pearl Harbor is that we had a huge manufacturing economy. We had a huge auto industry, and it was much simpler to adapt our auto industry and our manufacturing industry to making the weapons we needed than if we had to transition from selling our poetry to building weapons. Right? So much of the economy is path dependent. So much of our life is path dependent. You go on a certain path. You maintain and expand and build and develop an industrial part of the economy. And then it's much easier to fine tune or redirect the industrial part of the economy to make other things that you might need in a pinch, such as weapons. Also, you learn by doing. Right, you get on the manufacturing path, you learn things that you're able to innovate and that you would not learn simply through abstract academic research. So for some people, the most important thing about America is its Constitution. Some people, their greatest loyalty is to the Constitution. I do not resonate with that. My greatest loyalty is to my fellow Americans. So I don't think most Trump supporters don't really care if Trump is out on a constitutional limb. Right? Trump's supporters are by and large quite skeptical of America's institutions because they don't experience America's institutions as being on their side. You fly back into the United States, you go through customs, and you don't feel that the customs is on your side. You feel like the institutions that dominate this country are aligned against you. So Trump came to power because of widespread discontent with American institutions. So what do people care about more? Preserving America's institutions or delivering change that improves people's lives, right? For most people, right, they favor change by 78% to 18%. So Trump's critics focus on he's not following the proper procedure. Procedures are great, protocols are great. Sometimes there are more important things than procedures and protocols. Sometimes the end is more important than the means. And sometimes the mean and the protocol and the procedure is more important than the end. So voters are not primarily concerned about the moral probity of the Trump administration or the Biden administration or any administration. They want their interests protected. So much of the population is economically anxious. And that part of the population that is most anxious has been the most likely to support Donald Trump.
And the answer is no.
Particularly if the cars driving on our streets are gigantic Chinese spy factories feeding all this sensor and telemetry data back to the People's Liberation Army.
Yeah, that's another big factor you put your finger on. The national security implications of free trade and deindustrialization are just enormous because you can't defend your country with websites and leverage buyouts and movies. You can only defend a country with machines, which are generally made out of aluminum or steel, and they're packed with electronic devices and explosives. So you have to be able to physically...
So I don't think I have any history of working in factories, but what this bloke is saying strikes me as common sense. Back to this Christopher Caldwell essay. So Trump came to power on a wave of opinion that favors decoupling from China, but we simply weren't ready to do it a few months ago. All right, decoupling is more easily said than done. It's not just a matter of bringing factories home. Right? China's in a position to inflict real hardship on the United States, just as the United States is in a position to inflict real hardship on China. Now, it may be that Trump's reckless rhetoric may incentivize various nations to make trade deals with the United States, or it may well be that Trump's reckless rhetoric on trade and tariffs has done more harm, perhaps more permanent harm, than anything good that might come from it. Right? Look at the COVID epidemic, right? The people in public health, elite status, said our lives depended on our ability to mass produce masks and protective equipment, but we never managed to get factories up and running, right? We depended on importing that stuff, right? After Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, Joe Biden attempted to bring the Russian economy to its knees with sanctions and boycotts, only to discover that the US and Europe lacked the leverage to compel China and India to join them. And backward Russia manufactured more shells in the course of the war than advanced West. And Donald Trump is discovering that China will not accept a trade war lying down. The American position is delicate because the US is not just a republic, it is also an empire of sorts that sets the rules for the global economy. Right? So the most commonly advanced criticisms of Trump's trade policy, that he risks wrecking the architecture of the global economy, is not really a criticism, right? That would say his wrecking is a blunder, but really Donald Trump's wrecking of the architecture of the global economy is a campaign promise on behalf of his voters. So in a trade war, republic and empire are at cross purposes. Right? If we really stood up to China, that would bring about a dramatic deterioration in our living standards in the short and medium term. It would require bipartisan solidarity and a unity of national purpose, the prospect of which seems quite distant, and our empire is quite restless. So it's not clear who has the advantage in the America versus China trade war. Now, Trump is right that the US is less entangled with China than it once was, but we're still highly vulnerable. Right? And right now, it appears the United States is poorly prepared to have a trade war with China. So when Trump achieved a ceasefire in the trade war with China, Trump's polls floated back up. Now, the news media framed it as China called Trump's bluff, playing a game of checking over the economy. Trump is the first one to blink. Wall Street Journal editorialized, the president started a trade war with Adam Smith, he lost. So our elite journalists are dug in against Trump. They attack him for his sensible misgivings about consumerism, materialism, and filling our houses with junk. Now, for Trump, he wants to transmit the idea that he cowed China into submission. China was hurt very badly. Now, Trump avoided outright economic panic only by acting against the whole logic of his trade war, for example, exempting iPhones from his tariffs.
Produce these things, regardless of whether, hypothetically, it might be economically advantageous not to have those industries. But I don't actually think that it is. One of the reasons is that an extraordinarily large fraction of significant high-tech innovations comes out of the military sector. For example, the internet was not created by the private sector in some entrepreneur's garage in Palo Alto. It was created.
Yeah, it was created by the U.S. military. So Christopher Caldwell worries that Donald Trump is so dependent on boasting about his victories. For a man whose deepest conviction is that everybody is open to a deal, he seems to pay little attention to other countries' sense of honor. Right, so I don't like the way that Donald Trump, a little advantage, just demeans other countries. And I'm thinking in particular about Canada. Right, Donald Trump probably ensured through his demeaning of Canada that the left won in Canada in their last election and that the left won in Australia in this last election. It's not Donald Trump's fault that Americans are so vulnerable to China. But I think it's a pretty fair critique that the way Donald Trump has gone about this tariff and trade war has been reckless. Right? The outcome could have been calamity.
Created by government nuclear scientists to share data. Disney World exists because you have cheap passenger air travel. You have cheap passenger air travel because you have two things. You have giant aluminum aircraft, which are a product of the Second World War, the first giant aluminum aircraft being the B-29. And you have high bypass turbofan jet engines, which are the jet engines that are big enough and have the good enough gas mileage that you can have these gigantic cheap passenger airliners flying people all around the country. And those are just two examples. So you need a big military industrial complex. This is usually treated as a dirty word, but you have to defend your country. And the silver lining of that is when you have this, you're going to have all these technological spin-offs. Satellites are another example. SpaceX wouldn't exist if the US hadn't had NASA, which was largely created on the backs of military spending.
Yeah, it definitely huge interactions there. And you hint at something, which is that so many of the technologies that we have today were a result of some type of government support and or the military involved in them. So with industrial policy, you really talk about it as the way that countries try to go about cultivating and sustaining and developing what you call advantageous industries. That's really the focus of the book, is these advantageous industries. So first, I guess, what is an advantageous industry? You've talked a little bit about it, perhaps, but what defines the characteristics of an industry it's advantageous to have?
Well, advantageous industries are the industries that can, on a large and sustainable basis, pay out high wages and high profits. And so how do you get there? Well, you're generally talking about industries that have strong profit margins, which are going to come from an industry that not everybody and his brother can do. For example, why is the making of T-shirts a very low profit, low wage industry? Because there's a vast number of countries from Honduras to Bangladesh that can produce a T-shirt. But why is the manufacturing of jet engines the opposite? Why is it a very high profit, high wage industry because there are very few countries that can produce viable jet engines. And then you have all the industries that are in between those two, like automobiles, which are much more high-tech than some people even today seem to realize. The average American, the largest computer is probably not on their desk or in their laptop. It's in their car. I mean, the average modern car has several hundred computer chips in it. So these are the industries you want.
Right, I'm becoming quite a big fan of Ian Fletcher. Kip says, during summertime, my iced tea intake goes from 1/3 of a gallon a day to 1/2 a gallon a day. I don't care for water, soda, juice, or anything else. I just want my ice-cold tea without the ice. Yes, but is it the caffeinated iced tea or the decaf? I have fallen in love with vitamin water. I probably drink 6 vitamin waters a day. And also Hint, where there's just a hint of a flavor, and both of them have no calories and no sugar. Kip says, capitalism is merely our method of distribution. China is #1 in rare earths and automobiles, steel, textiles, and global EV sales, robots, AI, and drones, and cement, solar, batteries, and high-speed rail electronics. Fun fact, Israel has no constitution. United States certainly has a constitution. The United Kingdom, England, right? They do not have a constitution. So there's something that's more valuable and more revered to me than the Constitution, and that is the people, right? I care more about my fellow citizen than I do about the Constitution. But I do revere the Constitution, right? I don't mind civic nationalism. I don't mind recognition that America has certain preeminent ideas that have shaped the country, but what's more important than the ideology and the books is the people, the welfare, the protection, and the extension of the dignity of the American people matters more to me than Constitution.
Want to have. And they have all sorts of interlocking qualities that all ultimately come down to the economic phenomenon of increasing returns, which is a very abstract way of looking at it. But it basically says that when you have the know-how and you invest the capital, every individual unit that you produce reduces your per unit cost, which means you want to have a large industry. You don't want to be sacrificing your market to foreign competitors.
Yeah. So industrial policy, just to make sure I get this right, is really about how do you, again, acquire, develop, sustain these advantageous industries, not about non-advantageous.
Right. What jobs are we going to provide and protect and preserve for the half of the population that is below average in IQ? Right. That strikes me as a reasonable concern. Right. Looking at the New York Times here, Zoran Mamdani, the likely next mayor of New York, he identified himself as Asian and African American on a college application. Right? He does not consider himself black, but said the application didn't allow for the complexity of his background. It's amazing how few Americans try to abuse affirmative action standards, right? You know, very few of them will claim to be black to try to gain an advantage. And those who do, right, they are often the subject of appropriate opprobrium. Right, New York Times has an article, Why China Isn't Lecturing Trump About His Costly Bill. Beijing has a history of warning Washington about the safety of its treasury holdings. This time, China is staying silent. Why? One reason is that China and its economy is so vulnerable right now. Right, the American economy and the American militarily are steadily outstripping China. China's already diminished its hoarding of U.S. treasuries. The American dollar has dropped about 10% under the second Trump administration. And what's not given much attention in this New York Times article is that you think America's got a bad public debt problem, private debt problem. It's about 3 times worse in China. So the United States is certainly highly vulnerable to China, and China's export or lack thereof of rare earth metals, but China and its economic growth largely depend upon exporting to the US. So, like Richard Nixon, Donald Trump has often use the madman pose that you don't want to mess with Trump because you don't know what he'll do if he gets mad. And that might also account for why China and Russia are less likely to taunt the United States under Donald Trump. Right, the degree of Chinese indebtedness gets some coverage here from famous American investor Kyle Bass.
So Kyle, it's kind of a historic day. The beginnings of some kind of ceasefire between Iran and Israel. It seems it's already broken, but maybe not entirely. I get the sense that things are being worked out. What brought this about immediately, in the most immediate sense, was these bombings of the Iran nuclear sites. And it seemed like you had a lot of certainty when I was following your feed about the fact that this was actually going to happen over the weekend. So maybe if you could kind of explain to me why you understood that this was actually happening, because there was an unbelievable amount of speculation, if I recall.
Yeah, I think when you saw it was noted that we moved 30 refueling tankers into the region. We have 2 carrier strike groups there, and we're supposed to have 0. And we've been talking about taking this shot at sending their nuclear program back at least a decade, if not longer. And when we developed these GBU-57 bombs, we actually, under President Obama, we built these bombs for this mission. That bomb was built for that mission. And so we knew at some point in time that we were going to have to take this shot, because the world can't afford for a madman like Khomeini and his mullahs to have a nuclear weapon. They've told you what they're going to do with it. And so, it took real leadership, but it also took the ingenuity and the grit of the Israelis to remove all of Iran's air defenses. So think about this: Syrian airspace is open. Iranian anti-aircraft facilities have been taken down. And so this was our red carpet golden ticket to go take that shot. And the IAEA just said that for the first time in 22 years that Iran had enriched far past the agreed upon 4 or 5%. And they were to a highly enriched uranium status, which of course means we believe they could field 14 or 15 bombs. We got to a point where we had to go. And, President Trump did it right. He said, look, if you surrender and allow full inspections of your facilities and us to come in and take over your facilities, then we won't blow them up. But, you saw what Khomeini said, and you saw what the other leaders of the IRGC said. And so, again, we had to do this. It's like when the Russians moved the blood banks to the border, and the New York Times said, well, I think they're just saber rattling. No, when you move blood banks and you move tankers, you're going. It's just a matter of when. How quickly are you going to go? It's my opinion that it was going to happen immediately, given the movements of our military assets. I certainly did not know, but it was a decent guess.
Well, and it's as we're seeing, and sort of in the aftermath of this initial ceasefire and a plan for a peace negotiation, it's still fraught, it's still volatile. There's, of course, a lot of actual uncertainty. Or do you view it that way?
Yeah, I mean, look, it pays all of us to really take note of all of the inputs here. And we're not just talking about the fundamental radical Islamic and Shia inputs of the Iranian regime. I'm talking about the financial inputs of the Middle East kind of writ large. But let's talk about Iran. Iran's currency was pegged at 42,000 to the dollar for the longest time. And as of May, the Iranian central bank has moved that to 520,000 to the dollar. So 42,000 to 520,000. If you had any savings at all in the Iranian currency, it is gone. The black market.
So let's talk about the changes in the Chinese economic reality. Since we spoke 5 months ago, it seems like there's been a lot of interest in that discussion, and I'd like to build on that, because actually quite a lot has happened. I mean, this whole tariff regime, but let's go back to just what's been happening with the Chinese economy even pre-Trump tariffs.
Yeah. So look, the Chinese economic situation is they're dealing with the largest economic crisis they've ever had. They've really only been in banking since their ascension into the WTO, 2002-ish. So we're talking a little over 2 decades. And I give the analogy. We've been at banking for well over a century, and look at how bad we got in 2008. Imagine if our system was more than 2 times levered than it was going into 2008, because that's what we're looking at China. We were on balance sheet about 1 times levered to our GDP. So the banks assets were about 1 times GDP. If you included the non-banks, the Fannies, the Freddies, and the non-banks, it was about 1.7. The Chinese are at 3.2 today on balance sheet. And then you also have another $14 trillion market in the local government financing vehicles, how they finance themselves. When you look at total debt to GDP, China's the worst offender in the world. So they've got more debt than they know what to do with. They've got their 10-year bonds trading at 160. They've got their overnight rates about 150. And ours are what, 440 on the 10-year and call it 430 overnight. So the Chinese government is pretty good at lying about whatever they want to lie about, but the bond market kind of tells the truth, and the bond market's telling you that China's in an economic winter. And now you have a tariff situation. The only bright spot in China's economy was their trade surplus. They ran about a $980 billion trade surplus last year, and $360 billion of that was from the U.S. So what's functionally relevant is when you think about trade surpluses, that's kind of one component to China Inc.'s net income. So when you think about a country, a sovereign, if you try to think about it or hypothesize as a corporate entity, you have a few things, right? Creating your net income will be various components of your revenues, and one of their revenues is the trade surplus. One of their outflows or subtractors is the foreign direct investment and portfolio flows. So those can all be positive, or some can be positive and negative. So when you look at China in 2024, they had a trade surplus of 980 billion, but they only had a current account surplus called a net income number of about 520 billion. So they lost, 400 something billion. So they lost about 500 billion in outflows. So even though they had a massive trade surplus, and their surplus was up 22% from the year before, up in 1 year, they ran their surplus up 22% greater, but they also had a massive FDI and portfolio flow outflow. So why tariffs matter? If they ran roughly it's about a $420 billion current account surplus. If we bring into question 360 billion of that surplus by putting restrictive tariffs on our trade, we can take their current account almost to zero, if you think about that more broadly. So we are 360 of 980, but we are also 360 of the 420. So China's one bright spot is now in question. As you've probably seen, year over year, trade with the U.S. is down about 35%. I actually am surprised it's not down more, but down 35% is pretty material with our trade relationship. So given all of those inputs, Jan, what I'm telling you is there's nothing that's going to bail China out of their economic spiral. They're having a real estate crisis, a banking crisis, a youth unemployment crisis, and now they need to be worried about their current account.
And just, for the record, you say that the debt to GDP is the worst in the world. Can you just lay out the components of that, the debt that you're talking about?
When you look at on-balance sheet sovereign debt, and then you add in the local government financing debt, we also give them the benefit of the doubt of conversion into the dollar at a fictitious rate, meaning a rate where they have a closed capital account. We kind of give them that conversion for kind of gratis. We don't discount that at all. Chinese on-balance sheet debts to GDP are roughly 350%. I mean, again, a number that's so difficult to deal with, especially when you're having an economic crisis. So on balance sheet, when you're talking about yuan-based debt, like you're seeing in their banking system and in their local government financing vehicles that aren't dollar denominated, what you can do is you can just print the yuan, right? You can print a lot of them. You can abandon moral hazard and plug those holes. So what you're seeing happen in that market, the PBOC announced that they're going to put in place refinancing vehicles for about $1.6 trillion worth of the, call it $14 trillion market. So more than 10% of the market, and it hasn't helped that market at all, which is fascinating.
At the same time, there are still these deep international connections, and I believe that this has indeed been Communist China's project to basically insinuate itself into the global economy. If we go down, we're taking you down with us, kind of idea, right? I don't know.
So people like to feel good about themselves. People should normally, naturally, healthfully want to feel good about their nation, their people, their state. And you would think that American celebration of its 250th anniversary since the Declaration of Independence, right? You would think that this should work in favor of Republicans who tend to be much more patriotic than, say, your average Democrat or elite intellectual.
Supposedly, Trump said that it was providential that he wasn't reelected in 2020, and instead got into office in 2024 so that he would be here to coincide with the celebration, and so he is certainly
right. Think about how different the celebration of America's 250th anniversary would be if we had a President Kamala Harris or Barack Obama instead of Donald Trump.
Going to embrace, John, what you're talking about here, and that in and of itself will mean that the left has to be against it. They will. They are against this celebration.
Have to. I mean, it is their deepest. As I say, that Gallup poll tells the story. 36% of Democrats say they are proud to be Americans. So
well, but it's
remember,
the way
Democrats only make up 30% of the country's population. That means there are 70% otherwise. Republicans 90% proud to be Americans. Independents somewhere in the 50 to 60 range. That number can be raised by a year of national celebration, done well.
But I think the challenge, and I think what Abe is pointing to, even though it's a pessimistic prediction, I think it's probably correct, because remember the 1619 Project grew out of decades of effort on the part of the cultural left, particularly the academic left, to say not that they hate America, that was sort of the sub rosa thing going on, but that America hadn't lived up to its promise. So it was this real America has never really been tried. And now we're in an era where it's like, well, America's terrible, let's try socialism instead. And that is
It's always easy to find fault, but I think for your average bloke, when he finds a decent enough job, right, he wants to hold on to it. When he finds a decent enough woman, right, he wants to marry her. And it's always easy to find flaws. And America has its problems. But when you compare American problems to the problems of its next biggest geopolitical rivals, America is in such much better shape.
That is a significant shift, because I think they're now saying the quiet part out loud and proudly, and that is new, because I think there's a contingent of people on the center left and maybe a little further to the left who do see America as a very good and promising ideal that we just continue to try to live up to, and to them that's constantly expanding freedom, and it looks very different from I think what the founders' ideal of this country was. I think that conflict has been a hallmark of
right. Freedom has no meaning unless you tie it to a particular hero system, right? So the type of freedom you believe in, if you're a communist or a socialist or a fascist or a capitalist, all right, or someone center left or center right, the freedom that you believe in again is going to be quite different. So recognizing somebody's hero system will help you have a much clearer understanding of what they mean when they use certain words like freedom. So I become a big fan of this bloke, Ian Fletcher. I'm a big fan of this bloke, Aaron Wren. Plan on reading Ian Fletcher's 2 books, one on free trade and one on industrial policy.
Just industry. So something like, so for example, with Trump's tariffs that he put on, his Liberation Day tariffs, included tariffs on things like the garment industry and the importation of T-shirts and things like that. Is it fair to say that, when it comes to things like that and maybe manufacturing toys and all kinds of other stuff, we shouldn't really care like who makes those, just buy them on the market? Who cares who controls the toy manufacturing industry? Or am I putting words in your mouth there?
No, to a large extent, you're correct. And what I would point out to you is that if you have a flat tariff, this will actually tend to bring the right industries to the US. Because if you had, say, a flat 25% tariff on everything you import, right, that's not going to be enough to overcome the fact that labor is so much cheaper in Bangladesh and the cost of making a t-shirt, such a high percentage of that is semi-skilled labor. You're not going to relocate the US garment manufacturing industry back here. But a 25% margin, tariff, a 25% tariff quite likely is enough to start relocating things like automobile production.
So people like to think in terms of absolutes, and unless we can absolutely shift all sorts of manufacturing back to the United States, then any degree of tariff or industrial policy is pointless. But people operate on the margins. So Trump is incentivizing the shifting of some manufacturing back to the United States. So a week ago, I read the book by political science professor Darrell Paul, From Tolerance to Equality, How Elites Brought America to Same-Sex Marriage. And this, I thought, was the key paragraph, that this fight over the definition of marriage is nothing less than who shall have the power to define reality. Right? This is why people are fighting so hard. Because to lose is not just to be consigned to the wrong side of history, it's to have the weight of the dominant culture with its laws and incentives, right, pushing against you. Right? It means to be denied access to elite institutions, elite jobs, elite networks, with all the social material benefits that they confer. And it means to have the force of the law and the power of the state used against you. So to define reality is a profound power. And for the first time in decades, Republicans are effectively pushing back and winning more of the culture wars. So I asked Grok, where did we have wars over reality over the past week? And one of them is over defining gender and sex. So you had the Trump administration pushing the University of Pennsylvania into an apology for allowing a man to participate in women's swimming. And the university apologized to the female swimmers, and it took away the winning label for the male swimmer and gave it to women. So many victories from the Trump administration in the realm of defining sex, defining gender, and with removing people who are in the country illegally. So how much money has Donald Trump raised through tariffs? Right, in his first term, just in year 2020, the U.S. collected $74 billion in tariffs. Right, that was more than double the amount collected before Trump took office. So over the 7 years from 2018, because Joe Biden continued Trump's tariffs, total collections from China, steel, aluminum, and solar panel tariffs amounted to $257 billion. Right, the amount of money that the United States is raising through tariffs seems to make the efforts of DOJ look puny by comparison. So the United States collected a dramatic amount of tariff revenue in May, right? U.S. collected $24 billion in May due to Trump's tariffs, right? That's a dramatic increase, right? It's the first full month in which President Donald Trump's 10% global tariff has been in effect. So in the first 5 months of 2025, we have 78% increase from same period in 2024 in the amount of revenue raised by tariffs. Tax Policy Center estimates that Trump's tariffs from 2025 onward could raise $3.3 trillion by 2035 and likely to raise nearly $200 billion in 2025. Right. This is substantial. And now Donald Trump has the funding to vastly extend the wall and to vastly expand immigration enforcement.
So even a flat tariff on a bumpy economy, as I like to say, has strategic effects. And then on top of that, if you're going to deliberately identify target industries that are important, then you can make that effect even stronger.
One of the things that your book has in it, one of the sections is an economic history of the United States, where you talk a lot about the various forms of industrial policy that America has undertaken over the years. What are just maybe a few examples of some of the things that the United States did from an industrial policy perspective?
Well, the most obvious one is that the United States was a
So I was very much a member of the University of Chicago libertarian free market approach to economics. But when I listened to this bloke Ian Fletcher, right, I have to recognize he's got some very solid points.
Tariff-protected economy from the founding fathers up until after World War II. That's what Alexander Hamilton is famous for, the guy on the $10 bill, the first Treasury Secretary, the guy that they've made this hipster musical about. He was the sole economist among the founding fathers, and he was conversant in the most sophisticated economic thinking of his day. And he said to George Washington and the others that if we don't have a protective tariff in this country, we're just going to end up as an economic colony of Europe, particularly Great Britain. We're going to be producing.
So one of the misapprehensions about free trade is that it just helps all parties. But power is often a zero sum, and trade will inevitably help one party more than another, and therefore give one party more advantages to wield power over its rivals. And economic models don't take into consideration geostrategic military strategy and force.
For the downward trend. Between 2021 and 2025, only 41% of Gen Zers say they are proud of the red, white, and blue, a sharp contrast to the 75% of baby boomers who consider themselves to be a proud American. And when you break down the Gen Zers by party, the numbers sink even lower.
Now, what is driving that decline? Well, a lot of it has to do with age. What are we talking about? Well, Generation Z Democrats, only 24% of Generation Z Democrats are extremely or very proud to be an American. That is actually lower, Erica. That is lower than the percentage who say they have little or no pride.
Let's bring in New York Post columnist Ricky Schlott, co-author of The Canceling of the American Mind. Nice to
Also, race plays a strong component here. If you're part of the core, right, if you feel like your ancestors go back to the Mayflower, or that you come from a people who's been in the country for hundreds of years, you're going to much more strongly identify with America. If you are Anglo-Saxon Protestant, if you revere the Anglo-Saxons who created and sustained and directed the development of the United States of America, all right, you're part of the burning white Christian European core of the United States, you're much more likely to be pro-American and to be willing to sacrifice for America and to participate in its civic institutions, as opposed to if you are feeling very much marginalized or just part of the coalition of the resentful.
Agricultural products and importing our manufactured goods, which will basically result in being, continuing to be their colony, which was the whole point of the revolution. And this tariff-protected policy was very successful in lifting the U.S. from being an economic backwater to being the most successful economy the world had.
Okay, I was just looking at Fox News, and they have this New York Post columnist on to talk about patriotism. So you'll notice that news that is free and is just trying to maximize its audience and makes most of its revenue through advertising, it tends to be much more nationalist and patriotic, as opposed to elite news media that primarily depends upon subscriptions. So tabloid writers tend to be much more passionate in their patriotism than writers for elite publications. Let's see how this goes.
Nice to have you with us today, Ricky. I mean, maybe you can just address these numbers and point to, why are so.
So this is a New York Post tabloid columnist. Fox News is a tabloid news operation. New York Times, Financial Times, these are elite publications that are much less nationalist.
Many Americans feeling not proud of being an American.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a member of Generation Z, and honestly, I don't find these numbers all that surprising, sadly. I think in part it is.
Also, it's a lot easier to feel patriotic and nationalistic if you accept the porous identity that you're part of a nation, part of a tribe, part of a community, that you're affected by those around you. as opposed to the buffered liberal Enlightenment identity, where you believe that you can decide right and wrong and strategic direction for your life just through your own buffered use of your cognitive facilities. So those with the porous identity, the traditional identity, the nationalist and tribalist, religious and right-wing identity, are much more likely to feel patriotic and nationalistic than those with the Enlightenment left-wing buffered
It's
identity.
partisanship, but also I think you have to throw in the fact that our civics education has been pretty dismal. Only 22% of 8th graders right now are proficient in civics, and that's just proficiency levels. And so if you don't know about a country, then how can you really be proud of it?
Yeah, it's not about matter of knowledge, right? Nationalism is not primarily a matter of knowledge. It's an emotion that is primarily not cognitive, right? It's not cognitively directed love of country.
I think it's a failure of the education system, A. And B, we're also a generation that grew up with the internet and news constantly bombarding us with the worst of the worst, and especially with social media news telling us that our country is terrible and the worst possible things about it. I think, you know, if you're a young person coming up under those circumstances, it's easy.
All right, so the elite media does this much more than the tabloid media, because possessing a buffered identity is an elite conception of the self, and the ability to criticize your own country is a manifestation of being an elite, educated American.
Easy to bias towards the negative and not really have a holistic understanding of really what it means to be American today.
So how do we gauge American pride? Is it hanging up a flag? Is it
American identity and pride and just all the emotions that go with nationalism is not something that is built by knowledge and by the exercise of cognitive functions. It's something you either feel or you don't feel, and it will spring from the particular hero system that you are raised with. Okay, let's have a look at the chat. I remember they made a very big deal about America's bicentennial in 1976. So I came to America in May 1977, and I spent many of my first months in America in the library at Pacific Union College in the Napa Valley. And I would read all the back issues of Life magazine, Time magazine, Newsweek, Sports Illustrated, and I was kind of taken aback by how patriotic Americans were compared to Australians. And yeah, celebrating the 1976 bicentennial was just a huge deal in American news and American pop culture that seemed weird to me as an Australian. The whole thing was one huge patriotic psyop. That's back when people infused America with baseball hot dogs and apple pie. Today, Americans are cynical. They've waded through a lot of BS since the spirit of 76, says Kip. Kip says that those high society Viennese Jews needed a shoulder to cry on, but it wasn't acceptable to pour out their problems on their staff. They did not have confessionals, so Freud and the psychiatrists filled a need. But now folks like 40 have chat AI bots to share their troubles with. Is the therapy industry in trouble? Yes. I find excellent therapeutic help available on AI chatbots. I'm really impressed by what they offer. And so our economy is going to be substantially reconfigured. AI, however, is not just going to cost jobs, it's also going to create jobs.
I've ever seen.
Yeah, you know, there was a lot of examples of things in there that we don't necessarily think of as industrial policy, but really were. One of them was the Morrill Act, if I pronounced his name correctly, that created all the land-grant colleges like Purdue University here in Indiana, which were to generate research in agricultural and mechanical arts to train a labor force of people that knew how to do stuff in those fields. And then, of course, they created also the Agricultural Extension Service, which still exists today, which would bring these innovations in agriculture.
So one reason people turn to live streams is to get real talk, but the economy, the economics of live streams is in decline in large part because people are getting many of their needs much better met through AI chatbots. So there are various live streaming operations that have had to lay people off. And it's true, if you've got certain questions, right, you'll often get a more accurate, more precise, and more cognitively and emotionally fulfilling answer from an AI chatbot than a live stream.
from the universities to the farmers where they were, so they could learn the latest about pest control or the latest about crop rotations.
But AI chatbots require billions of dollars of funding usually, and this type of funding is only going to produce chatbots that operate within overwhelmingly politically correct diameters and constraints. And so people will turn to live streams and perhaps to a lesser degree to talk radio and to social media posts to get a less filtered version of reality, because political correctness and truth are constantly at war with each other. You cannot accurately describe reality while staying within the realm of the politically correct. And so one obvious part of reality is that most people, most of the time, will prefer to segregate themselves with people who are like them. But in news media discourse or in chatbot discourse, right, segregation is a great evil. But people naturally incline towards segregation. People naturally incline towards what's called racist and stereotyping and holding politically incorrect views of outgroups. And so to get more real talk, people have to turn to things like social media or distant websites or live streams.
And all the new technologies. And these have really been, instrumental in powering, much more today it's less agriculture, although we still are an agricultural powerhouse because our agricultural technology and research is so good, but also, the engineering schools that developed out of that. It's sort of institutions that we don't think of as industrial policy, but yet play an enormous role in creating the background conditions that would allow industry to flourish. I mean, if you didn't have schools producing engineers, where would you get your engineers? The companies typically aren't doing the basic education of engineers themselves.
Oh, you're absolutely correct. It's easy to forget how, in the mid-19th century, how rare it was for people to even go to college. And the idea of setting up federally funded, indirectly through the land grants, colleges in every state was a very radical and very forward-looking idea, which of course created the trained labor force that was responsible for America's technological achievements later on. You mentioned the Agricultural Extension Service. Today, the US government has an excellent but far too small program that does the same for manufacturing. It's called the Manufacturing Extension Partnership. And it's based on the idea that for various reasons, small and medium-sized manufacturers are not going to be able to afford on their own access to the most advanced technologies. So,
all right, remember the name Ian Fletcher. Remember the name of the host, Aaron Wren. And remember the name Jonah Goldberg, here speaking with Matthew Continetti. Jonah Goldberg, of course, split from Fox News. He's never Trump. And Matthew Continetti is a conventional conservative who does bend over backwards, to be fair, to dissident members of the right. Matthew Continetti, 3 years ago, published A History of the Right in America. It was pretty even-handed. And he's talking here with Jonah Goldberg about the new biography of William F. Buckley that's been written, amounts to about 1,000 pages by somebody, Sam Tenenhouse, I think, the former book review editor of the New York Times, a lefty. And I've noticed that almost every right-wing review of this book is hostile, and almost every left-wing review of this new biography of Buckley is positive.
Well, I have to say I was a little disappointed in the book. It's a book that's both too long and too short. The book is close to 1,000 pages long, but you get the sense, especially as you get closer to the present, that Tenenhouse is rushing. And when you get to 1975, which was a good 34 years before Buckley died in 2008, the book comes to a sudden halt. And the last third of Buckley's life is condensed into 100 pages. And that was the part of the book that I was actually looking forward to the most, because I am a great fan of John Judas's biography of William F. Buckley Jr., which came out in 1988-89. And that book also basically ends with Reagan's election, but for good reason, because not much had happened.
Right.
There is another good biography. There have been at least 6 biographies of William F. Buckley Jr. written since he first appeared on the scene in the 1950s. My friend Al Felsenberg, the historian, wrote a very good one called A Man and His Presidents, which came out about a decade ago. that actually took the.
My old friend Ricardo is back, and he even threw down a super chat. $10. Thank you, Ricardo. The best part of the big, beautiful Bill passion was Donald Trump saying he was going to amnesty illegals right afterwards, winning so hard. If you can't recognize how many great things that Donald Trump has done for this country, particularly with regard to immigration, then you have an addiction to losing. You have an addiction to looking at imperfections and staying focused there. Right? Donald Trump has crushed illegal immigration in a way not thought possible. Border enforcement did not release one illegal into the United States in the last 2 months. Right? The degree of success that he's had in crushing illegal immigration is amazing. This 1% tax on remittances is a step in the right direction. The building, we've already built an extra 12 miles of the wall since Trump took office this term. He built over 50 miles the first term. He renovated, reconstructed an additional 30 miles in his first term. Now he's going to have the funding to build hundreds of new miles of the border wall. We're going to have encampments like Alligator Alcatraz. There's just so many good news with restricting immigration under Donald Trump and crushing illegal immigration. Now, there are many very passionate opinions about Alligator Alcatraz. And it's probably not a good thing to endorse publicly, right? You'll have very high likelihood of getting punched or abused if you say positive things about Alligator Alcatraz. So probably not socially wise, but shipping illegals to South Sudan, shipping illegals to some El Salvadoran prison, constructing camps called Alligator Alcatraz, all provide additional incentives to people not to come to the United States illegally. Luke is coping hard. Let the illegals stay, but don't let their kids have citizenship, second-class citizens. I do not favor that. Right? I want the dreamers deported. I want every single dreamer deported unless they have an established verifiable IQ over, say, 145, or they have some incredibly valuable skill that the country needs. But I would like to see 99% of dreamers deported. I have emotional sympathy for Ann Coulter's position. Like, deport the dreamers first before the violent criminals. Just deport the dreamers first because of all the sickening rhetoric we've had to endure about how wonderful they are. If you're in the country illegally, I want you deported. I would prefer that you self-deport because it sucks up fewer of our resources to deport you if you will self-deport. It's a bit mean to the alligators. I love the idea of Alligator Alcatraz. Right? I love the idea of deporting people who came to the country illegally and shipping them to South Sudan. I do not like calling them migrants. I don't like calling them undocumented. Right? They're people who have invaded our country by coming here illegally. I want them deported. And Donald Trump has done more to crush illegal immigration than any other major American politician in the past 70 years. He's flawed. He's imperfect. Right? But on planet Earth, he is better than our alternatives. So, encourage you to jump on, Ricardo.
Story from Buckley's birth until his death, and talked about what Buckley thought about each of the presidents during his lifetime. So for anyone interested in how Buckley related to his friend Ronald Reagan when Reagan became president, or what Buckley thought about President Clinton, President Bush, and then candidate Obama, who was in his ascent when Buckley died.
I mean, Nixon's the most interesting one, but we can get to that.
Yeah, well, we can talk about that too. Yeah. We can look at Al's book.
Yeah, it seems to me like, I have full disclosure, I have not read the whole thing. I dip in and out through my Kindle version of it. I had been asked by various people if I wanted to review it a year ago, and I just begged off because just the bandwidth required. Like, there's an unwritten rule in our world, which I try not to like pay attention to, but it does kick in sometimes. If you're going to write a negative review, you really do have to read the whole book. If it's a positive review, it's less so, and that's one of the reasons I don't like doing book reviews, is just the amount of effort that goes into something like that.
Well, I will say that one of the best pieces of advice I ever received came from a certain journalist named Jonah Goldberg, who told me, and then I heard you say in different contexts to young journalists, that when you start out, the best thing to do is write book reviews.
Yeah.
Because everyone is looking as a young writer for his or her value add. What do you bring that no one else has? And that can be hard when you're 22 because you don't have sources to report breaking news. You don't have expertise because you're just a college age. But we would hope that if you're going to be a journalist,
Ricardo
you can read.
Back
And so you
onto
can
the
read a
show.
book.
Ricardo, so good to talk to you. What's going on, man?
Hey, I've only got a few minutes, but, I started watching that Commentary Magazine show that you watch all the time.
Yeah.
And I realized, John Podhoretz, he's an American, right?
Yes.
Does he ever approach a single issue without, basically concluding, how does this affect Jews?
I am not aware of him doing that.
It doesn't have to be explicit, but, does he have any guests that aren't Jews?
He does, but he's a professional Jew, right? He makes his living speaking.
He's a professional Jew?
Yeah, he makes his living catering to the needs of Jews, just like a right-wing live streamer who makes his living from his right-wing live stream. He's catering to a particular audience. He's meeting the needs of a particular audience, and so too is John Podhoretz.
I didn't realize it was so narrow. I thought he had a broader audience. Is that true?
Well, he does have a broader audience, but the audience that pays his bills has a particular agenda. So he has a lot of his magazine has a lot of evangelical Christian support. It's the Zionist element in evangelical Christianity, and as a compromise for getting this support, the Commentary Magazine doesn't publish anything, for example, about evolution or anything that would upset its evangelical Christian supporters.
Interesting. So are you super excited for the big, beautiful bill?
I am, primarily because of immigration. That's my number one concern. I want illegals deported.
But how do you figure, what is he doing? What is he doing? He's already talking about amnesty.
Well, he talks about a lot of things.
People out?
I primarily want to crush illegal immigration. I want to reduce refugee intake, and I want to reduce legal immigration. I would like basically a moratorium on immigration, but I give him props for reducing the amount of immigration, both legal and illegal. Now, he's imperfect. I don't like everything that he says. I do not want amnesty. All right, I want the dreamers deported. But he's the best that we've got right now.
Yeah, but I don't understand the value of after the fact, after all the negotiating's done, talking about amnestying illegals. Why?
Okay, he has this thing where he just talks in 50 different directions, and he's developed this as a skill that he finds work for him by giving solace to various parts of his audience. And so he says completely contradictory things, often one right on top of another. I wish he was not saying nice things about the dreamers. I wish. But the reality is that Donald Trump says contradictory things all the time, including about immigration.
Well, it's hard to know how this is all going to shake out. They spend money for border security. How is that going to be applied? Who knows?
Well, we already know how substantially he's cut illegal immigration. It's down to about 10% of the levels that we had under Joe Biden. Why would you not celebrate that?
I don't know that that's true. I've heard many times that border crossings haven't really stopped, and deportations are not up. It's just a lot of photo shoots.
So you seriously don't believe that illegal immigration has decreased under Trump? It's not that you're saying that's not true.
I don't know.
You just don't know what to believe.
What does ChatGPT say? I don't know. I'm telling you, I've heard otherwise. I haven't seen the charts.
Okay, so is illegal immigration down under Donald Trump in 2025? Okay, and I just entered that into ChatGPT. Yes, it's down, and it's substantially down. So in May 2025, U.S. Border Patrol encountered 8,725 migrants, a 93% decrease from May 2024. Encounters fell further in June, just 6,000 encounters, a 93% year-over-year decline. These are historic lows. Some days see fewer encounters than typically daily averages under the Biden administration. So yes, legal immigration is demonstrably down in 2025 under Trump by over 90%, with essentially zero migrants released into the U.S.
Wait, so hold on. By the way, was that 6,000 a month or 6,000 a day?
A month.
I mean,
that's
still,
just
that's like
an encounter.
500 people a day that they catch. Right?
It didn't say it used the term encounter, and unlike under Biden, when the border enforcement would encounter migrants, they would allow them to stay in the U.S. For the last 2 months, border enforcement under Donald Trump has not allowed one person to stay after they have encountered them. Not one person has been released into the United States by border enforcement who encountered them in the country illegally.
How do you think they're going to approach the existing illegals?
Well, already we have reports.
Deport them if they interact with the court system, they got to go.
Well, they're trying many different things, but already we have substantial reports that over 1 million have self-deported. So they have set up an app where if you self-deport, you get $1,000. Because on average, it costs well over $10,000 per person that you deport. So if people will do it voluntarily, right, to pay them $1,000 and to save over $10,000 by people self-deporting, I mean, that's a huge win. So we've apparently had over 1 million people in the country illegally self-deport since Trump took office. So for every person that you deport physically, about 100 will then self-deport because you're creating incentives. When you send illegals to South Sudan and to El Salvadoran prisons, you're creating massive incentives for people not to come to the country illegally because they came here to get a better life and they end up in South Sudan. I mean, how is that not beautiful? All right. Ricardo dropped off. If he comes back, we'll bring him back on.
I'm pretty open about saying to certain industries, hospitality, agriculture, that there's going to be less enforcement or likely would be less enforcement around that just because we need the people to come here and do those jobs. Do you think that muddles the enforcement picture at all? And is that inconsistent?
I think the enforcement picture really has been focused on the, violent criminals, people that have already been ordered deported and getting those people deported. So I don't think it really changes what their focus is. And I think Richard's point is kind of interesting because he's talking about jobs open and things like that. Donald Trump is not against legal immigration. He's been very clear about that. But one of the benefits of deporting people is we have wage growth for American citizens, which is what Congress should be looking out for and what the president should be looking out for. So the American.
So looking at ChatGPT, I asked here over 1 million illegals have self-deported. ChatGPT says that this is likely not true. So the New York Post claimed that about 1 million have self-deported. ChatGPT says that this report lacks credible sourcing and appears to overstate the trend. So some outlets report about 1 million foreign-born illegals have left the U.S. labor market since March. Formal ICE deportations are at 207,000 by mid-June. So formal deportations, according to ChatGPT, around 200 to 300,000. But that ChatGPT is not giving me a number for self-deporting, but it claims that 1 million self-deporting is inflated, and my God, it's unofficial because it conflates 1 million illegals dropping out of the workforce with self-deportation. But I think 1 million people dropping out of the workforce, that is an enormous victory for Americans. I think this is fantastic. Glory be.
Book, and maybe you can even read other books that deal with the same topic, and you can produce a good review. So you're right. Reading is essential to writing a book review. And I read the whole book. I can confess. Of course, this is my life. This is my specialty. I live and breathe 20th century American conservatism. I would say there are a few things I learned in the book that I didn't know beforehand. I did not know about the Buckley family newspaper in South Carolina,
yeah.
which had connections to certain citizens' councils, but which were the pro-segregation groups there in the South in the 1950s. But the connection to Buckley himself was extremely tenuous.
Yeah.
And I also didn't quite appreciate Buckley's schooling, and especially his time at Millbrook, his prep school, which was near actually the family home in Sharon, Connecticut, and how Buckley really formed as a debater and a intellectual performer during that time. Also, the extent to which he was a supporter.
Right, Bill Buckley was primarily an entertainer rather than an intellectual. So we're going to get Dooovid back onto the show shortly.
Supporter of Charles Lindbergh and America First, opposing American entry into World War II. I knew that, of course,
right.
But Tannenhouse,
and that's in the Nash book. It's been written about.
Tannenhouse brings it out, I think, very well, and that was helpful for me. It was clarifying. At the same time, there was so much that I wanted that just wasn't there.
Okay,
what
let's
I think
get
was interesting is
Dooovid back onto the show. Dooovid, what's new with you? What's going on with your online commentary, etc.? Give us an update.
Close to nothing's going on with my online. Like, I only streamed a few times this year. And even like the Twitter spaces I've been in, I have not limited marginally. I guess just the utility, pragmatism, I'm not accomplishing anything in my streaming. So although I've thought about going back to it, because I need community, people to talk about the ideas. But I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do it. Part of the reason was I took a job, coaching chess in Detroit and working with like Detroit public schools, and I'm doing like chess camp, and I was a little bit worried that I might lose my job. God forbid, people might complain that I know who's working for you, but also I guess the decentralization, like, I mean, obviously your numbers are way down, and like Charles Moskowitz, you got to be on like 10 different platforms to compete. And it's became more dangerous, I guess, in my point of view, because like I got to the point where basically, like, I was just thinking like, okay, like, am I an anti-Semite? You think I'm an anti-Semite, Luke? You think I like hate Jews?
No.
But I got to the point where it's like, especially like because I became more modern, like, I'm not directly affiliated in promoting Judaism. That's years away. People question my Judaism. I mean, obviously, like, you had Halsey, or people like when we were talking, like, people always question my Judaism, but like now at this point, like, I have basically zero Jewish credibility, and so if I say things that sound kind of like they're anti-Semitic, I could be like, oh, like, I'm Hasidic, I used to be involved with these these guys. There's a few problems with it. One thing, I think, like, Hasidic anti-Zionism is very small, and also just such a long distance. There's no way to verify. Like, no, even an Orthodox Jew who knows me, like, no one's going to verify that I'm Jewish. No one's going to be like, basically, like, it became consensus among the popular. Now, since the war started, like, Twitter spaces, there's hundreds and hundreds of Jews that are doing what I used to do, but they're mostly like Zionist, and like their consensus has basically been like, I'm not Jewish. So I've I took a new stem to that. Like, doesn't even matter if I'm like, as opposed to someone who used to speak of someone who's Jewish and who had like had studied in Israel and lived in Hasidic Brooklyn. Now my approach is to, like, doesn't even matter if I'm Jewish. Yeah, it's just kind of taking me off the map in terms of streaming. So, like, the only thing, like, I could probably become, because anti-Semitism is so popular, I could become like one of the popular voices of criticizing Judaism. At this point, I don't even think you need an inside Jew. Like, it may be at some point of value. Like, people have been like, to validate, like, if it was like Keith Woods or, like Brundle in the olden days, where people would validate their anti-Semitism by like, Dooovid, he's a Jew and he says that this is true, or Dooovid says so. I just thought I wasn't making any progress, so I'm out. I'm focusing on coaching chess and my intellectual research. I'm still at that. I'd like to be able to, like, Jennifer also had personal things in her life, so we stopped streaming. Like if I still had Jennifer and could just stream and talk about neutral topics to politics in Judaism, like general spirituality, science, philosophy of science, history, I'd probably still be doing that. But like the last week in reviews, like I saw that my audience was way down, except when I talked about the war in Israel, and it was mostly like counter Semites that were tuning into my program for kind of like the inside Jewish view of why Israel is bad. So like then I already stopped doing week in review over a year ago. But like I noticed that like like my audience was way dwindled, just a handful of like Church of Entropy geeks and a few random people I picked up over the years. I still have 100 people in my Discord, so it's not like I don't have any imprint, but it was majority anti-Semites who were watching my content. So I just feel like, okay, that's not going anywhere. And I'm not sure I had a way to reinvent myself that would be, even popular. So I haven't even, trying to avoid the failed attempt to reinvent myself.
Wow, there's so much there to talk about. And most importantly,
You mentioned one thing quick, because I just tuned in. I just saw that they're making a new Running Man. And I'm not sure if you saw that, like just chimed in because I watched that movie like 20 times when I was a kid. And I just saw that Running Man is coming out in November.
I had never heard of Running Man. What's Running Man?
That was the Stephen King anonymous book that was Arnold Schwarzenegger movie of the dystopian future where people have to participate in these kind of like death game shows, maybe a precursor to the Hunger Games. 1987, one of Arnold Schwarzenegger's classical movies that was the only time he did a Stephen King book.
Oh, wow. Okay. Never heard of it. So are you happier doing less streaming, more interactions in real life?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, because like streaming is mostly stress, and like although I had minimal fame, like a minor celebrity, I never really got any tangible benefit from it besides like I mean, it was nice when I used to be able to just kind of be bored or want to talk about a subject. I mean, maybe you still have success in that. They're like, okay, I'll just pop on, go live and find some people that are interested in talking about the same thing I'm talking about. So like that, I definitely miss. But like largely, I never, financially or socially achieved any tangible benefit from streaming. So I'm not actually quite sure, if I'm actually missing out on anything other than false ego.
So the most fascinating thing that you said to me is how it's very hard to maintain a self-image when the overwhelming feedback that we're getting is undercutting our self-image. So you never had a self-image of an anti-Semite, but the Jewish community is incredibly good at policing its own community and pushing back against any Jew who's publicly saying things that are critical of Jews and Judaism. And the toll that it takes for a member of an in-group to stand up against a withering onslaught, it's just almost nobody can do it. And so it verges on the impossible to maintain a self-image if the overwhelming amount of intense feedback you're getting is undercutting and trying to destroy that self-image. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, because like I was always critical of Israel, and it didn't really become problematic till after October 7th. And like I was critical of, I was online like part of major discussions of the first Lebanon war in like 2006 or something like that. And like I remember I was in like that, it caused me almost no problems that I was anti-Zionist and I was open critic talking with Arabs, and I mean there was some hesitancy, but it's a new phenomenon post October 7th that would like Jewish Voice for Peace, Jewish anti-Zionism has become unacceptable to the point where I think I was somewhat a valuable person in the Jewish community, but like there would be like you're saying, a policing and saying, okay, this guy's crossed the line, he's out.
Okay, Ricardo, sorry to interrupt. Dooovid,
Blessings.
Go ahead, Ricardo.
Blessings. I just want to say, Dooovid, you'll always be a minor celebrity to me. And,
Ricardo definitely knows the Running Man, is excited to see the new Running Man.
I do know the Running Man. So are you telling me that basically all these Zio shills have beaten you down and like taken your Jewish identity from you? You like let them just make you not Jewish?
No, they've trapped me in the way that, I mean, so it's also related to the like the general Elon Musk takeover of X and the decline of discourse. So it's basically a trap. I mean, so like when what's his name? The rabbi that the West Bank rabbi that used to be on Luke's show. I'm forgetting his name.
Yeah, Matthias, I think, or something like
Matthias,
that.
I mean, so we actually went to the same school. So like we actually both went to Bubba in Borough Park. We were actually both literally at the same school, but he still would, like at that point he was a Zionist rabbi, and he was like, "You're not Jewish," even though we went to the same school, even though we could give a list of names of common people that we know. But the point is that the only way for me to prove that I'm Jewish is basically to dox myself. So if I'm on a stream and I'm saying things that are counter to Judaism, and some random Zionist comes up, he's not really Jewish. How do I prove that I'm Jewish? And the only way to
just start saying some things in Hebrew. Gentiles don't know Hebrew.
Yeah, but it doesn't work anymore, because like even like Talmud, because I mean, like, okay, like I'm still around. Like if I pop onto a space, like I mean, I still speak with Adam Green, or I wouldn't be surprised if if I was on Twitter Spaces or something, like I would still pop into that. So I'm saying, like, people, not everyone, but I'm saying the consensus strategy of the pro-Israel Hasbara agents is just to deny that I'm Jewish. And then like I could say my knowledge of Judaism. So I've taken the approach, doesn't even matter if I'm Jewish. But the bigger problem, because like it's basically a genetic thing. And so there was this guy, Yehuda Amsalog, who was like became probably one of the biggest voices in Twitter Spaces for pro-Israel, based in Canada. So he started spreading the misinformation that my father's Jewish, my mother's not Jewish, which is actually the opposite. My mother's Jewish, my father's not Jewish. But then like, he was popular and he had big spaces. So for a period, like everyone would be like, oh, he's not Jewish. His father's Jewish. His mother's not Jewish. But I mean, basically the only way for me to dispel, so to say, whatever defense is to dox myself. And it's not beneficial for me to give all this personal information. Like, no, I'm really Jewish.
Sure.
Like, here's my real name. Here's my relatives. Here's like my mom.
Well, that's what they want you to do.
It's a lose-lose situation where I could only prove my Jewishness by feeding personal information to two different groups that don't really like me, the counter-Semite and the Jewish Zionists. Neither one of those people really like me, and it's going to be lose-lose to try to feed personal information.
So who I mean, don't you feel though like this is, I mean, they're desperate. It's all desperate moves, because what's happened since October 7th, and sort of is like climax with this Iran thing, is that they've lost a lot of credibility. Israel has scuffed its boots. It is not its reputation is tarnished. And
yeah, I mean, well, in real life, I've now became much more anti-Zionist, and I don't even if I went to modern Orthodox schools. I saw the Chabad rabbi I hadn't seen him for years at like a neutral event where basically everyone was black, and like I didn't want to go over and shake his hand. Like I was like, we're not friends. And like I'm thinking like all the people I used to go to, I went to modern Orthodox synagogue every Shabbos for like 10 years, but like I don't even know if I'd shake one of those people's hands if I saw them in public. I try to not, I try to be neutral. So like,
sure,
like Luke probably I mean, me and Luke have similar type crowds that we associate, like modern Orthodox Jews. So like, I was at a common doctor that I used to play like Jewish geography. I'd be in Detroit. I meet someone like, the Veterans Hospital, and like I knew the chief of surgery, and I played Jewish geography and mentioned their names. But I'm thinking like, in my mind, all these people support genocide. So now, like, I kind of like, he's a pretty good guy. Like, you could probably trust him as a doctor, but like,
but he's
that genocide. But I'm saying that about people I know, to to sometimes like because I'm not a nobody, and like I mean, I'm not necessarily a problem, but I'm not a nobody, and people. It used to be like I do Jewish geography, and now like I try to avoid the subject, and someone really presses me. And like, as a name, like, yeah, unfortunately, this guy supports genocide. And like
So,
I do
Luke,
think that they're losing.
Luke,
but I'm saying like I'm losing.
Luke, are
like,
you?
I think Israel's losing. The Zionists, like, but it's going to take a long period for them to lose their grip in terms like local politics or something. Rashida Tlaib is my congresswoman.
Sure.
But there's other levels of the Jewish community power is waning, but they could try to use that power to. I don't think they want to use that power to ruin my life or ruin my reputation because I'm anti-Zionist. Although I think they would, like Luke was saying, if I made a point of just becoming a streamer whose thing was anti-Israelism, they'd make a point to try to ruin me. But basically, I just disappeared, and I was like, "Well, that's my view. If someone presses me, I'll still say it." But I basically like, "Well, I can't do anything about it. My opinion on the matter doesn't." So I'm just focusing on what I do. I don't know if Luke agrees with me, but I think at this point, I think at this point, if I was active, like,
Luke, do you
they
shake the
would try to
hands
ruin. They
of
would
the
try to
murderers?
ruin my personal life.
So I'm pro-Zionist. I support Israel's right to exist, but I don't talk a lot about my opinions on Israel because I'm so obviously biased, right? I am all in with the Jewish state of Israel. I'm all in with the Jewish state of Israel doing whatever it needs to do to protect itself and to survive. I'm not going to, like, I'm not promoting my opinions on what type of strategy would be best or spending a lot of time with sharing my opinions on, well, this strategy against Hamas was successful and this wasn't, because I'm just so biased.
Well, can I add, so would you support like Mossad using blackmail to control the U.S. government to support Israel, like to the detriment of the United States in support of Israel?
No, I would not support the United States doing anything.
Support them doing, you just said you support Israel's right to do anything it takes to defend itself.
If survive,
in Israel's interest to manipulate our government to survive, you support that?
No, because I'm America first before I'm Israel first. But I expect any people and any nation state to do whatever it needs to do to survive. So I don't have higher or lower expectations of the Jewish state compared to other states. Now, my state is the United States of America, so I am America first. I live here.
So, Dooovid, would you shake Luke's hand?
I mean, I deal with people like, I mean, it's tough to say, like, because if I was in a public place and I saw Luke from a distance, at this point, I probably, and I'm just saying Luke I know pretty well. Like, Luke, I probably would go over, but it just another Jew that I used to know, an Orthodox Jew or someone in Yarmouth, I would probably avoid them. I would probably, unless they came over and said something to me, and then if it was confrontation, I would be prepared to be confrontational in public, I mean, because God forbid it's Dooovid, I know how violence and stuff works, where I would be
meet him on the battlefield.
Well, I would be ready to talk to the crowd. Like if I saw Luke and I was with a bunch of people, I'd be like, oh, here's my genocidal Zionist friend. So I might play with it, like depending on the crowd. Like if I was in Detroit, like I was saying, there's no way, I mean, in most, a bunch of black guys is gonna take
even give a shit.
Well, I mean, they're not going to take a Jewish guy's side against me. I mean, they might, but in a circumstance. So if it came over and they recognized me and I could see it was confrontation, like I saw the Chabad rabbi in Detroit, and I knew he didn't like me, and he didn't want to, I knew there was tension, so it didn't even pay. But it was public, and if it was public, I probably would have yelled oh, here's the genocide rabbi or something. I might have said that, so if I was in Luke and we shook hands and he made some sort of snarky comment, I might, it's Dooovid, okay, violence and conflict. I might just, call him out in front of everybody, try to get a crowd, oh, here's the genocide supporter. Has that happened to you, Luke? Have you been publicly humiliated for your defense of genocide yet?
I've certainly been dressed down by strangers in public, and I do have friends who do not want to be seen. Really? Yeah, and because I wear a yarmulke everywhere, and I have friends who do not want to be seen with me in public. They'll spend time with me behind closed doors, but they do not want to be seen with me in public. Number one reason is they fear for their own safety. that by walking around with a yarmulke, they think that I'm likely to be the subject of a physical attack, and they don't want to get hurt.
When you're saying crypto Jews or non-Jewish friends?
No, non-Jews, but also some Jews do not want to be seen publicly with the guy who wears a yarmulke right now. They feel unsafe.
Well, I mean, people felt that way all the time. But I mean, I'm talking about a moral stance against Israel and American support, where now it's saying like, no, unfortunately, like these basically good people that I used to go to synagogue, that they're saying they're good doctors, they're relatively good people, charitable people, but yes, in fact, they support genocide and they're pushing America against the direction of American interest to support this genocide. And it's unfortunately because those are half of my friends. Those are people I've known most of my life. And I wouldn't say like, okay, like they're bad, they're evil, because it's saying like especially to me, they were pretty nice to me, money out of their own pocket, invited me to their institutes. But it's like, no, unfortunately, they're almost in unison in support of the genocide and in support of directing U.S. Policy towards that.
So I don't weigh in a lot with what I think U.S. policy should be in the Middle East or with regard to Iran or Israel, because I'm biased. Like, I emotionally love it that Israel pounded Iran. Right, that feels good to me. I emotionally love it that Israel pounded Hezbollah, and I love it when Israel pounds Hamas and the Houthis. But as far as trying to push a certain policy for Israel or for the United States in the Middle East, I don't, because I'm biased, and two, I just think it's too fraught, and so I'm just happier staying away from promotion of any particular policy.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I guess, somewhat inaccuracy, because like.
Hold on, real quick, Dooovid, real quick. Listen, I gotta run, guys. I just want to say, happy July 4th. God bless America. My two longest streaming buddies. I miss you both, and wish you all the best. Take care.
Thanks, bro. Good to catch up with you. Okay,
yeah,
Dooovid, you wanted to say something?
Well, I was saying that's not the Jewish method. I mean, you have concerned Jews, or now Twitter, and it's full of Hasbara, people that argue, but like generally, Israel doesn't need your support because you have no money or power. The method that Jews garner support is almost purely behind the scenes political, and that would be through large donations and influence on almost exclusively politicians and power players. So like the Jewish community doesn't need your average Jew to be like a Hasbara agent or argue. They only need the wealthy Jews to make donations to political candidates, and the Jews with power to pressure the handful of people with governmental power to that position. So it's like AIPAC or something, you don't get invited to AIPAC, you have to pay to go to AIPAC. And like you don't get like the Jewish meetings where I assume in your area, there'll be a rich guy and someone's will invite a politician to their house, and everybody makes like that. I mean, if you saw the Tucker Carlson interview with why is it slipping my name?
He's had various anti-Israel, anti-Jewish.
With Ted Cruz. Well, I went with Ted Cruz, where Ted Cruz was explaining to them the nature of an AIPAC meeting. And Tucker Carlson's like, I know what an AIPAC meeting is. I've been to an AIPAC meeting. But I wouldn't be surprised if Luke Ford has never been to an AIPAC meeting.
I have been to various AIPAC meetings.
Did someone pay for you, or you paid for your own ticket?
I don't recall paying, but it might have been a nominal amount. I may have paid $20 or $25. I don't.
I mean, that's not the AIPAC Ted Cruz. I mean, Ted Cruz was talking about him going to an event where Jews pay a minimum of $1,000 even to be there. And, the policy is clear that, here's your powerful Jews, and they're meeting just privately with Ted Cruz, and they're paying a substantial amount of money to do that. And the policy that the group wants is clear. And I just guess like you were probably never at one of those meetings, because like usually you have to pay large sums of money, and I can't imagine that you would ever donate $1,000 to like Ted Cruz or some campaign to actually be at one of those events.
Correct. I would never.
And those are the events that actually matter. Like some guy arguing on the internet, or my personal opinion, like it's those events that actually change American politics. Me or you don't change that.
Right. Foreign policy is effectively wielded by a tiny number of people.
Yeah, and so I mean, but that's like anti-Semitic in the first place because like okay, I know enough about Judaism to know about those meetings, and now they're kind of like common knowledge. But to even like say that, to say kind of the John Mersheimer, I mean, I used to argue that with Charles Moskowitz because I was an inside Jew, and that was kind of the view. Like, these people do not really like you, and the only way that America is going to do good policy for the Jews is if you donate money and pester your local congressman to make these decisions. And like, as opposed to like the Charles Moskowitz is like, oh, America loves the Jews, Christians love the Jews, and like even if AIPAC didn't exist or we didn't give all this money, they would still love the Jews. But like, I remember when I was a Jew, that's not what they said in the emails. That's not what they said to the donors. They said like, unless you donate this money, America's probably going to turn against the Jews. Like, it's clearly like this money that the community gives. So you have this fine line of like, am I anti-Semitic if that's what I believe, that like that the main reason like America supports Israel is because of the hard work of American Jews and the money that they give to the cause?
Well, I'm sure there are many reasons. So some of it is financial, some of it's just the effectiveness of Jewish institutions, some of it is interests in common, such as opposition to the Soviet Union or maintaining an ally with access to all sorts of information or intelligence that the United States doesn't have. So people usually do things for, and nation states do things for a whole variety of reasons. So I don't believe that America's, no, I don't have a strong opinion how much is self-interest versus how much is effective use of power and influence by pro-Israeli organizations. I'm open to different points of view on that.
I did a deep dive into, just research into like, the Palantir, Peter Thiel, new technocracy of like, what do those people believe? And, they're kind of like, the American system has to be changed and democracy is the problem. And, these nature of the American system, like the spoil system, representative democracy, spaced elections, donations, or the various things that people are just using the system the way it was designed to be made. But your average American, that's not necessarily what they tell Americans, and like there might be problems with the system, but so that you have this new kind of like technological replacement for democracy that the conspiracists like you would say that does it, the non. Well, there's the anti-Jewish JQ conspiracy theorist, and then there's the globalist conspiracy theorist that say it's not really the Jews, it's people like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, Palantir, or various things. But I was looking at kind of their critique of capitalism, critique of democracy, and but I think most people have never witnessed that. They don't. I was meant to, even chess, like everything in America is basically pay for play. So there's this big chess event, happening in Texas. I was looking at, but like, so the model, it's like they want to fill up a stadium, and it's like 2,500 people, for one of the biggest chess events in history, just to get 2,500 people. But they know like it's probably not going to work, so they make the money by trying to sell access to meet the players. So if you pay $150 a ticket, $300 for the better ticket, but then you got to pay $3,000, and then you actually get to meet and take pictures with the players. And basically everything in the U.S. works that way. If it's sports, politics, entertainment, it's completely designed on this pay-to-play system. And so the Jews naturally just kind of like, well, that's the way the system operates. That's the way we use the system as it was designed, as opposed to your average American or person's like, no, that's not how the system works. Like that's like you're really crushing their identity. It's July 4th, like you're telling them all these negative things about America and the reality of how things work. As where I think Jews are much more practical and say, well, this is just how things work. We're going to work with the system as it actually works.
So does it bother you that Ukrainians fight to survive, or does it only bother you if Jews fight to survive?
I'm not really emotionally attached like that. So like, like it doesn't bother me. If when I was watching the 12-Day War, and it's like, people are dying or whatever. Like, it's not an emotional attachment. I might have some. I was just watching the Chuck Todd podcast. I'm not sure if you've seen that yet.
I've heard of it. I'm not sure if I've seen it.
I mean, I guess, okay, he's no longer with NBC, and he said also that he thought NBC Face the Nation was hampering his creativity, so now he's an independent podcaster with the Chuck Todd podcast. But he was interviewing that guy, Ian Bremmer from the New York Times, and he was mentioning, this question about leaders. So Chuck Todd was like the emerging leaders, and saying, and Ian Bremmer made a point that literally I was just watching this before I tuned into you. In fact, I didn't finish the video because you invited me on. But Ian Bremmer said, America doesn't create leaders, it creates winners. And that's like we don't get, Trump is not a leader, he's a winner. And America, it's like, well, if you win, we'll get behind you. And leadership, like, if you stop winning, we're not going to follow you. And I just heard that. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, we don't follow leaders in America, we follow winners. And the Jewish community somewhat has an appreciation of that. And Trump, is the example of, like the winner. He's not a leader, he's a winner. You want to get behind the guy who, maybe has the flaws, doesn't exhibit classical leadership skills, but someone who could actually win.
So would you find it difficult to be friends with a Zionist?
Well, I'm getting old. I'm not really friends with anybody. In terms, like, I mean, I would do business. I would deal like, I wouldn't discriminate against like a Zionist. I mean, I wouldn't discriminate. I might. I mean, honestly, like, I'm an anti-Zionist, Luke. Like, I was warning you about this from the first time we spoke 10 years ago. I told you this was going to happen. Eventually, Israel was going to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. I mean, right? Like, I told you before it was happening, like, I was anti-Zionist. I was telling you, that basically Zionism is going to necessitate the either genocide or ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
Probably. I mean, I take it for granted that every group will do whatever is necessary to survive. So, Jews.
Yeah, but I'm talking 10 years. I'm talking 10 years ago. Before, like, and even at that point, you were probably like, well, whatever. I mean, do I really care if, that probably didn't bother you then? And that's even like the Richard Spencer, the Trump. Like, I remember, like, I mean, that was my Trump when I started the alt-right. Like Richard Spencer and the white Zionism, saying Trump. And like, you probably still feel like that, although now you're finally at a point where you might be able to say it. Like in 2016, Trump wanted to shoot people at the Mexican border like Israel shoots people at their border. But it was difficult. And even saying Trump in the George Floyd revolution riots, he wanted to use lethal force against Americans, and he was overruled. And in that sense, like, Trump in the modern form is extremely philo-Semitic for like the alt-right, the far right, in terms like they don't support like Judaism like me or it. They support strong arm nationalism, genocide, violence. They like Jews because of the violence, just like the excitement. I mean, I know I was like that. I was a troubled kid. And like, I was excited by violence. I mean, God forbid I wasn't that bad, but I mean, think like when they first started forcing people to watch like Schindler List, and like all of a sudden they had all these people who were laughing, and the right message wasn't getting across. Like, Schindler's List is not supposed to be a comedy, but like a lot of kids, when you force them to watch Schindler's List, they laugh and they think it's a comedy. So in that respect, like when people saw people getting killed, a lot of people just like violence. And even like what Israel's doing in Gaza, like, okay, I'm leaning towards liberalism and bleeding heart because my parents are, even though I'm not emotionally attached, but I think maybe you're on the opposite end where it's like, yes, this is awesome. I had no idea that like technology and war and violence could be waged like this. I love Israel. These guys are really good at violence and war.
Well, I just, you don't have to be super excited about violence, just want your own people to be safe and survive. And so some people who are dysfunctional, right, they need the excitement of violence. But most people, whether Jewish or non-Jewish, want to survive and be safe.
that's not the point I'm making. I mean, that goes back to Ian Bremmer. Like America, you're not American in that sense. Like it could be opposite too. Like you saying we don't follow leaders. You're all caught up in leaders. We follow winners. And it's saying like it's not like, oh, Israel's just doing what other people like. Yeah, of course, but Israel's actually good at it. They actually won. Israel actually took on Iran. They took on all these Arab nations, and like Israel's actually almost successfully carrying out a genocide. They successfully, like in that sense, it's not like, oh, I feel sympathetic. The Jews are just like any other people. It's like, no, the Jews are winners. The Jews kicked Iran's ass. Who would have bet that?
Right.
And it's like it's what Trump said. It's like Trump, like Israel's doing pretty good. Like I like Israel. They're winners. I follow winners. Israel's a winner.
Yeah, most people are impressed by the degree of excellence that Israel displayed in its war versus Iran, and most people would be.
But the ultimate expression of winning is violence. It's like, who are the ultimate champions? Like those are their fighters. Like because the most definitive way to win is, to physically the violent sports, not even like football or team sports, but actually like boxing or MMA, where one guy is going to be unconscious on the floor after, and there's clearly a winner because there's only one guy left standing. And like that's Trump. Did you watch Trump when he was on Joe Rogan?
No, I mean, it's excerpts of it, I guess, showed up in social media, but I virtually never watch or listen to politicians.
He just seemed alive in the way I never seen a guy alive talking about fighting. I talk about like in Detroit, like I often end up talking about violence because it's a popular topic. Like I mean, just like UFC, like I don't follow sports, even though the Detroit Tigers are like the best in the league right now. I don't even know, I'm not following it, but like I follow a little bit of like, UFC, and I end up talking a lot about that. But I'm saying there's something visceral in the human mind to like winners, and there's no better way to demonstrate winning than through violence. And Israel has framed this way where it's not, you have and even like the people you hang out with, they don't probably feel like that. Like they don't African Americans more feel like that. Like I just like all these people that saying like I was reading a book, the guy I'm working with, or you're just saying like like you go and hit that guy. At school, like like mothers are bringing their kid to school to get in a fight or getting involved in a fight, and it's a certain level of dignity or respect for violence, for standing up for yourself, that generally is not considered Jewish historically.
Right, recreational violence is not usually praised in Jewish life, but survival is praised in Jewish life. So Jews, like other people, want to survive, and Jews, like other people, get excited about war and violence. And there are plenty of Jews who love boxing. Like I love boxing. I love to watch boxing. I would never participate in boxing, but I love to watch it. I love to watch football. I would never participate in tackle football. So there's a saying that all the world loves a lover. It doesn't. What the world loves much more is a fight. And there's something viscerally exciting and compelling about a fight.
Well, back to the Ian Bremmer. What if could you adapt that to say, I really just like winning?
Yeah, I think people, I do like winning. I love winning. I think most people are interested in excellence, whether it's financial or cultural, artistic, religious, spiritual, or military. People love excellence. People recognize excellence.
Well, that's created the dilemma for Israel now, because I mean, I was saying that when we first met, because really, even 10 years ago, it was less proved. I mean, Israel's excellence was basically like violence. Like Israel's one of the largest economic, weapon sales, or the various things, training the police department and things like that. And I mean, I remember. I mean, I joked about it, like, because my third friend, my three convert friends to Judaism all carry pistols. I mean, right? You have a concealed weapons permit?
I wouldn't talk about that publicly.
Okay, I mean, God forbid. I thought maybe you publicly mentioned that once in the past.
I might
but
have.
I mean, I know two local Orthodox converts to Judaism. They both carry. They both are like have concealed weapons permit. And he was thinking like, would you have thought that like you convert to Judaism and now you're carrying a concealed pistol? I mean, when you had I mean, I'm like, God forbid that's your person. I didn't mean to. If if I'm completely wrong on that, or you had said and didn't mean to.
I might have. I don't remember.
But if you're saying when you talk about how you came on to Judaism, with I mean your story, Dennis Prager, and the your dating or your therapist from your chronic fatigue syndrome, that would you have thought like one day Judaism would cause you to like carry a concealed weapon, like that like Judaism meant carrying a concealed weapon, and it is even feasible like that like why is it all the converts to Judaism I know carry concealed weapons?
So guns have never been a major part of my life, but I've certainly never had a horror of them. So even when I was in the most spiritual, Torah intoxicated stage of my Jewish journey, I never had a horror at concealed carry or at weapons. On the other hand, it was never usually the focus of my life either. So I don't have strong feelings or opinions either way. If people are law abiding, then yeah, I'm glad for them to carry concealed weapons. If people are mentally ill or have a criminal record, then I don't want them to have access to weapons. But I want good law-abiding citizens to have weapons.
Yeah, I mean, I probably even agree with you on that. I'm just saying that when I signed up for Judaism, I was kind of a geek who likes reading, and like I like Jews. Jews are intellectual and valued intelligence, and liked reading, and you could always find um, Jews who have read the same books or interested in some of the same topics in almost anything, whether it's physics, science, mathematics. All of my interest, I always found, even among Orthodox Hasidic Jews, I'd almost always found, probably always found, Jews that I would meet in synagogue that have read some of the same books and had some of the same interests. But like, I'm not sure if we're ever going to get back to that. And like this new militaristic Judaism, and that's why anti-Zionism. Like, I mean, if it's like Kemedov in the chat, you're like the Brooklyn anti-Zionism. Like Dooovid did factually study and serve some of the biggest Hasidic rabbis in Brooklyn, and anti-Zionism was a pillar. And I also fell out because I realized that um, the basically the anti-Zionist to Zionist extremist pipeline, because it would happen that like like the anti-Zionist rabbi's own grandson would like leave the derrick, and then then like maybe I could be friends with him now that he's not so like a rabbi, um but they always become Zionist. And then factually, I think that you see like Ben Gvir, or like religious anti-Zionism is at all-time low. Like Haredi anti-Zionism is at an all-time low, and like Ben Gvir, Smodrick, I mean, really like the worst offenders of Zionism are usually anti-Zionist. And it also became like personal because like, okay, I was in Hasidic Brooklyn, but like all the people I knew who left Hasidism um, are almost all like very strong Zionists. And so that kind of took away like because like Kemedov in the chat, like, okay, I'm like I'm just telling you what my rabbis told me. But then I saw like it wasn't really working out like that, because like I would meet other followers of the rabbi that used to be anti-Zionist. Now they're Zionist extremists, and like those guys don't even want to like. So it was like this guy who used to be Hasidic, who like when I met him was hardly spoke a word of English. Now he would also be like, I don't think Doovid's really Jewish, because like he's now a Zionist and has some sort of understanding of why his granddad was anti-Zionist, but it's not the same way Doovid's anti-Zionist. So I mean, I think the anti-Zionism is just a losing battle to and so it's kind of rather than say I'm the real Jew, good Jews should be anti-Zionist. I'm kind of like, well, who am I to speak for Judaism? That's what a few of my rabbis told me, but those rabbis' own kids don't seem to be following in their footsteps. So I'm basically like, I mean, I don't even know if I'm Jewish. That's why I say myself now. Like I don't even know if I'm Jewish myself anymore.
So, so what's going on in Israel has had a profound effect on your own emotional attachment to being Jewish and identifying as Jewish and practicing Jewish rituals.
Yeah, it's destroyed my Jewish identity, man. Because like I still put on tefillin today. I still, I'll make kiddush tonight. I won't formally keep Shabbos, but I'll still make kiddush and say the prayers, and I'll read from the Torah. But I fell out with the community, and I mean, it was kind of like the opposite. I saw it be losing. One thing, like I didn't want to be a loser, so I didn't want to be one of these losing people that were sitting there saying like that's not what Judaism really means. Like I'm telling you what Judaism really means. Like Judaism is against this, not for it. And I actually drove that Notori Karta rabbi came to Detroit, and I actually drove him to one of the encampments, and he spoke. And he's like, I want to believe you that Judaism stands for peace and this stuff, but like unfortunately, I think you're wrong. I think it's more likely that Judaism. I used to defend it. Like I was even still defending it, like because like a lot of African American, especially women, are in fact pacifists. Like the African Episcopal, church, and so to say, like Judaism supporting self defense. I used to always quote my rabbi say like we're Jews, we don't turn the other cheek. And like saying like like we support self-defense. Isn't you're not just allowed to self-defend, you're required to defend yourself. And just those aspects of the way that I fell in love with Judaism, that I understood Judaism, just the humility to say, okay, maybe I had a false understanding of Judaism, and it doesn't pay for me to have this losing battle to try to be the real Jew, to defend some version of Judaism that no one believes me, and I don't even believe myself anymore as the real version of Judaism.
So what about your American identity? Was that affected by the invasion and occupation of Afghanistan and Iraq, and was it affected by Trump bombing Iran's nuclear facilities?
No, I mean, we discussed. I was really a conspiracy theorist even as a kid, but I was always libertarian, right leaning. From the first time I heard politics as an early teenager. So I don't know if you remember Rush Limbaugh in he used to have his opening montage used to have the statement like I love my country but hate my government or something. Like was that the statement?
Sounds possible. I don't remember.
I mean, it was a common thing. And then like Rush Limbaugh on his like daily, when his show at the open of every hour, he had like a little montage, and it had this quick like statement that used to be popular when I was a kid. I love my country, but fear my government or something like that. So like I always felt like that. So I never had much faith in America. I never really felt American identity. I mean, obviously because I grew up in where whites were a minority. And I mean, my granddad was a veteran. I went to my granddad's funeral, and he actually, my mom had even requested, him to have military honors where, they came and, played the do do do. And like, so I had a little, like my granddads both served in World War II, but growing up among mostly African Americans and then liberal progressives, and then Jews, I never really had I was never really patriotic.
Okay, Kemi Dov throws down $10 super chat. He says, a lot of conflation and red herrings. Judaism is critically distinct from various forms of Jewish political activism, such as Zionism. So is, to you, Dooovid, is Judaism primarily what the sacred texts of Judaism say, such as the Torah and the Talmud, or is Judaism what is practiced by Jews as they attempt to relate to a supreme supernatural being?
Yeah, I mean that I used to put it, even going back 5 years, that Judaism is what Jews do. So you can argue like this is the correct interpretation of the scripture, and like mythological, saying like, oh, we got the correct interpretation, or this rabbi or this sage, and it's saying you actually have to believe. And then it's also like, unfortunately, like what the Kabbalistic books say versus the contemporary Jewish understanding, because the Kabbalistic books are in theory extremely dark books that basically would be like Gnosticism, where basically like the material realm is hell, and death frees you, and like going to heaven for being a martyr or something like that, or like the ordained natural order to hate Jews. I mean, the Kabbalistic literature, if you actually read it, is extremely dark, so much so that most Jews wouldn't want to be Jewish if they actually knew what the Kabbalistic literature said. But like in that sense, like for a period, I was holding out like, no, I understand the true secrets of Judaism. I figured it out. But like no, now I basically like, no, it's mythology, or basically what Jews do. And then I try to, because I still believe and I stay in prayer. I talk to God So I'll try to, like a Rebbe Nachman style, he's Boydedus, just kind of trying to talk it out with God, like, why are you doing this? But like a humility, I have no idea how God runs the world. And I'll still question, like, maybe Jews are the precipice of progress in the world, or Jews are the chosen people, Moses and the law is binding, or these things. I'll fluctuate back and forth. And I usually, like do Rebbe Nachman style. He's Boydus, actually a lot of it, probably hours every day, because I'm mostly by myself. And, I'll just talk to God and, why are you doing this? Like, what sense does this make?
So what do you think about this guy, Zoran Mamdani, who's likely to be the next mayor of New York City?
Yeah, I mean, that's the generational change. Like, I mean, if you've been covering the polling, it's been clear. So the fact that it's this Indian Muslim or something, or why he's the one who rose to power to be the face of it. But I mean, Alan Dershowitz has been saying it for over 5 years. But like I'm active in college campuses. The younger generation doesn't view multiculturalism, anti-Zionism, socialism, anti-capitalism. Those are going to be, if America is democratic, you're going to see more and more and more of that. And the when I did Week in Review, that's the one thing I would do. I would always go over the poll numbers, the Jewish poll numbers. Like anytime like some Jewish organization had a new poll on like anti-Semitism or sentiment towards Israel, and the more detailed with like the age groups and the political leanings, let alone like Pew and the other things of American sentiment. So like that's not surprising. The experts have been predicting that for years. I don't know if you follow that much of the the expert polling and sentiment, and just saw like, well, obviously something like that was bound to happen. It's probably just going to keep on increasing.
So how much time and attention do you give to Palestinian suffering?
If it just put back, because as a question to you, maybe that's why your disagreement or your liking with Trump, you think you could change the tide of the generational shift by like cracking down on immigration or various things, is where I don't think that's going to change it. Like the generational shift is going to be multicultural and maybe socialist or these various things, as where you think you could fight it back with like Trump and immigration reform.
Well, I'm primarily interested in understanding reality than trying to change reality.
But I mean, saying accepting that like at some point, like LA will also be ran by someone like Mamdani. That's inevitable. There's really nothing that could tie.
Yeah, probably. I don't think that life for Orthodox Jews would be impossible if someone like Mamdani was the mayor of New York City. Probably make life more difficult for some people and make perhaps life better for other people. Different groups have different interests. Mamdani represents the interests of people who are quite different from the people that I feel most at ease with.
Well, I mean, my point that the polls have been, I mean, as a political analysis, they've been following the polls have been predicting something like this for years, so it wasn't really surprising. I'm saying, I assume you agree with that.
Yeah, I think he's a natural progression of a passionate trend within the Democratic Party. I mean, he's kind of there with AOC and Bernie Sanders, and that's where the enthusiasm is with the Democratic Party.
I guess there's also the other trend. You're old enough, probably maybe even Brundle's old enough, but on the precipice of this American empire versus giving up on the American empire, where you have a certain element of like you have to preserve the world order and it's America's job to preserve the world order, versus kind of like the Obama, that America is a unique experiment in multiculturalism, and you have to make sure that this experiment in multiculturalism doesn't fail, and that is more important than the world order, that you could let the world order fall completely, forget Americans' dominance, as long as this multicultural experiment in America succeeds. So I think that's the leftist approach, which I'm probably more on the leftist side, that our future, like we got to make this multicultural experiment work. And I think the global order, we're not going to have any power over, then should give up on it. And you might be Republicans.
You think diversity is great, right? You think diversity is great, and I think the more we have in common with our fellow citizens, that's better than diversity.
Well, I mean, saying like that's President Obama's statement, that the reason why America can't fail is because America is really the only legitimate experiment in multiculturalism, and if it fails, multiculturalism will probably fail. And so the reason why you have to defend and hold on to America is actually the defense and holding on to some sort of pluralistic dream of multiculturalism. You say, like, yeah, I'm completely in that school. You have the the right-wing isolationists that are completely on the opposite end, and then you have globalist strains on the right and left that say, like, it's more about some sort of global order that has to be preserved. And so I don't really care about preserving any global order like that. Maybe you seem more maybe half where you're also interested in the US needs to preserve some sort of global order.
Well, I'm for preserving some sort of global order to the extent that that's in America's interests. So I don't want America so dedicated to the global order that it comes at the expense of its own citizens.
Well, I mean, it means like war with Iran or these various things that global order necessitates military intervention, regular, and I've kind of just given up on politics. I became kind of like the proto alt-righters, where I'm just waiting for the government to collapse. And this is kind of how I felt as I was a kid, just as a libertarian. Like, this, doesn't mean anything. Eventually, this thing's going to collapse or fall. All of the people who are running it are corrupt, and so I've.
So who do you find has wisdom on all the issues that we've been talking about? Who do you look up to and respect?
I like John Mersheimer and Professor Sachs. Why's his name slipping me?
Jeffrey Sachs.
I actually took. In fact, I even got a signed certificate, Columbia on edX. I even took Professor Sachs's Columbia course that they offered free online, and took the test and got a certificate that was robo-signed by Sachs on like the I forget what they call them, was like the UN strategic goals, SG something for. But like I've like, and actually Professor Sachs is from Michigan. He was a Jewish boy who grew up a convert to Catholicism, but he's from my hometown here in Southfield, Michigan. But like I like Sachs and Mersheimer. I listen to everybody. I just list that guy John Kramer on Dialogue Works. I listen to Mario Nuffel and like all of the experts that he put across the board from wide variety of experts, military experts. Because I basically sit at home, work from home. I constantly have news in the background, and I'll consume. Like Ricardo was saying, like from watching you, I occasionally will watch Two-Way or some of the other programs that you watch, but not that much, because like the politics is less. I like more of the analysis of international affairs. And then I watch the New York Times. I mean, I read the New York Times. In fact, I'm reading more and more articles. Like I used to just read a few select ones, but now I'm tending to read like 10, 20 articles a day from the New York Times on a variety of subjects. But I'll tend to watch like one or a day of the New York Times podcast, like, Ezra Klein, if he has an interesting guest, like Ian Bremmer. I also watch like, the like Zateo, and I'll occasionally watch MSNBC or CNN, like if they have a interesting guest. And then I watch these military channels. Like I watch Preston Stewart, who's very, American military analysis, very pro-Israel. But I'll also watch like Defense Politics Asia, that's more neutral. And then, there's another one, military history, and a few, like across the spectrum. So I still, old school intellectual, well, I'll consume a wide variety of views, especially the ones that I disagree with. I almost said History Speaks, although did you see History Speaks debate at the Comedy Cellar? Do you know that guy Noam Dworman in the Comedy Cellar? If you saw, Matthew was actually live there in New York at the Comedy Cellar.
No, I didn't see that.
I mean, randomly, like the guy, I think he just bought it. Is there a Comedy Cellar in LA that's owned? The original Comedy Cellar is in the Village of New York City, but I think they also have a Comedy Cellar in LA.
I don't know.
But there's a guy, New York Jew, who owns it, and he's got the Comedy Cellar, and he has a podcast, and like the podcast is all like anti-Semitism, war in Israel. It's the only thing they talk about. and they actually got kicked off of Spotify because I guess they used to do comedy, and he's been interviewing all sorts of people. And I mean, I guess he tries to push himself as neutral, but he's very pro-Israel, and so he was looking for people to debate, and somehow Matthew of History Speaks. I'll put in the chat.
Okay. I'm gonna run off. Any final words?
Yeah, I appreciate you still streaming, and these conversations, and keeping the dream alive, because I've thought about going back to Week in Review. And I guess you would be I mean, obviously you're the one who got me into streaming in the first place, but you would kind of be my inspiration to think that it would be possible to just talk about what interests me, and then maybe to found a little crowd of people that are interested in the same topic. So I might reinvent myself and do that soon, but I'll probably be less Jewish or politics centered, and more in just my area of research. And I put that Comedy Cellar link in the chat if Matthew's big debate.
Okay, thanks, Dooovid. Talk to you later.
Okay, I appreciate it. God bless. Happy 4th of July.
Bye-bye. All right, back to
Tannenhouse,
Matthew Continetti,
subtitled the book "The Man in the Revolution That Changed America," and there's no question Bill Buckley changed America. The question is, what revolution is Tannenhouse referring to? And I think Charles Kessler of the Claremont Review of Books made this point very well. He said the actual revolution that occupies a lot of Tannenhouse's attention is not the conservative revolution, but it's the middle American revolution.
Right. The great political accomplishment of Donald Trump has been to turn Republicans into the working class party.
It's the shift of the white working class away from the Democratic Party beginning in the 1960s toward a conservative, inflected populism that, of course, continues to this day and has, in fact, expanded to include the working class, Hispanic voters, black male voters, and others. So what I found is that conservatism, American conservatism, Buckleyism, is actually neglected in certain parts of the book. So you don't really learn a lot about, say, James Burnham, who was the chief intellectual influence on National Review. You don't learn about Frank Meyer, who was so important to conservatism. And then when we get closer in time, you have very just glancing attempts to explain what was happening inside the conservative movement in Buckley's final years against this backdrop of kind of just a typical liberal view. Reagan was a plutocrat who was insensitive to victims of the AIDS epidemic, and George W. Bush was a evangelical warmonger. And in between, you get Buckley had a very complicated position on the Iraq War, which we can talk about if you'd like. And then a few passing glances at the succession from Buckley to John O'Sullivan to then Rich Lowry at National Review, which, of course, as a journalist and as somebody who knows everybody in this world, I was hoping I could get some good gossip, but there really wasn't anything in there. So the book left me disappointed.
Yeah, conservatives don't care for this book. John O'Sullivan was my favorite editor of National Review. He published Steve Saylor.
Yeah, so like that. I mean, that's what I was trying to get at. Is that is my impression from one of the great things about having the ebook is you can search, you can use a heuristic and say, okay, so what does he say about Frank Meyer?
Yeah,
and it's like, okay, that's not very interesting. What does he say about Wilmore Kendall? More interesting, but really short shrift.
Very short.
And of course, what does he say about me? Nothing.
This is a great Buckley story, by the way. Of course, when Buckley handed his friend Norman Mailer a copy of his latest book, I forget which one, Mailer opened up.
My father loved when he got an allowance to buy new books of biblical scholarship that might cite him. And then as soon as he landed the book, right, his first search would be in the index, look for his own name. So that is a common or to human predilection of writers and intellectuals and authors. And it doesn't really matter how religious you are, how spiritual you are, right? Most people, most of the time, are mostly self-centered.
Opened up the book, he turned to the index, looked in his name, and Buckley had scrawled in the margin.
Right, and you might say, it doesn't matter, like the number of cites you get, right? Doesn't really have much significance. And that is why we have hero systems, all right? To avoid being crushed by our own lack of importance to the universe, we subscribe to a system that imputes our daily behaviors with cosmic significance. Whether you're a religious Jew, a religious Christian, a devotee of the natural scientists, of the sciences, if you simply love dancing or art or the Alexander technique, we all find ways to impute cosmic significance to our daily choices.
Hi, Norman. Knowing that the first thing that Norman Mailer, the pugilistic journalist of the mid-20th century, would do.
As a journalist, it is so rare, but so relieving when you encounter people who don't really care that much about what you write about them, whose sense of self does not, primarily spring from the type of news coverage that they get. Right? There are people that you could write an entire book about, and they wouldn't even bother to read it.
Who would look up would be to
Would
look
go
up his
himself
own
up for
name,
sure. Yeah. And it occurred to me while going through it and then reading your review and Kessler's and a bunch of the others is he should have done this, Robert.
But these people are not usually rabbis, right? Rabbis are far more interested in what you write about them than, say, your average member of the Christian clergy. Far more sensitive to what you write about them than your average member of the Christian clergy, who are more likely to be otherworldly. Right, there is a much more substantial romantic otherworldly component to the typical practice of Christianity as opposed to the this worldly pragmatic focus of Judaism.
Caro style, and picked discrete time chunks.
Yeah,
come out with the book. William F. Buckley, the 1950, from God and Man at Yale, or from birth to God and Man at Yale, slim 250-page book, whatever, and then move on or something like that.
Well, this reminds me of the great.
Now, one of the advantages of having a non-romantic, pragmatic clergy is that they do not mind spending their time trying to improve your material condition. So let's say you're unable to find a job and support your family, right? Your rabbi will likely help you. Let's say you need a good doctor, you need a good psychiatrist, you need a new apartment, all right? Rabbis consider the material often as important, sometimes more important than the spiritual. And they will look out for their congregants' material, spiritual, social, cultural, psychological well-being. So I appreciate the pragmatic, unromantic nature of the practice of Judaism.
David Brooks' parody of Buckley's Overdrive that appeared in the Chicago Maroon in 1981 or 82, which is that, by the time Buckley graduated from Yale in 1950, he had produced 3 autobiographies. The first dealt with the moment of his conception up until his birth. The second dealt with his schooling, and then the third dealt with his time at Yale. So it's you could stretch it out in all these time capsules if you'd like. As an aside, James Rosen, the conservative journalist, has produced the first volume of a very good Scalia biography of Justice Scalia called Rise to Greatness, came out a couple of years ago. And that only covers the first 50 years of Justice Scalia's life. And in fact, the first volume ends with his appointment to the Supreme Court. So we're all waiting the second volume because then you get into all the great dissents and Supreme Court politics. I had the sense reading this biography that Tannenhouse probably did plan to write a 2-volume book, but for whatever reason, that just didn't happen. And so again, you're kind of left with the sense of, well, what's on the cutting room floor? There's another great story. The great philosopher and kind of neocon fellow traveler, Sidney Hook, produced a marvelous autobiography that I recommend to all young people called Out of Step. And Out of Step is about 900 pages long, 800 pages as published. But it turns out that it was twice the length when Sidney, who, he was very active in the anti-communist movement, but at the end of the day, he was a philosophy professor, and it's all about his intellectual fights over the years. So it was, some 1,600 pages long when he submitted it to his publisher, and they told him to cut it in half. So intrepid researchers can actually go to the Hoover archive at Stanford, and they can find the unexpurgated Sidney Hook autobiography. I'm hoping that one day we'll be able to go to the Buckley papers, or if the Tannenhouse papers, and we'll be able to find the actual full draft of the Buckley book.
All right, so I've allowed us to go off on tangents and wallow a bit here.
Wallow.
So something that is
Jenna Goldberg, he has this glib facility with words, which is a way of making a living as a writer, but also points out his lack of depth.
That Tannenhouse makes a big deal about, and so did John Judas in his biography, which I go back and forth what I think about that biography. I found it very, very useful when I first read it. The William F. Buckley, Patron Saint of the Conservatives, by John Judas, who's a man of the left, but also a very sharp guy, right? But both of them make a big deal out of.
Buckley was an entertainer, right? He didn't produce work of intellectual merit.
Buckley's supposed inability to write his big.
He was an influencer.
Book on conservatism,
right?
And Tannenhouse takes it to the point where he basically says Buckley wasn't an intellectual, never mind a theorist. And I'm okay saying Buckley wasn't necessarily a theorist, whatever you might mean by that. But I find the idea of saying he wasn't an intellectual one of the more ridiculous claims possible about Buckley. I mean, again, we can get bogged down in definition.
Okay, so let's say he was an intellectual. He just didn't produce any works of intellectual